Chapter 1440. As soon as Lingxi explained why there wasn't a single person around, the quiet Biyao town suddenly became lively. The streets and alleys were filled with people peddling their wares, the sounds of children playing, and all kinds of conversations. It was a happy and harmonious scene. The originally empty Biyao town suddenly had many people appearing out of thin air. They were dressed in plain clothes and had no foundation in martial arts. Their faces were either full of smiles or full of worry. Everything seemed so real. Longchen felt so real when he was in this environment, as if he had truly returned to Biyao town. Countless people coming and going, that kind of real feeling, the aura emitted from each person's soul, there was nothing suspicious about this. This was Biyao town. Because it was so real, Longchen was stunned. He had returned. Although everything was real, and there were people coming and going on the streets, Longchen still felt that it wasn't real. If it was real, why was there no one at the beginning, and then so many people appeared out of thin air? Chen. Lingxi also knew this strange place. She held Longchen's arm, and looked around with a puzzled face. She said, "What a real place. Is this an illusion? But how can there be such a real environment?" As soon as she finished speaking, countless people noticed Lingxi. Such a beautiful girl, who didn't belong to the mortal world, as if she didn't exist in this world. The sudden arrival of such a fairy-like girl stunned the people of Biyao town. Many people stopped what they were doing and looked at Longchen and Lingxi from afar. "Isn't that the Yang family's good-for-nothing young master? Yeah, this guy, how can he have such a beautiful girl by his side? Don't tell me he kidnapped and sold her? What a sin. All the young masters of rich families are like this, not to mention the Yang family is one of the two big families, they are very powerful. But, I have never seen such a beautiful fairy in my life. She really is a fairy. What a pity, they knew that women in Longchen's hands could still escape." As he listened to these whispers, the shock in Longchen's heart grew greater and greater. He had originally been sure that this wasn't Biyao town, and that this was only the illusory realm that Lingxi had spoken of. However, the timing didn't match up. In their eyes, he was actually still a hedonistic young master. Just when exactly was this? Just as Longchen was looking around with a face full of doubt, a servant in short clothes hurriedly ran over from the side of the street. Because he was rushing with his head lowered, he almost bumped into Longchen. He quickly stopped and looked at Longchen in a daze. After a while, he reacted and quickly said, "Young master, why are you dressed like this? Aren't you at the Jadeite pavilion?" Longchen's pupils shrank and his brain worked quickly. He knew that he was here to take away the void cosmic dragon's blood essence. Who was behind all this? The servant in front of him existed in the depths of Longchen's memory. He thought about it carefully and remembered that this person was actually his servant, Goldie, who had been following him for some time. Then, the Jadeite Tower. That was the place that Longchen often stayed at. However, since that day, Longchen hadn't been there again. Young master, something big has happened. Master passed away." Goldie's expression was anxious as he hurriedly said. He had come here to inform Longchen of his arrival. "Master." Longchen's body trembled. Long Qinglan. He said that master had passed away. It was undoubtedly Long Qinglan, but Long Qinglan had faked his death. However, no matter what, Longchen had too many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask him. From Goldie's words, today was the day that Longchen's fate changed. In other words, Long Qinglan was still alive. Longchen could assume that what he had just experienced was a time tunnel. If time had been reversed, then he had a lot of questions to ask Long Qinglan. Therefore, after sorting out his thoughts, he had no choice but to calm down. He said, "I understand. You can go back first." With that, he brought Lingxi with him and headed towards the Yang family in his memories. "Chen, what happened? Where are we?" Lingxi racked her brains, but she still didn't understand. Longchen told her everything he knew. Of course, the reversal of time was only a hypothesis. The Void Aeon Dragon was the ancestor of time. Perhaps all of this had something to do with it. In the Void Realm, Kitten poked his fat head out and looked at everything with a scrutinizing gaze. Occasionally, he revealed an expression of excitement and confusion. As Long Chen pondered, he returned to the familiar Yang family under the strange gazes of the crowd. He didn't let Lingxi hide. Instead, he openly brought this peerless beauty into the Yang family. Lingxi's beauty caused a huge commotion along the way. Many people even followed her until Long Chen brought her into the Yang family. As soon as he entered the Yang family, the scene that made Long Chen excited happened in his memory. Two people walked towards Long Chen. The one in front was a tall, young man in a white brocade robe. He was Long Chen's second uncle's eldest son and his cousin, Yang Zhan. He was the one who committed suicide because of Long Chen's humiliation. Behind him was a wretched-looking man. He was Yang Zhan's cousin, Chen Lu. These two people had disappeared from the depths of Long Chen's memory for a long time. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. He held Ling Xi's tender hand and looked at the two of them with a nostalgic gaze. The Long Chen of the past naturally wanted nothing more than to kill the two of them. But the Long Chen of the present was different. He was already standing at a height that they could not even imagine. The humiliation they had suffered back then had already vanished into thin air. Their arrogance had also become nostalgic and cute in his eyes, causing him to revisit the path he had taken. He had actually walked all the way to where he was now. Yang Chen. Yang Zhan was about to laugh out loud when he saw Long Chen holding the hand of a girl as beautiful as a goddess. His eyes instantly widened. After a while, he reacted and said, "Damn you, Yang Chen. Abducting a girl again. Doing such a heartless thing. I don't care if your old man dies today, I'll teach you a lesson to clear the girl's name." After saying that, he directly moved and punched towards Long Chen. That punch directly landed on Long Chen's face, but it was as if he had punched steel. Yang Zhan's fist was red and swollen from the pain. His face twitched as he looked at Long Chen in disbelief. "Bastard, how dare you hurt my cousin?" Chen Lu was enraged. He pounced towards Long Chen at lightning speed. In Long Chen's eyes, his speed was extremely slow. With a smile on his face, Long Chen gently pinched his arm and threw him onto Yang Zhan's body. Then, he stretched out his leg and stepped on the two of them. Back then, he didn't have the power to trample on them so easily. But even so, Long Chen didn't use a billionth of his power. The current him could easily shatter this fragile world. Under Long Chen's absolute power, Yang Zhan and Chen Lu screamed continuously. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Yang Chen a useless playboy? Didn't he lead a befuddled life? How could he be so powerful? The two of them couldn't even put up a resistance in his hands. "Do you see this?" Long Chen stretched out his hand. Under the guidance of a powerful aura, the clouds in the sky were attracted by him and descended above the Yang clan. Smiling softly, Long Chen said, "This is the power of a god. Get lost." Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. Long Chen loosened his foot. The two of them hurriedly got up and fled in panic. As they fled, they shouted, "There's a ghost, there's a ghost." Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be a ghost? His mind immediately became solemn. Holding Lingxi's hand, he led Lingxi forward under the stunned gazes of the maids and guards in the mansion. Occasionally, someone blocked the way, but Long Chen directly threw them away. Until Long Chen arrived at the place where Long Qinglan used to live. Several maids and guards were guarding there. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, they hurriedly dispersed. On the ground, a man covered in black was lying on the ground. The whole house was filled with the smell of alcohol. Long Chen felt sour in his heart. It wasn't just a matter of reliving the past. He had too deep feelings for this man. It could be said that everything he had was given to him by the other party. However, Long Chen knew nothing about him until now. He only knew that he must be a super strong person. However, this person who had once dominated the dragon sacrificial continent died in a place like Biyao town, in a drink. Looking at the man lying on the ground, no matter how calm Long Chen was, he couldn't help but feel sour in his eyes. He wanted to cry. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A beautiful woman wearing a light red dress with her hair tied up high walked over surrounded by a group of people. She turned to look at Long Qinglan's corpse and sighed. Faintly, she said, "This ill-fated relationship has ended. Yang Chen, he's your father. For the sake of our relationship, find a place to bury him." It was such a familiar phrase. Back then, Long Chen had buried all his anger in his heart. However, at this moment, he had thought it through. Perhaps to Long Qinglan, he didn't care about this little woman at all. After all, she was just an ordinary person. She didn't leave immediately because she saw Lingxi, who was as beautiful as a goddess. She opened her mouth and asked solemnly, "Who is this girl?" "Your wife," Long Chen answered. "Humph, as long as she's not a prostitute." Yang Xueqing snorted coldly and stroked the hem of her dress. She couldn't be bothered to take another look and left immediately. Even so, Lingxi was touched by Long Chen's words. In this world, the two of them were on a high level. But all of this was what Lingxi dreamed of. Is it the same as before? Long Chen remained silent. He helped Long Qinglan up. This man's body was like a whirlpool that he couldn't figure out. Chapter 1441. They found the carriage and placed Long Qinglan's mysterious body in it. Long Chen knew that he would be the key to this illusory Biyao town. He and Lingxi drove the carriage out of the city, one on the left and the other on the right. They were very fast, and after a while, they arrived at their destination. This familiar place made Long Chen miss it very much. At this moment, he was undoubtedly very excited. He moved Long Qinglan's corpse down and leaned it against a tree. Then, he and Lingxi looked at him quietly. Lingxi had heard Long Chen talk about the past, so Long Qinglan's corpse should come back to life. Long Chen wanted to see him alive. Long Qinglan's vision was unparalleled, so he must know what was going on. Long Chen had too many questions to ask him. Seeing this thin and dispirited man again, Long Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Hey, don't play dead. I know you're still alive," Long Chen said in a teasing tone. He wasn't teasing Long Qinglan, but his own life. "Must you wait for me to dig a hole for you to come back to life?" Long Chen said with a smile. There couldn't be two mysterious dragon jades in this world, so it proved that the current Long Qinglan was different from the Long Qinglan of the past. Otherwise, Long Chen could have taken out the Yang family's dragon seal and obtained the second ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood. This world was fake, and it wasn't even because time had been reversed. There wasn't a second him in jadeite jade building. And the core of this world should be Long Qinglan. Under Long Chen's expectant gaze, Long Qinglan finally opened his murky eyes. At that moment, Long Chen was on the verge of tears. This man was his faith, and at this moment, his faith had finally come back to life. There were no words to describe how excited Long Chen was at this moment. Last time, Long Qinglan's corpse had come back to life, which had given him a fright. Since then, his life had changed. This time, Long Qinglan opened his eyes. His gaze was gentle, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He looked at his son with approval and excitement, and said, "You're finally here." This different sentence brought Long Chen too much excitement. This was also the difference between this world and the previous one. If time was reversed, the first words he would say would be, "Brat, hurry up and dig out my dantian." "Father." Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement, and he hurriedly knelt to the ground and bowed deeply. This was the person he respected the most in his life, and he was like heaven and earth to him. They had met again, but he still didn't know if he was dead or alive. Although there were many problems, etiquette couldn't be forgotten. Lingxi was like a chicken that followed the chicken, and a dog that followed the dog. When Long Chen knelt, she hurriedly knelt as well, and called Long Qinglan daddy. Looking at the boy and girl, Long Qinglan's aged and weathered face couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Children, get up. His voice still couldn't hide the weakness in it. Long Chen stood up with Lingxi, and stood in front of him emotionally, his eyes red. Since he had appeared, was he still alive? Or did he still exist in this world in some other way? Even Long Chen didn't know. Is this my daughter-in-law? Very beautiful, very obedient. Very good, very good. He looked up and down at Lingxi, his eyes filled with approval. He nodded repeatedly, and his undisguised love made Lingxi a little embarrassed. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, Daddy. Good child." Long Qinglan was very satisfied, but Long Chen was even more excited. The person in front of him had a consciousness, and wasn't the Long Qinglan who had asked him to dig out the mysterious dragon jade. Long Chen hadn't expected to meet him here. Then, the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon was probably related to him, just like how the inherited blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was completely left to him by him. This second portion of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, which Long Chen had searched for so long, was actually still under the control of this person. Everything became clear in his mind. From the extreme cosmic finger, to the patterns on the city of the tragic deaths, and then to this place, it might all be related to this man. When Long Chen was 3 years old, he had gone to the 3 great imperial domains and asked Han Yinxing and Nangong Lai to protect Long Chen. It could be said that he could predict the future. Make good use of the god's blood in your body. In the future, you can become a supreme god, Long Qinglan first said to Lingxi. God's blood. A look of realization appeared on Lingxi's face. Long Chen also knew about Lingxi's bloodline. It had only transformed in recent years. In other words, the Sword Soul Emperor must have found an especially precious blood when he was reincarnated. Then, the transformation happened in recent years, and the so-called god's blood appeared in Lingxi's body. As for the supreme god, this referred to the gods who had passed the 18 great tribulations. Long Chen was about to ask on behalf of Lingxi, but Long Qinglan closed his eyes and breathed with difficulty. I'm not in this world, and I can't hold on for much longer. You will understand her in the future. Let's talk about me. Child, sit beside me. Long Chen and Lingxi sat beside him. Back then, there had only been Long Chen, but now Lingxi had appeared. My home is in the eternal god domain. Long Qinglan's eyes flickered with nostalgia. Long Chen and Lingxi knew that he didn't have much time, and that they couldn't interrupt him. I was born in the Eternal Dragon City, one of the 5 great dragon cities of the Eternal God domain. It was where I was born and raised, and where I was entrusted with great responsibility. It took me tens of thousands of years to reach a level no one in Eternal Dragon City has ever seen. I am invincible, and I am the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I am worshipped by all, and I am without equal. The man looked up into the sky, tears welling up in his eyes as he recounted his past. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He knew that whatever he wanted to know would be answered. All he needed to do was listen. He felt that once he became strong enough, it would be time for his father to entrust him with great responsibility. This was a man who had given him everything. For him, Long Chen was willing to give up everything. Long Qinglan continued. Long Qinglan continued, I'm proud, I'm respected by the world, but I'm also lonely. My pursuit, my dream, isn't like that. I've had a grand ambition and a mission since I was young. This is the mission of every descendant of the mystical dragons. I've never forgotten my mission. I was born to pursue the primordial mystical dragons, to unravel the mystery of their extinction. I'm lonely because I can't pursue it. But that day, I still embarked on this terrifying path. Pursuing the traces of the divine dragons. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Long Qinglan actually treated this as his mission. From his words, Long Chen seemed to understand. He was originally the high and mighty Eternal Dragon Emperor, and his responsibility was to protect his people. But when he was lonely, he pursued the greatest mystery of the draconic sacrificial continent for his mission. Long Chen continued to remain silent, waiting for Long Qinglan to continue. I didn't succeed. I failed miserably. I was even framed, insulted, and stripped of everything I had. I was not understood by the world, betrayed by my family, deserted by everyone, and lost everything. I became the synonym of irresponsibility and laughable. But who knew that I wasn't wrong? I was only one step away from success, but I couldn't take that step. And it was this step that allowed me to see how terrifying this secret was. It didn't just concern me, it concerned the survival of the entire world. But they were still like animals, willing to be kept in captivity, and even ostracized a different species like me. Long Qinglan's face was covered in tears, and his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness. He shook his head in pain, causing Long Chen's body to tighten. While crying in pain, he said, "My life ended long ago. I was invincible. I was only one step away from becoming a god, and I even had the might of a god. I set an unprecedented record of passing 7 nirvana tribulations consecutively, but I died on the last step of pursuing this secret. I was killed, but I still don't know who killed me. Child, you don't have to hold on to hope. I'm already dead. Child, you don't have to have any hope. I'm already dead. What am I now? I don't know either. I'm not in this world, I'm from the past, but the me in Biyao town was just a dead person. I don't exist at all. That me was just an illusion in your mind. I died long ago, and the only thing I left behind is you. Everything about the Yang family in Biyao town has nothing to do with you. It's just an illusion. Everything is fake, including that woman. She gave birth to you, and everything else, it's all fake. I'm the one who deceived you. You're a life created by me." Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stared at Long Qinglan in a daze. He was a life that Long Qinglan had created. Everything in Biyao town was fake, an illusion. Everything that the people of Biyao town thought, Long Qinglan's peerless beauty when he arrived, his marriage with Yang Xueqing, and the birth of a child, as long as Long Qinglan existed, everything was fake. There was no such person. Because he had said that he had died a long time ago. Long Chen was a real person, and he didn't dare to believe that all of this was fake. Looking at the old man's tear-streaked face, he hadn't cried like this for a long time. He naturally couldn't accept all of this. Even his sibling relationship with Yang Lingqing wasn't real. Everyone in the 3 regions and 9 worlds couldn't escape Long Qinglan's divine might. Everything was under his control. All of this sounded so unimaginable, but it was true. Then, what am I? Long Chen couldn't help but ask himself. That's right, what exactly am I? Was he a real person? Chapter 1442. I'm real. Long Chen's mind was a mess. At his peak, Long Qinglan had been a godlike existence. He had been the eternal dragon emperor, the most powerful person in the eternal god domain. Long Chen remembered every word he said, just like how he remembered his father telling him to become stronger and to fight for the dragon seal when they were in the same situation. Child. Tears streamed down Long Qinglan's face as he choked back sobs. My life is full of regrets. I've missed out on many things, and I've let many people down. If I could, I would like to make it up to them. I would like to wash away the crimes that didn't belong to me. I hope that people, especially my family, and the people of Eternal Dragon City, will treat me right. But I don't have a second chance. When you enter the Eternal God domain in the future, you will see all of this. But you have your own life, and I won't force you to do anything for me. But after seeing me today, I've changed my mind. I just want you to live a good life. Long Chen didn't think that way. He lived for his mission, and the man who had given him everything. Long Chen was willing to work hard for the things Long Chen was passionate about, the crimes he had committed, the unfair treatment he had received, and his glory. That was what Long Chen pursued. His pursuit of his father even surpassed his pursuit of Lingxi. This was the man who had given Long Chen everything. Long Chen didn't have any theories. He didn't fight for his glory, and he didn't want to fulfill his impossible dreams. "Father, I wouldn't be alive without you," he said firmly. "If I can go to the eternal God domain, then everything about you will be my only mission. But right now, I don't understand anything you've said. Can you tell me what I need to do?" Long Qinglan was incomparably gratified by this resolute youth. That was all he had ever wanted. Today, he had suddenly changed his mind. He no longer wanted to control Long Chen's life, but what moved him the most was that Long Chen didn't seem to care at all. "My helplessness. Just wait until you get to the Eternal Life God domain, and you'll understand everything. Eternal Dragon City, and the people who support me, oppose me, and slander me, are all very important to me. Once you get there, you'll understand everything, and you'll know exactly what you need to do." To Long Chen, this wasn't just a mission. It was a glory that belonged to his heart. He wanted to prove to his father that he could do it. Although he still didn't know what he needed to do, it didn't matter what it was, it couldn't shake his determination. If he had been fighting for Ling Xi's sake his entire life, then if he ascended to the eternal God realm, then he would fight for his father's glory. He would fight to make up for all his regrets. The eternal God domain was Long Chen's home. He had to go there at least once to prove himself and his father's worth. Long Qinglan lowered his head and said, "I'm a genius and a great pioneer. I'm not a traitor or an incompetent ruler. You need to prove that to them." Pioneer. Long Chen already knew what to do. Some things were based on obsession and conviction. No matter what happened, Long Chen wouldn't regret it. That was just his personality. Let's not talk about that for now. I've come here today to give you the last of my 3 most precious items. Long Qinglan raised his head and looked at Long Chen seriously. As for Lingxi, she already knew everything about Long Chen, so she didn't need to hide anything. Long Qinglan had witnessed her growth. The 3rd item. If Long Chen wasn't mistaken, the 1st and 2nd items were the mysterious dragon jade and the primordial blood spirit dragon's legacy essence blood. Long Qinglan's eyes flickered with nostalgia. You must be wondering what the mysterious dragon jade is, right? It was the most mysterious item of all. Of course Long Chen wanted to know. But Long Qinglan smiled bitterly. "But I don't know either." Long Chen stared at him blankly. Long Qinglan said, "My achievements have a lot to do with the mysterious dragon jade. When you reach the Calamity Realm, you will slowly uncover its mysterious power. It can be said that without the dragon jade, there wouldn't be the Eternal Dragon Emperor's fame. He appeared in my life by chance, and from then on, my life advanced by leaps and bounds. He brought me glory and status, but he also brought me unease. It was under the guidance of the mysterious dragon jade that I embarked on the path of pursuing the secrets of the divine dragons. Under its guidance, I traversed many paths, and at the same time, obtained 2 supreme treasures that have never appeared in history. You can't imagine what the ancestral dragon's legacy essence blood is. It only existed in primordial times, and everyone in the eternal God realm would go crazy over it. No one would believe its existence. After all, no one knows where the billions of divine dragons have gone. The 10 ancestral dragons are the key to the secret. How could their legacy essence blood be left behind like that of ordinary divine dragons? No one would believe it, but I did it. Long Qinglan's face lit up with pride as he said this. No wonder he said that he was a pioneer. Under the guidance of this mysterious jade pendant, I found the inheritance essence blood of the ancient bloodline spirit dragon in the ancestral zone of the Death Dragon City, one of the 5 great dragon cities. That's the drop you have. The ancestors of the Death Dragon City have guarded the ancestral zone for billions of years, but they never knew that there was the inheritance essence blood of the ancient bloodline spirit dragon in there. But I found it. For that, I offended the people of the Death Dragon City. Of course, they didn't know that I had the inheritance essence blood of the ancient bloodline spirit dragon. The 5 great dragon cities are very famous in the eternal god realm, Long Chen asked. Long Qinglan nodded. The 5 great dragon cities are the rulers of the eternal god realm. Of course, there are other races as well, but generally speaking, the 5 great dragon cities are the strongest together. We humans are the most orthodox descendants of the divine dragons, and the 5 great dragon cities are home to a large number of dragon warriors. They are also our burial grounds. Long Chen silently memorized these words. Then, I continued my pursuit of the divine dragon. I went to many mystical places, and even with my means, I almost died a few times. This path was too complicated and thrilling, with endless difficulties. Even the heavens were against me. I traveled unhindered across the dragon sacrificial continent, and even went to worlds outside of the dragon sacrificial continent. In another world, I almost solved the mystery of the divine dragon. On the way, I followed the guidance of the mysterious dragon Jade and found the inheritance blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. As expected, the 3rd treasure was the time and eternal dragon's essence blood. Each of the 5 great dragon cities worships an ancestral dragon as their ancestor. The Death Dragon City worships the ancient blood spirit dragon, and the Eternal Dragon City worships the Void Dragon since ancient times. That's why I'm called the Eternal Dragon Emperor. 10 great ancestral dragons, 5 great dragon cities. In other words, there were 5 ancestral dragons that no dragon cities worshipped. Long Qinglan continued, but, starting from the Void Dragon, all the clues were cut off. I absorbed the Void Dragon's essence blood and became an ancestral dragon warrior. My talent was unparalleled, and my battle prowess was comparable to those ancient gods. But I still died on the way to that secret. There must be someone who doesn't want me to know about this secret. The Void Dragon's essence blood, in the Void Realm, Kitten hid in the shadows, licking his claws from time to time with his tender tongue. The Void Dragon's essence blood came from a place outside of the dragon's sacrificial continent, and all of this was the guidance of the mysterious dragon Jade that even Long Qinglan didn't know about. That was why Long Qinglan said that dragon Jade is the key to solving the mystery of the extinction of the divine dragons in the dragon sacrificial continent. I spent my entire life, but I couldn't figure out what it is. I hope you can succeed. I will work hard. Long Chen's heart was filled with hot blood. This was his father's desire, his expectation of Long Chen. In his eyes, Long Chen would always be a child. He would prove to his father that Long Chen would help him fulfill the things he couldn't accomplish in the past. Long Chen would also work hard to correct the injustice he suffered. Long Qinglan nodded in satisfaction. He said, "It is because of me that I became the infant of the Void Dragon that I know about the past and the present, can see the future and the past, and can travel through time and space. But all of this isn't stable. I'm just a beginner who just stepped onto the path of immortality, but died prematurely." You guessed correctly. I've seen your tracks for the past 9 years, a long, long time ago. I put down the extreme universal finger I comprehended in the full moon pavilion and told you to come to the 9-star Chaos City. I carved a map on a pillar in the city of tragic deaths. All of this was waiting for you to come and inherit the other most important thing of mine, and then tell you everything about me. Today, I've finally fulfilled my wish. He was very satisfied. No matter what happened to Long Chen in the end, he was already very satisfied to be able to reach this step. Now, I will hand over the Void Dragon's essence blood to you. This is my greatest attempt. Not only will I create an ancestral dragon warrior, but I will also fuse the essence blood of 2 ancestral dragons into one successor. And the key lies in the mysterious dragon Jade. Back then, I had already thoroughly researched this path, but unfortunately, it was too late. Because I had already died at that time, all my attempts can only be inherited by you, my child. Seeing the old man's eyes that had gone through the vicissitudes of time, Long Chen's blood boiled. He was very proud to have such a father. This was his pride. Chapter 1443. Long Chen had come to 9-star Chaos City for the Void Infinity Dragon's blood essence. He had not expected to experience so many things in 9-star Chaos City. At first, he had a conflict with the god-defying cult because of Li Xuanji, then he had entered the eternal hell, then the city of the wronged, and finally, he had come out to face Wang Chen's challenge. This series of events had finally come to an end today. Long Qinglan extended his palm, which held a thumb-sized ball. Within the ball, a transparent drop of blood rolled up and down, vaguely taking on the shape of a mystical dragon. This mystical dragon was very small, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. Moreover, it was transparent, as if it did not exist in this time and space. It swam along the river of time, and Long Chen could not fathom it. This is my third gift to you. Child, take it. As long as you don't die, no one in this world will be your match. Long Qinglan was full of pride as he handed the Void Infinity Dragon's blood essence to Long Chen. Even at this moment, Long Chen was still very excited. He felt as if he had found the most ambitious goal in his life. The moment he went to the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace for Lingxi might not be the end, but the beginning of his campaign. Today, he would fight for his dignity and the glory of love. In the future, Long Chen would fight for his father and for his faith. Just as he was about to put away the thumb-sized ball, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the void realm and instantly enveloped the transparent ball. The terrifying power knocked Long Chen and the others to the ground. When Long Chen looked up in shock, a black cat corpse had been thrown at his feet. In front of him was the transparent shadow of a strange beast, which was in soul form, floating in front of him. This was a giant beast from the barren era, even from the same era as the mystical dragon. It looked like a cat, but it had absolutely nothing to do with a cat. Its power spread throughout the world, and there was an invisible vortex on its body that sucked time into its vortex. This was something that Long Chen had not expected. His void cosmic dragon inheritance essence blood was now in Kitten's hands, and Kitten had become like this. What was he going to do? For a moment, Long Chen felt like he had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly at the illusory beast in the void before him. Sorry. In the sky, the strange beast's voice was choked and trembling. Its transparent eyes stared straight at Long Chen, and its gaze was also trembling. I am the reincarnation divine beast. Long Chen understood. This was what the reincarnation divine beast looked like. To be honest, Long Chen already had a premonition about what would happen today. However, he had been immersed in Long Qinglan's sorrow and helplessness, as well as the mission he had entrusted to him, and had forgotten about Kitten. Then, he had waited until the void cosmic dragon inheritance essence blood appeared before he had suddenly attacked and snatched it away. From the moment he had thrown the dream demon's body down, Long Chen knew that he would never return. Long Chen stood up with difficulty. Facing the divine beast from the barren era, he asked with difficulty, Kitten, why? The reincarnation divine beast's voice was choked. He did not dare to approach Long Chen, so he gradually distanced himself from him. He stammered, this thing is too important to me. It is my only hope to live. Even with my dignity as a divine beast, I have lingered by your side for so long. I surrender. I have no dignity. I am doing this for it. His emotions were released, and he was a little hysterical. Long Chen's heart was filled with disbelief. He finally understood what was going on. Even if he did not believe it, the truth had suddenly appeared in front of him. The truth was that Kitten had betrayed him. Or rather, from the moment he had appeared, he had a purpose. He was not a simple and wretched kitten. He was a reincarnation divine beast with dignity and divine might. He had the most glorious past. However, all of this came in the same way as Long Qinglan's appearance. Long Chen could not imagine it. It could be said that compared to any failure, today was more painful for him. This was because the brother he had trusted so much had betrayed him. Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. He said coldly, you don't have to do this. We've been together for so long. Don't you trust me? If you really need it, I'll give it to you. But don't tell me that you've been by my side all along for this thing. Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed his restless heart. He said coldly, "You don't have to do this." "You are right. I did it for it." The reincarnation divine beast gritted his teeth and said, "I am in charge of reincarnation. I can also see the past and the future. I know that this fellow has set up a trap and is waiting for you to approach. I know that the void cosmic dragon inheritance essence blood is in his hands. Therefore, I followed you to roam the world and became the kitten that you trusted. However, all of this is fake. I only survived because of it. As expected, it was actually like this. Kitten, how can you be so excessive?" Lingxi's face was also filled with anger. She followed beside Long Chen and looked at the reincarnation divine beast in the sky. "Am I excessive? Who is the excessive one? Let me ask you, when I stayed by your side, did I ever receive equal treatment? Long Chen, you only treated Mo Xiaolang as your brother. Did you treat me as your brother?" He trembled as he asked this question. Long Chen knew that since he was trembling and had asked this question, he was definitely still hesitating. Perhaps the reason why he had followed him from the beginning was for this day. However, after spending so much time together, perhaps today was different. Long Chen shook his head and said, "You might have thought wrongly. If you were in trouble, I would also disregard my own safety to save you. If you have the conditions, I can also fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The time we have spent together is even longer than Xiao Lang and I. You know all of my secrets. Why do you say that I don't treat you as my brother?" This was a blow to him. Perhaps he really didn't care about Kitten's feelings in the past, but that was because of his personality. Long Chen mostly joked with him. If it was Xiao Lang's quiet personality, he wouldn't have joked so much. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. If you really treat me as your brother, then give this thing to me. You already have the ancient blood spirit dragon's legacy essence blood, and that is very important to me. It is my hope of resurrection." Kitten roared hysterically. Long Chen's eyes were cold. He was really angry. He asked himself, and he had a clear conscience. However, it wasn't that he didn't have a heart of leniency. What had happened today had made him most helpless, and made it the most difficult for him to make a decision. He could only say this. "I understand that this is your goal, but we have fought shoulder to shoulder for such a long time. Didn't that change your mind a little? Our brotherhood can't compare to the ancient void dragon's legacy essence blood?" "It can't," Kitten said somewhat crazily. However, under his righteousness, he couldn't hide the struggle in his heart. He kept trembling, and it was this trembling that told Long Chen that in fact, his heart still approved of him. However, at this point, under this huge temptation, he couldn't help it anymore. Long Chen's heart was very painful. He was completely disheartened. This kind of experience reminded him of Biyao town, and the expression of the Yang family's old ancestor when the Bai family poisoned the Yang family. He told Long Chen that he had to see whether his brother was hiding warm blood or poison. Although Kitten's heart wasn't poison, it had hurt Long Chen deeply enough. For Long Chen, even the ancient void dragon's legacy essence blood was not as important as this friendship. After all, he had spent the longest time with Kitten. Betrayal, this word, sounds so harsh. In particular, this betrayal had come so suddenly that Long Chen couldn't guard against it at all. He waved his hand and said, "Go." Long Chen actually let him go. Kitten was puzzled. Was he really willing to take away such a precious thing? He couldn't help but ask, "Are you really willing to let me take away such a precious thing?" Scram! Long Chen roared, his face ferocious. He was no longer the person who was easily angered, but what happened today still made his veins bulge. Kitten was frightened and took a few steps back. He couldn't face Long Chen's bloodshot eyes. After some hesitation, he could only lower his voice and say, "I'm sorry. When I resurrect and have real power, I will return to your side and do anything for you. This is my promise. I don't need it. You'd better not come back." Long Chen roared hysterically. He pointed at Kitten and said, "Remember, don't let me see you again. Scram. The dignified reincarnated divine beast shut his mouth. His eyes trembled as he stared at Long Chen. However, his bloodthirsty gaze terrified him. His heart was in a mess. After saying goodbye, he actually disappeared from this space and left this world. As expected, he wasn't that simple. At that moment, Long Chen seemed to lose all his strength. He turned back. He had thought that his father would be very disappointed in him. The friendship between friends was like this, but he didn't expect Long Qinglan to look at him with a smile. "Father, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be like this." Long Chen's heart was in a mess. He couldn't even react from start to finish. He said apologetically. Lingxi hugged his arm and looked at him with heartache. She didn't know what to say. At that moment, Long Qinglan chuckled and said, "Child, since I already knew of his existence, do you think I would let him take away the inheritance blood of the Void Universe Dragon just like that?" Long Chen was taken aback. After a while, he finally understood what Long Qinglan meant. No wonder he hadn't made a move earlier. It turned out that the essence blood of the Void Cosmic Dragon hadn't been taken away. To be honest, if Long Qinglan hadn't valued it so much, Long Chen wouldn't have cared so much about the inheritance blood. He had even prepared to give it to Lingxi at the beginning. At that time, he hadn't thought of Kitten. He hadn't thought that he would be able to use it, so he didn't ask much. However, he hadn't expected this to happen. Kitten had already chosen to break up with him. Long Chen couldn't resist. This chapter was returned. There were only 3 left. Chapter 1444. In the end, Long Qinglan said that Kitten didn't take the true essence blood of the Void Cosmic Dragon. This made Long Chen extremely depressed, and he didn't know what to do. "Don't worry, child. I already knew that he was hiding by your side. How could I not know that he would come out to fight for it? However, I know that you value your relationship. I think what you took should be enough for him to recover, just that he won't be able to display his might as a divine beast again," Long Qinglan said. Long Chen knelt down in front of the old man after hearing this. Long Qinglan had considered everything for him. He couldn't imagine that a person could consider everything for himself to this extent. It's a pity that because of what happened today, your relationship with the reincarnation divine beast has been destroyed. In the future, he will regret it and want to come back to you. You might not give him the chance. Long Chen's heart was in a mess regarding the matter with Kitten. He couldn't think about it at all. He hadn't been so emotional in many years. If he could come back in the future, and if he was willing to apologize for what happened today, Long Chen was willing to forgive him. After all, he could see that Kitten already had a brotherly bond in his heart because of the time they spent together. Otherwise, he would have just snatched him away and not talked so much nonsense with Long Chen. Long Chen silently put away the dream demon's body. It was as if he had returned to the Void Realm, the place where Kitten often brought him. Long Qinglan and Lingxi silently watched him do all this. Lingxi's heart ached for him, and she quickly comforted him. "There's no need to comfort me. There's nothing in my heart that I can't get over. In that case, if he is willing to come back in the future, I won't reject him. I hope he can think it through," Long Chen said decisively. But no matter what, Kitten had suddenly left, and Lingxi had to return to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He suddenly felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost something very important. "There's not much time left." Long Qinglan raised his head. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and he could no longer see anything in the distance. Long Chen woke up with a start. He knew that Long Qinglan was about to disappear. Just like before, he would suddenly disappear in the middle of a conversation, leaving Long Chen no time to prepare. "There are 2 small things I need to do for you." He allowed Long Chen to get close to him. His head was right in front of Long Chen's eyes. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed into Long Chen's head. In just an instant, the true martial emperor palace in Long Chen's heart was crushed and reassembled, forming a clean, pure white crystal soul. There are traces of someone else in here. He wanted to use this to control you. I've helped you remove them. In the future, your true martial emperor's soul will be of great help to you when you form your first Tao seal. Take out the god-slaying sword. Long Chen quickly took out the god-slaying sword and placed it in Long Qinglan's hand. Long Qinglan brushed his hand over the god-slaying sword, and the bloody sword let out a shrill whistle. Finally, Long Qinglan grabbed a gray aura from the blade. This is the trace left behind by that junior. The god-slaying sword is truly yours now. This is a very famous and peerless sword in the eternal god domain. It's said that in ancient times, it once slew a dark god. If you can truly gain its recognition, you'll naturally be able to unleash boundless battle power. Use it well, and don't lose yourself. As for the Lingxi sword, at this point, a look of admiration appeared in his eyes. This is the symbol of your love, and also an unfathomable and mysterious object. The only thing I know is that it can't not belong to the dragon sacrificial continent. You must also take good care of it. Long Chen was shocked. He didn't expect the Lingxi sword to be even more mysterious than the god-slaying sword. The power that could directly hit the god marshal's soul was mysterious and tyrannical. At this point, Long Qinglan had finally finished what he wanted to say. Who exactly is the city lord of the wronged? Long Chen asked the question in his heart. He's just a prisoner thrown down by someone from the god domain. But to the current you, he might be a calamity. From today onwards, I can no longer see the future clearly. Back then, I could only see today, Long Qinglan said helplessly. This was the man that Long Chen respected the most in his life. He just looked at him calmly. But even so, Long Chen's heart was still filled with hot blood. The mission on his shoulders gave Long Chen a direction in life. Other than marrying Lingxi openly, he still had one more important thing to do, and that was to complete his father's mission. Perhaps he would exhaust his entire life, but the word give up didn't exist in Long Chen's dictionary. Child, look at me. At the end of his sentence, he actually revealed a relaxed smile. Father. Long Chen bit his lip, his heart filled with reluctance. Don't be sad. Maybe I already didn't exist before you were born. Because of the uniqueness of the void cosmic dragon, even if I die, I will wander in the river of time. I'm almost a god, so I'm immortal. It's just that I'm living in a different world. You don't have to be sad. I can't resist handing over my mission and glory to you because I'm unwilling. I'm also an ordinary person, but I hope that you can live on. Only by living on can you prove everything and achieve everything. I understand. Long Chen knew what he meant. He paused, then said, anyway, no matter what, you will always look at me, just like you did for the past 9 years, right? Long Qinglan was very pleased. He said, you're right. That was enough. I'm really sorry that I didn't say goodbye to you last time. Now, I am the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. He suddenly uttered these baffling words. Before Long Chen could react, his body suddenly transformed and shrank into a transparent drop of liquid. Then, he abruptly smashed into Long Chen's head. In the next moment, he appeared in Long Chen's sea of knowledge. At that moment, an earth-shattering change happened in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. Originally, there was only 30% of the ancient blood spirit dragon's inherited blood essence left, but now it seemed like it had gone crazy because it had encountered a transparent drop of blood that was even larger than it was. Just as the entire sea of consciousness was about to explode, the mysterious dragon jade emitted a gentle black light and actually suppressed the 2 drops of inherited blood essence. The 2 drops of inherited blood essence from the ancestral dragon stayed obediently and harmoniously. As expected, the mysterious dragon jade was still the most terrifying thing. After so many twists and turns, he hadn't expected to finally obtain the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. Long Chen didn't feel sad or hopeless because of his father's departure. Instead, he felt very excited because the drop of inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon was in his sea of consciousness. It was like his father had always been with him. Standing up, Long Chen looked around at the world around him. This illusory world was collapsing, and everything in Poplar Town was disappearing. Long Chen held Lingxi's hands tightly. The warmth and gentleness in her hands made his heart feel very peaceful. He held the woman in his arms and protected her. Chen, I suddenly feel really happy today. Daddy recognizes me and likes me. You also treat me as your wife. It feels really good. The only thing that hurts is that bad guy, Kitten. Lingxi pouted at the thought of Kitten. Everyone has their own ambitions. Perhaps separation can make him face his heart. This is a good thing. Long Chen was already open-minded. His biggest gain today wasn't the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon, but the firm strength in his heart and his future goals. As the world collapsed, Long Chen and Long Chen also gradually left this place. They returned to the original time tunnel, but this time, they were ascending, heading towards the sky. Long Xing had been waiting for a long time. Long Xing and Kitten. At first, Long Chen thought that the trouble would come from Long Xing. He didn't expect Long Xing to be so open-minded. He disobeyed the orders of the Demon Dragon Palace Master for his own convenience, and Kitten came out to snatch his things. Sometimes, fate is just so strange. After spending a long time in this time tunnel, Long Chen tightly hugged the woman in his arms. After Kitten left, he became even more lonely. Fortunately, Lingxi was here. No matter what, this woman could make him feel warmth in his heart. Unfortunately, those people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were probably already waiting in the Demon Dragon Palace. When Long Chen appeared, they would take Lingxi away. They might even want to kill Long Chen completely to prevent future troubles. Lingxi suddenly cried. Chen, I want to be with you, I don't want to go back, not at all. She hugged Long Chen's waist with both hands, her beautiful face buried in Long Chen's chest. Why don't we stay in this chaotic divine kingdom forever? Although there are natural disasters here, as long as we avoid them carefully, there won't be a problem. Moreover, the environment here is so beautiful. Long Chen shook his head and rejected. After seeing Long Qinglan, his heart couldn't be defeated anymore. He whispered in Lingxi's ear, Darling, I was such a weak existence back then, but I had the guts to let you use the 9 heavens immortal fruit to recover your body. Let alone today, I want to give you an open and above-board relationship, not to let you be with me. Maybe you don't think it matters, but as a man, I insist that I won't let you suffer with me. I want everyone to understand that Lingxi is Long Chen's wife. I want to take you away in front of everyone. Even your father, the sword master, will be speechless. I don't want you to stay in this place forever, but I really don't want to leave you, not even for a minute. Deep in love, her tears fell like rain. Chapter 1445. It was a peaceful time traveling through the time tunnel, but the storm was still brewing ahead. Long Chen couldn't relax. Leaving this place meant that the world below no longer existed, and Long Qinglan no longer existed. However, every time he felt the blood essence of the void dragon suppressed by the mysterious dragon Jade, Long Chen felt a sense of peace and glory. It was as if his father was always by his side. He was an ancestral dragon warrior who had absorbed the blood essence of the void dragon. Just like Long Chen, he was even more monstrous than Long Chen. He was the supreme eternal dragon emperor. However, he still died. After his death, the blood essence of the void dragon would be left behind. Therefore, Long Chen understood that he would also die. And if he died, someone else would obtain his blood essence and replace him. Chen, are we really going out? Lingxi was still hesitant. To her, the time back at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would be especially tough. Moreover, she didn't want Long Chen to take too many risks. Yes. Long Chen nodded softly. His voice was filled with determination and unwavering strength. Let's go up. Long Chen lifted his head and saw the light at the top of the tunnel. The distance between him and the light was getting shorter and shorter. Long Chen hugged the woman in his arms tightly, as if he was protecting his life. After that, he rushed out. After coming out, Long Chen's expression changed. Long Xing, he truly didn't expect that something would happen to Long Xing in the kingdom of primal chaos. At this moment, a purple-colored divine dragon was coiled up on the island. Many parts of his body were covered by gray energy. Those gray energy were like maggots, devouring his flesh and blood, emitting sizzling sounds. Many parts of Long Xing's flesh and blood were being devoured by the gray energy. There were even some places where his bones were exposed. Long Xing squinted his eyes, he seemed to be in extreme pain. Hearing Long Chen's cry, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly said, "Quick, cut off the parts of the gray aura." If he did not cut it off, the gray gas would continue to spread and eventually corrode Long Xing completely. Long Chen no longer had the time to ask what had happened, he had already guessed it. Previously, he had killed Wang Chao here, and this gray gas was clearly the power of the 10 great ghost kings. After Long Chen went down, the 10 great ghost kings must have come and heavily injured Long Xing. Fortunately, he returned in time. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the scarlet blood sky desolation and rushed towards Dragon Star. Endure the pain. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he roared. "I'm fine." Long Xing gritted his teeth as he replied. With so much gray energy corroding his body at the same time, he didn't have the strength to deal with it. Long Chen endured the anger in his heart as he chopped off the pieces of flesh that were tainted by the gray gas, allowing those things to leave Long Xing. At this moment, Long Xing was extremely weak. Without saying a word, Long Chen directly went to the Great Void Realm and found a few immortal essences that were specialized in healing and regenerating flesh and bones for Long Xing to refine. At this moment, Long Xing had also transformed into his human form. Previously, he didn't dare to transform into his human form because there was too much gray gas. If he transformed into his human form, he would most likely be engulfed by it. Therefore, he endured until Long Chen returned. After receiving the immortal essences from Long Chen, Long Xing immediately began to recuperate. At this moment, Lingxi walked over and said, "I know of some acupoint techniques that can help him refine faster and recover his body's energy." After speaking, she stretched out her small hands and poked Long Xing's body a few times. In an instant, a white light enveloped Long Xing as the immortal essences within his body began to be refined. The medicinal energy was released and began to speed up the recovery of Long Xing's body. Long Xing now had the body of a divine dragon and was different from ordinary people. For ordinary people, as long as they had the supreme golden body, their broken body could be healed at any time. However, the body of a divine dragon was very troublesome. The higher the physique, the more effective the supreme golden body's recovery. After Long Xing's situation stabilized, Long Chen finally started to observe his surroundings. The human head sculpture is gone. It should have been taken away. Long Chen frowned. As expected, the goal of the 10 great ghost kings, or rather the city lord of the wronged city, was that human head sculpture. What exactly was that human head sculpture that the 10 great ghost kings would come here to fight over? In Long Qinglan's words, the city lord of the wronged city was just a junior who had been exiled from the eternal celestial realm. However, in Long Chen's eyes, he was still a mysterious giant. If not for Long Qinglan's help in erasing the mark left by the city lord of the wronged city on the true martial emperor's soul and the god-slaying sword, Long Chen would probably have been controlled by the city lord of the wronged city. Just the true martial emperor's soul alone would have been enough to make Long Chen obey his orders. If not for Long Qinglan, it would have been extremely thrilling. After half a day of discussion with Ling Shi, Long Xing finally regained consciousness. His injuries had been temporarily suppressed, but he would need at least a month to recover his combat strength. Long Xing's injuries this time could be considered very serious. If Long Xing hadn't appeared, and he was left to fend for himself, it was very likely that he would have died here. "What happened?" asked Long Chen hurriedly as he helped him up. Long Xing smiled bitterly. Among the 10 great ghost kings, King Yama and King Qingguang appeared at the same time. One defeated me, and the other took away the human head sculpture. What is that human head sculpture? I don't know. Long Chen shook his head. We can only go back and ask the old man, said Long Xing helplessly. Long Xing said helplessly. He had to go back, so he asked Long Chen, what about you? Have you settled your matters? What do you plan to do next? Do you want to stay in the primal chaos divine kingdom, or do you want to go back? If you want to stay in the primal chaos divine kingdom, I know a few safe places where natural disasters rarely happen. It's enough for you to cultivate until you're strong enough to win over a beauty. Really? Lingxi was very excited. This was what she hoped for the most. To be honest, Long Chen did hesitate, but he gritted his teeth and said, no, I have to go out. Why? Long Xing was puzzled. He continued to ask, it's rare for that old man to be willing to protect you. If you go out and the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace come, your little life will be in danger. Long Chen shook his head and said, it's not a matter of my little life. I don't want to be a coward. He looked at Ling Shi with some heartache and said, little Shi, you also don't want me to become a useless man. There are some things that I have to face, and I can't run away with you. I've said it before, what I want to give you is not to sneak around, but to do it openly. I want to take you away in front of millions and millions of people. Even though I'm still very weak right now, even though I seem to be overestimating myself, I've already endured for 9 years, I won't give up. Lingxi's eyes were already wet with tears. She hugged Long Chen and didn't say anything. Instead, she was sobbing. Long Chen laughed heartily and said, don't cry. Let's go. Wait for me. After saying that, he exchanged glances with Long Xing, brother, you're awesome. You're a real man. I admire you. Long Xing also laughed heartily. The two of them followed the original route and began to head back. On the way back, because they didn't need to study the map, it was much faster than when they came. After a period of time, they finally returned to the entrance. At this time, Long Xing's injuries had mostly recovered. After resting at the entrance for a while, the three of them decided to head back. From the sky, they could return to the forest outside the chaotic star city. On the way back, Long Chen looked at the chaotic divine kingdom from the sky. He couldn't see the end of it. Just how vast was this chaotic divine kingdom? If he had time, he could come back and adventure. That would be great. But Long Chen knew that such a leisurely life wasn't suitable for him. Besides giving Lingxi an explanation, he had a more important mission waiting for him. That was the Eternal Dragon City in the Eternal Divine Domain. That was his true hometown. It was also a place where he needed to correct many things. The most important of which was the misunderstanding of Long Chen. That was the heaviest pain in his heart. Closing his eyes, he moved forward courageously. Finally, they returned to the towering forest. As soon as they came out, a Nirvana Tribulation Realm expert hurried over to report. What's the matter? Long Xing had a bad premonition. That martial artist said, replying to young leader, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's 4 sword sovereigns have arrived at the chaotic star city and started fighting. In the end, the leader took action and suppressed them. Perhaps they have reached some kind of agreement. The 4 sword sovereigns are staying in the chaotic star city and haven't left. The leader secretly told me to let the 2 of you stay in the city and leave after a year or 2. But if you appear before the 4 sword sovereigns, then there's nothing I can do. Long Xing could only let Long Chen decide this himself. Long Chen had already decided. This was about the same as he had estimated. Feeling the girl next to him grab his arm nervously, Long Chen patted her hand and smiled. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just meeting the parents? Let's go, I can't wait to meet the old man. After all, little she is destined to be my woman, isn't it? What's there to be nervous about meeting the father-in-law? His casual words made Lingxi giggle. Let's go. Long Chen's eyes were calm. He held Lingxi's hand and walked towards the chaotic star city. He thought that he didn't need to prove anything. It didn't matter if Lingxi was the Sword Spirit Emperor or just an ordinary person. Identity was never the most important thing. Stopping them wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was love. Chapter 1446. The largest plaza in the chaotic Star City was located at the top of the meteorite. It was a flat surface carved out by a divine weapon. It had a radius of more than 50 miles and one couldn't see the end of it. Normally, only when the Demon Dragon Palace had something important to announce would they gather all the Demon Dragon Palace's experts here. At this moment, many of the Demonic Dragon Palace's upper echelons were sitting in the highest seats. The Demonic Dragon Palace's palace master, who was dressed in simple clothes, was sitting there, his eyes shining with a divine light. He was looking down at the people below. The Demon Dragon Palace had more than 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts and above. Currently, there were more than 20 of them gathered here. It could be said that all the Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts in the chaotic Star City had gathered here. The reason why they had such a grand formation was because there were 5 people standing on this pitch-black plaza that was sparkling with starlight. One of them was handsome, outstanding, and radiant. This man was Wang Chen. Wang Chen's eyes were filled with hatred as he sized up the people from the Demonic Dragon Palace. He had always been a shrewd person, but no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Next to him were 4 experts of different ages. 2 of them were old men with white hair and beards, and one was an attractive adult. However, her face was as cold as an iceberg, making it hard for people to approach her. The one standing closest to Wang Chen was a martial artist who looked a little older than Wang Chen. These were the 4 great sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Every one of them was a terrifying character and had been famous for over 10,000 years. Their fame was undeniable and they were even more astonishing than the Demon Dragon Palace Master. After all, the Demon Dragon Palace Master was a mysterious existence to the world, but they were the current rulers of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The man standing closest to Wang Chen was Lingxi's father, the Lingwu Sword Master. The appearance of the Lingwu Sword Master was also a first-class handsome man, almost the same as that of Wang Chen. He was wearing a golden robe with rolling dragons, with 2 crossed swords embroidered on his back. His eyes were pure white, almost without pupils, and no expression could be seen. The only thing that flashed in his eyes was the sword intent. In addition, 2 small sword-shaped pendants could be seen hanging on his ears. One was blue and the other was red, like crystals, which was quite enchanting. It also made the appearance of the Lingwu Sword Master somewhat enchanting. This was an expert who had hidden in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace for 10,000 years. He almost never showed himself and rarely came to a place like the 9-star Chaos City. This time, for the Sword Spirit Emperor and Lingxi, they came here. Originally, they had decided to barge into the chaotic Divine Kingdom, but the Demon Dragon Palace Master stopped them. Now, they had to consider the current situation. Master, it's already been 20 days. We still have to stay here and confront this old man. What if she, and the others don't come out forever? Is this Demon Dragon Palace Lord really that strong? Wang Chen narrowed his eyes as he spoke in a neither hurried nor slow manner. But in his heart, he was still very anxious. The longer Lingxi stayed with Long Chen, the more uneasy he felt. Ling Xi's father, the very young Lingwu Sword Master, remained silent. His pair of pure white, flawless eyes stared in the direction of the Demonic Dragon Palace Master. I promised him that he would leave Shi alone once she came out. But who knows if that coward Long Chen will stay in there for the rest of his life. If he stays there for the rest of his life, won't we have to wait here for the rest of our lives as well? Wang Chen couldn't help asking. The other 3 sword masters didn't say anything. The Lingwu Sword Master's pure white eyes didn't seem to have any expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Wang Chen thought about it and decided to keep his mouth shut. He knew that his master and the other 3 sword masters should be more anxious than him. Wang Chen had just found out that Lingxi was the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. This scared him to death, but it also strengthened his resolve to not let Lingxi leave with Long Chen. What kind of joke was this? The Sword Spirit Emperor of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was abducted by a disciple of the Martial Emperor Palace? So no matter what the reason was, Wang Chen was most proud of the fact that his master would definitely stand by his side. As time passed, the Demon Dragon Palace's people didn't say anything. They just stopped the four sword masters from advancing. Lingwu, I think that brat Wang Chen won't dare to make a move for a few years. Let's go all out. Don't let the other party look down on us. The enchanting yet cold sword master said softly. Lingxi's father was the youngest among the four sword masters, but he was also the most talented one. Among the four sword masters, he was publicly recognized as the strongest in terms of combat strength. He also had the majority of the decision-making power of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. He was the most dazzling genius among the previous generations of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. When he was young, his status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was already comparable to Wang Chen. When the Lingwu Sword Master was still a new generation cultivator, the other three Sword Masters were already in the position of Sword Masters. This matter was of great importance and couldn't be taken lightly. Therefore, the four Sword Masters had to take action together. With our strength, it will be difficult for us to win against the Demon Dragon Palace Master. If the other party counterattacks, he might kill one or two of us. The gains don't make up for the losses. Let's wait. A golden-eyed elder stroked his beard and said hesitantly. What he said made sense. Wang Chen was clear that in front of these higher-ups, he was only a junior and didn't have the qualifications to speak. However, this matter concerned his future and fate. He pondered for a while and said, She seems to have been deeply bewitched by that youth. She has already forgotten herself, forgotten about the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and doesn't care about Master's kindness in raising her. She's still young and easily deceived. If this continues, it won't be good. Yes, they had reached a stage where they had no choice but to fight. Lingxi had been raised by the Lingwu Sword Master since she was young, so the decision was in his hands. At this moment, everyone looked at the Lingwu Sword Master. The white-eyed Lingwu Sword Master lowered his head and said, I'll fight you alone, the Demon Dragon Palace Master. If it was just the Lingwu Sword Master alone, it could only be regarded as a spar. The other three felt that it was feasible, so they nodded. Just like that, the Lingwu Sword Master, who was wearing a golden dragon robe, had long black hair, white eyes, and earrings, continued to rise into the air. He faced the Demon Dragon Palace Master, who was sitting at the highest position. He raised his arm and said in a clear voice, Demon Dragon Palace Master, please enlighten me. Such boldness was rumored to be the Lingwu Swordmaster's character. The Lingwu Swordmaster was extremely popular in the Sword Soul Imperial region. Even Wang Chen couldn't compare to him. He was the greatest legendary figure in the Sword Soul Imperial region. The Demon Dragon Palace Master laughed heartily as if he had expected this. He said, How can this old man be a match for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's genius Sword Master? I hope that the Sword Master can wait for a while. Who knows, the two of them might arrive soon. The Lingwu Sword Master's expression didn't change. The blue and red crystal swords on his ears grew bigger, becoming a pair of long swords in his hands. These two swords were the super divine weapons that made the Lingwu Sword Master famous. Although they were two swords, they could be considered as one when combined. They were one of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's four peerless divine swords. They were famous in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, and also one of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's treasures. The blue and red crystal swords each had 8 Dao patterns, close to a perfect 9 Dao patterns. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that these two swords were peerless divine swords. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's history, they had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. They were divine swords refined by successive sword masters. Every generation of sword masters used the might of these peerless divine swords to sweep across the world. The Lingwu Sword Master wielded the two swords. The entire sky on the left was burning with flames, while the sky on the right was frozen. The Lingwu sword master stood in the middle as if he wanted to cut the sky and earth in half. Looking at the Lingwu sword master like this, the old man's expression didn't change. He stretched out an arm, and that arm suddenly expanded like an explosion, turning into a 1,000-meter-long dragon claw. It was covered in purple dragon scales, and the grand mist purple chi revolved around it. This 1,000-meter-long dragon claw contained boundless might. The demon dragon palace master continued to sit on his throne and smiled. Since Lingwu sword master wants to fight with me, I shall accept it. If you can make me leave this throne, it will be sword master's victory. How about it? The Lingwu sword master didn't mind being looked down upon like this. He asked, if I win, can I enter Chaotic Star City and take my daughter away? No. The demon dragon palace master said something that made everyone want to vomit blood. How? The Lingwu sword master snorted coldly. The primal chaos divine kingdom is a treasury that my ancestors occupied. The ancestors of the demon dragon palace strictly forbade any experts above the nirvana tribulation realm from other forces to enter. All of you are the leaders of the sword spirit emperor palace. If I allow you to enter, I will have no choice but to apologize with my life. Therefore, if you want to enter the primal chaos divine kingdom, you can kill me. The Lingwu sword master's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, since that's the case, let me experience Senior's move. Chapter 1447. Long Chen and Lingxi finally returned. Their return shocked many people, including Wang Chen. He had underestimated Long Chen's guts. Originally, he thought that Long Chen would stay in there for at least 10 to 5 years, and he would try his best to drag the time until the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people couldn't help but break through the Devil Dragon Hall. But who would have thought that Qin Wentian would actually come back, and he would even bring Ling Shi along with him. He came back in such a daring and carefree manner. With a single glance, he saw the man who was holding hands with Ling Shi in the horizon. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be a match made in heaven. They were both nervous, and there was unease in their eyes. But so what? Wang Chen suddenly felt envious of Long Chen. Now, he had a huge advantage, not only in terms of strength, but also the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Most importantly, he had the support of the Lingwu sword master. But he still felt that he couldn't compare to Long Chen, because he didn't have the most important thing, love. Just a little bit more and he would be perfect. He didn't expect that during the period when Lingxi went missing for the first time, someone like Long Chen appeared. Seeing them coming together, Wang Chen, who was always known for his calmness, felt a pain in his heart. And it was this pain that made his eyes gradually turn crazy. Long Chen. He still came back. He was as proud and bold as ever. What Wang Chen admired the most was his pride. There was nothing that could scare him. From afar, Long Chen saw the Lingwu sword master in the sky, who was facing the demon dragon palace master. Before coming, Lingxi told Long Chen about the Lingwu sword master's situation, so that Long Chen could get to know his father, who was known as the genius sword master. It was only recently that Ling Shi found out that he wasn't her biological father. However, after so many years of affection, but in Lingxi's eyes, the Lingwu sword master was still her father. This couldn't be changed. But she was more loyal to her love. She respected this man with pure white eyes, but this couldn't stop her from loving Long Chen. Feeling the sweaty palms of the girl next to him, Long Chen was a little distressed. To be honest, although he was prepared, the cold eyes of the man in the sky still scared Long Chen. The Lingwu sword master was the most indifferent person he had ever seen. It was as if everything in his eyes was indifference, as if life didn't exist. Come here. Long Xing was alarmed. He immediately brought Long Chen to land not far from the demonic dragon palace master. With the demonic dragon palace master's protection, it was safer here. Long Chen and Ling Shi stood there obediently, facing the cold gaze of the Lingwu sword master. This caused Long Chen to feel a little uneasy, and Ling Shi was so nervous that she was sweating profusely, her face a little red. The scene suddenly became quiet. Seeing this, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord laughed out loud and said, "This pair of children is really a good match. I have lived for so many years, but I have never heard of such a moving story. Some elders who want to break up a pair of lovebirds will suffer the wrath of the heavens. In my opinion, when the next Nirvana doom descends, it would be best to directly strike some people to death." His words were clearly cursing Lingwu and the rest. Wang Chen saw the silence and quickly said, "Shi'er, stop fooling around. The 4 sword masters are here. Hurry up and follow us back to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Don't make your father angry. You know how terrifying Master's anger is. Hurry up, let's go." Although Lingxi knew that they had to go back this time, she was still reluctant in her heart. She held Long Chen's hand tightly, her nails almost pierced into Long Chen's flesh. But Long Chen didn't respond at all. He knew that it was time for him to speak. He didn't expect that Lingxi would take a step forward at this time and lightly kneel in front of the Lingwu sword master. Her eyes were misty as she kowtowed to him. Then, she knelt down and said with tears in her eyes, "Father, little she is not obedient and made you angry." She kowtowed again. Long Chen couldn't stop her. At this time, he didn't have the qualifications to stop Lingxi. He could only accompany Lingxi and listen to what she had to say. At this moment, she said, I didn't know my identity would have so many troubles and entanglements, and I really don't want to carry these things. I just want to be an ordinary woman, and then be with a man who loves me and is willing to protect me, and I am willing to give up everything for him. I only have this small wish in my life. I hope that father can fulfill it for me." The Lingwu sword master's eyes were cold. His pure white eyes were incomparably cold and emotionless. Lingxi knew that she didn't say enough. She kowtowed again and said, "Shi-er has been very obedient since young and has never disobeyed father. But you know that my personality isn't what you expect. I can't fight to strengthen the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and protect this place. I'm playful, I'm immature, I can't work hard like brother Wang Chen to please you. But I know that father loves me from the bottom of your heart. I really don't have the heart to bear everything that you've given me. Maybe fate is playing a joke on you. I'm not suitable for this identity. I like the person beside me. I spent a lot of time with him when I was in trouble last time. Without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. It can be said that apart from father, he is another part of my life. I can't bear to part with him. I hope father can fulfill our relationship." After she finished speaking, she kept kowtowing. However, the Lingwu sword master didn't move at all. Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore. No matter who it was, even if he raised Lingxi, so what? Long Chen couldn't bear to see Lingxi torturing herself like this. He quickly helped Lingxi up, but he didn't expect this to anger the Lingwu sword master. "Let her go." The Lingwu sword master's expression turned sinister. His voice was like a sharp sword stabbing into Long Chen's ears. Instantly, Long Chen's ears were ringing. His body trembled and he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Just his voice alone was able to injure Long Chen to this extent. This Lingwu sword master was really terrifying. However, Long Chen's eyes were cold. He didn't let go of his hand at all. Instead, he endured the pain and continued to help Lingxi up until she stood firm. "I said, let her go." The Lingwu sword master snorted coldly, which injured Long Chen again. Lingxi panicked and quickly broke away from Long Chen's hand. She looked at Long Chen with great heartache and then said to the Lingwu sword master with tears in her eyes, "Father, don't be like this. He didn't touch me." Long Chen suddenly understood why the Lingwu sword master was so angry. He must have seen that Lingxi was no longer a virgin. About this, he had nothing to say. Today, it seemed that the Lingwu sword master, his father-in-law, was even more difficult to deal with than Wang Chen. If Long Chen wanted to take Lingxi away, the most important step was not to defeat Wang Chen, a talented young man of the same generation, but to make his father-in-law yield. After all, in Lingxi's heart, her father would always be supreme. Even though Long Chen had taken Lingxi, he never regretted it. He knew clearly that the Lingwu sword master cultivated Lingxi as the sword's sole emperor. Long Chen didn't know whether the Lingwu sword master had real feelings for Lingxi or not. So why should he be polite to this man? He was not Lingxi's real father. What happened today was irreversible. Long Chen was no longer naive. He stopped looking at the Lingwu sword master's face and said to Lingxi, who looked miserable, "Lingxi, you don't have to beg him. It's impossible. Go back with them. With your identity, they can't do anything to you." He clenched Lingxi's tender hand tightly in his own as he looked at his woman with a resolute gaze. He forced himself not to let his tears fall as he gritted his teeth and said, "We promised that we would be together forever and ever. Wait for me." Lingxi's tears fell like rain. Her heart was filled with endless reluctance. She thought that perhaps the Lingwu sword master would give her a little bit of hope and give her freedom, but she was overthinking it. Long Chen could see very clearly that it was simply impossible. If Lingxi pleaded again, it would only cause the Lingwu sword master to vent his anger on Long Chen even more. "I will wait for you. If you don't come, I will wait for you for the rest of my life. I will wait until I die." Lingxi wiped her tears and looked at this man proudly. He had created miracles again and again. Even if this was the last time, no matter how difficult it would be, he would not fall. "Okay." Long Chen smiled. He wiped Lingxi's tears. What more could he ask for if he could have such a woman in his life? Countless people watched as they parted. Only the Lingwu sword master remained expressionless. He suddenly looked at the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. His white eyes were terrifyingly cold as he spoke. "Demon Dragon Palace Lord, according to our previous agreement, after they come out, they will no longer be under your control, right? In other words, if I kill this young man, it has nothing to do with your Demon Dragon Palace." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord laughed. "What?" Long Xing was shocked. He hurriedly rushed to the side of the Demon Dragon Palace Lord and spoke with him intensely. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. "No, this is the territory of my Demon Dragon Palace. This young man is under my protection. You cannot touch him." Long Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at his brother who was so worried for him, Long Chen knew that Long Xing was truly worth it. If it wasn't for him, it would have been difficult for him to survive this time. He was no longer naive to think that the spirit martial sword master was a good person. That was simply impossible. It was already fortunate that the spirit martial sword master didn't kill him. However, the Lingwu sword master clearly wouldn't let this matter rest. His pure white eyes coldly stared at Long Chen as the swords on his ears emitted clanking sounds. That deathly aura enveloped Long Chen. Long Chen understood that even if the Demon Dragon Palace Lord was under his protection, he was still a supreme expert of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Killing a junior would be an easy task. Even if he acted first and reported later, what could the Demon Dragon Palace Lord do to him? Chapter 1448. To be honest, the Lingwu sword master was very curious about this young man. He came from a lowly place like an ant, but it only took him 9 years to grow to the point where he once defeated Wang Chen. It was really terrifying. Even in terms of his current achievements, he had far surpassed Wang Chen and himself when he was young. Of course, there were exceptions in the 3 realms and 9 realms, so it was not impossible. For example, if a young man's soul was fused, he could reach Long Chen's current level in less than 9 years. In addition, people like Lingxi, who used a secret method to reincarnate, basically didn't need to cultivate too often to grow to this level at a young age. What the Lingwu sword master didn't know was that Long Chen reached his current level completely by his own comprehension and cultivation. However, this didn't affect his interest in Long Chen. At this moment, he floated in the air as his pure white eyes stared fixedly at Long Chen. The divine might of an expert descended, causing Long Chen to find it hard to breathe. He told himself in his heart that this was the father that Lingxi respected since she was young. But at the same time, Lingxi also rejected him. He didn't need to curry favor with Long Chen anymore. He faced the man with a sullen face. Lingxi was extremely nervous, and tears fell like rain. She had a hunch that the Lingwu sword master would do something to Long Chen at this time. Seeing that Lingxi was so protective of this young man, the Lingwu sword master suddenly said, "Maybe we can talk alone." No. This was what Lingxi was most afraid of. If they talked alone, if they didn't have a good chat, her father could kill Long Chen. Even a pig could understand this problem, so she absolutely couldn't let Long Chen talk with him alone. Even the Demon Dragon Palace Lord shook his head and rejected the idea. He said, "Your Excellency, you should go back quickly after receiving your daughter. Forgive me for not seeing you off." The Lingwu sword master shook his head and said, "I'm very curious about this young man. He has something to do with my daughter. Don't I have the right to talk to him alone?" Under the gazes of the crowd, Long Chen wasn't hot-headed. Rather, he had the guts to do so. He removed Lingxi's hand that was tightly clasped around his own. He stared straight at the Lingwu swordmaster and said, "Please." The Lingwu swordmaster narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect this young man to really agree. Was he a hothead or was he just too bold? He snorted and moved to the edge of the huge square, facing the crowd with his back. Long Chen comforted Lingxi, then straightened his back and came to the Lingwu swordmaster. "Don't you know that I can kill you here? Even the Demon Dragon Palace Lord can't do anything about it." The Lingwu swordmaster turned around and stared at Long Chen with his pure white eyes. Long Chen didn't expect that his first meeting with his father-in-law would be like this. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord actually wanted to kill him. This was really ridiculous. He suddenly laughed and said, "If you're such a despicable person and want to kill me with such a small trick, I have nothing to say. To be honest, I know that you're not Lingxi's biological father and I also know her identity, so, you're very bold, very bold. Usually, young people like you will die miserably." The Lingwu sword master interrupted him and said with a cold look. Long Chen didn't deny it. He didn't need to prove his words. 10 years later, 100 years later, if he was still alive, that would be the best proof. "But I want to talk to you alone because I want to get rid of you once and for all. You don't know how important Lingxi is to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. As an outsider, it's impossible for you to take her away. Remember, it's impossible. In your heart, is she your daughter or a tool to guard the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace?" Long Chen asked unwillingly. The Lingwu sword master was startled. This young man's thoughts were very clear. The Lingwu sword master snorted and replied disdainfully, "Before this, she was my daughter. From now on, she will shoulder a heavy responsibility and exist for my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Long Chen sneered, "All right, you're not worthy of my respect. You're not a qualified father. There's no need for us to talk anymore. Goodbye." Saying so, he turned and left. "Stop." The Lingwu sword master's words were like the heavens and earth, pressing down on Long Chen's body. Instantly, Long Chen arched his back and nearly fell to the ground. That terrifying energy completely suppressed him, even stopping the energy in his body from flowing. This energy was undoubtedly sharp, like countless blades stabbing at Long Chen's vital points, bringing great danger to Long Chen. "I didn't say you can leave, so you can't." The Lingwu sword master's calm voice rang out behind him. "Is that so?" Long Chen laughed heartily. This fellow wouldn't understand what willpower and pride meant to Long Chen. Long Chen roared in anger, and even under the powerful pressure, he was still able to stand straight. Step by step, he left a deep footprint on the ground. With every step he took, the muscles all over his body were rupturing, and his blood-red dragon scales were cracking. Even his face was badly mutilated. However, this alone wasn't enough for Long Chen to stop walking. "Stop." The Lingwu sword master's eyes were cold. He knew how much pressure and pain Long Chen was facing now. If this continued, he would definitely be seriously injured. Normal people wouldn't choose to resist under such pressure and pain. However, Long Chen was different. He was like a giant beast that would never yield. The pressure from the Lingwu sword master was nothing to him. He didn't stop at all. After a dozen steps, his body was badly mutilated, but he still said to the Lingwu sword master proudly, "You can't convince me with reason, so you resort to violence. You've really exhausted all your tricks. I originally wanted to respect you, but obviously, you're not qualified anymore. You want to kill me with just these tricks? You're looking down on me too much." He easily walked out of the Lingwu sword master's control area. Those were all flesh wounds. Although they were badly mutilated, they didn't hurt his foundation. With his strong recovery ability, it wouldn't be a problem. The Lingwu sword master stayed where he was. His eyes were full of murderous intent, but in the end, he suppressed it. He thought for a while. If he took action, Lingxi would definitely hate him for the rest of her life. Otherwise, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. However, this young man's tenacity was beyond his imagination. If this young man was his disciple, he would definitely admire him. Unfortunately, he wasn't. This young man dared to oppose him without changing his expression. Under his pressure, he still turned a blind eye and left proudly. Except for Long Chen, there wasn't another young man like him in this world. Chen. Lingxi's face was full of tears. She desperately hugged Long Chen. Her snow-white dress was also stained with a lot of blood. Dirty. Long Chen smiled warmly and looked at the woman in his arms. No matter who he went against, as long as she was on his side, Long Chen felt that he was invincible and undefeatable. The Lingwu sword master looked at everything coldly. Lingxi's love was her illness. Her illness was beyond cure. He had never thought that things would be so cruel. Although the solution was simple, killing this young man would definitely hurt Lingxi's heart. The Lingwu sword master pondered for a long time. If he didn't get rid of this young man today, it would be useless for the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace. To be honest, he felt that Long Chen was a good person. However, for the sake of the Spirit Sword Emperor Palace, there was no room for negotiation. Wang Chen. The Lingwu sword master thought of a solution. Perhaps only by using a young man to deal with a young man would he be able to convince everyone. Lingxi's hatred for him wouldn't be that heavy. He had raised this daughter for so many years. She was such a well-behaved child and had never disobeyed him. It was impossible for him not to dote on her. However, she had only made one mistake in her life, and it was an outrageous mistake. Hearing his master's call, Wang Chen instantly understood. He took a few steps forward and took the place of the Lingwu sword master. He looked at Long Chen with a pair of starry eyes and said, "Today is the day to end things. Previously, we couldn't decide the winner between us. Today is a good opportunity. If you have the guts, let's prove to each other in front of Lingxi, my master, and the other 3 sword masters whether you have the strength and qualification to have Lingxi. If you are not satisfied, then let's use our strength to decide the winner." This was Wang Chen's provocation. If Long Chen couldn't even defeat Wang Chen, how could he talk about marrying Lingxi? At least in the eyes of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he was far from being qualified. Seeing that he didn't move, Wang Chen sneered, "Are you the kind of person who only knows how to bluff behind a woman's back? To think that I didn't treat you as my opponent. It turns out that you are so weak. Don't you like Lingxi and want to defeat me to prove that you are stronger than me? Isn't this your lifelong wish? Today, in front of the experts of the Demonic Dragon Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this is a great opportunity. Prove it to me, do you have the guts?" Anyone in Long Chen's position wouldn't be able to endure such provocation. Lingxi knew that with Long Chen's temper, he definitely wouldn't be able to endure it. He would immediately fight Wang Chen to prove himself. Therefore, she anxiously said, "Nonsense, I don't like his strength. No matter what he is, even if he is an ordinary person, I still like him. Even if you defeat him 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it will be useless. Then, she looked at Long Chen with tears in her eyes and shook her head. Chen, please don't. This is just a small humiliation. Let's endure it, okay? She was really anxious. Wang Chen had already reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm and his strength had soared. He was no longer the same as before. At this time, if Long Chen fought with him, he would only be humiliating himself. Chapter 1449. He was a hot-blooded man, but that didn't mean he would be fooled. Even if Wang Chen humiliated him verbally, he wouldn't be able to force Long Chen to fight with him. At the behest of the Lingwu sword master, Wang Chen mocked and ridiculed Long Chen, belittling him to the point that he was worthless. However, Long Chen turned a deaf ear to him. He cupped Lingxi's pretty face with both hands and asked about her well-being, telling her what to do after they returned. Just wait for me. When I'm strong enough, I'll go there immediately. Yes, I know. I'll wait for you. My body and mind are all yours. No one can take it away from me, Lingxi said firmly. It was another separation. She felt bitter in her heart, but she could only bear it silently. The more Wang Chen spoke, the more energized he became. He was familiar with Long Chen's personality and knew that he would never back down when it came to matters of dignity, which he cared about the most. However, he did not expect that Long Chen would only care about talking to Ling Shi and actually ignore what he said. How could he ignore such a provocation? I've said so much, but you're still indifferent. It seems that you've lost all your pride in front of fear. It's a joke to say that you'll go to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time. I, Wang Chen, don't believe it if you dare to come, Wang Chen said the last sentence calmly. Are you done? Long Chen didn't back down and said, if you're done, then get lost. Wang Chen's expression did not change as he said, indeed, a cowardly and incompetent person is no longer qualified to fight against me. After today, your performance of not daring to fight today will make the entire 3 regions and 9 realms laugh at you. Yes, if Long Chen didn't dare to fight in front of a woman, people would think that Long Chen had lost. After Wang Chen broke through to the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he didn't have the courage to do so anymore. People would laugh at him. However, Long Chen didn't care at all. What he cared about was not today. Today was just a separation. Wang Chen was indeed strong and outrageous, but so what? The final battle was a year later. Don't talk to me about a year later. If you dare to come to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time, Wang Chen will write my name backwards. Wang Chen's face was filled with disdain as he insulted Long Chen. Long Chen smiled faintly. He had used these tricks countless times to provoke Wang Chen, so how could he fall for Wang Chen's tricks today? He knew he was no match for Wang Chen now, but 1 year later. Little Shi, go back. Long Chen was decisive. He hugged Ling Shi for a while, not allowing her to be wishy-washy. He reached out and pushed Ling Shi toward the Lingwu swordmaster. Ling Shi's tears fell like rain, and her face was like a pear blossom. However, when she saw the smile on Long Chen's face, which was filled with confidence, she wiped away her tears, and her eyes were also filled with the light of determination. The Lingwu sword master controlled Lingxi and called Wang Chen back. Today's matter was considered completed, but it was a pity that he couldn't get rid of this brat. I heard you say that you want to come to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time and take Lingxi away. The Lingwu sword master asked indifferently. Long Chen nodded without hesitation. This was an audacious statement. Wang Chen, who was at the side, sneered, you're just bragging. You don't even have the guts to fight me today, but you dare to come to my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a year's time? The Lingwu sword master was also disdainful, but he had his own methods. He said loudly, let me inform everyone that 1 year later, my daughter, Lingxi, and my disciple, Wang Chen, will be holding their wedding ceremony. At that time, there will be an invitation to everyone, especially you, Long Chen. Wait for my daughter's wedding invitation, I hope you can be there. Long Chen clenched his fists tightly as his chest burned with rage. Ling Shi was also frightened. She wanted to resist, but the Lingwu sword master didn't give her a chance to speak at all. Wang Chen, who was beside her, was overjoyed. He said emotionally, "Thank you, master. Your disciple will definitely treat little Shi well. I'll treat you 1,000 times better than someone else." Not bad. The spirit martial sword sovereign nodded, looking at the enraged Long Chen. As expected, he had angered Long Chen. He was very satisfied with his decision. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Remember, when the invitation arrives at the true martial emperor palace, you must come. Our sword spirit emperor palace welcomes you." After speaking, the 4 sword masters brought Lingxi and Wang Chen away under Long Chen's burning gaze. High up in the sky, Lingxi wanted to turn back to look at that isolated youth countless times, but the Lingwu sword master controlled her. She cried a few times, but when she thought of Long Chen's words to make her stronger, she felt warmth in her heart, but her expression became colder and colder. I didn't mean to say so many unpleasant words today. I hope you don't blame me." Wang Chen apologized. Lingxi didn't reply. Wang Chen clenched his teeth and said, "Even if I marry you, it's only to stabilize your position in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. We're not truly husband and wife. You're still young, so you're easily deceived and deceived. Big brother Wang Chen has his own difficulties, so I hope you can forgive me. I still have a long life ahead of me, and I'll definitely make you acknowledge me through my own efforts. I'm not inferior to Long Chen in any aspect." Unfortunately, Lingxi looked straight ahead and her eyes didn't change at all. It was as if she didn't hear what he said. After they left the primal Chaos Star City, Long Chen was still standing there with his fists clenched. "Brother, they're gone." Even a sloppy person like Long Xing was touched by them today. He stood beside Long Chen and said helplessly. This time, Long Chen was really alone. Even Kitten had left. As for Kitten, Long Chen had thought it through. As long as he could come back, they would still be brothers. Everyone had times when they were muddle-headed. This wasn't a matter of betrayal. Kitten's purpose in living was to obtain the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence. If he gave up because of his relationship with Long Chen, it would be really strange. Long Chen was open-minded and wasn't a narrow-minded person. However, when he was alone, his heart was still very empty. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned around and said to the high and mighty Demon Dragon Palace Lord, "Thank you for your protection. If it wasn't for Palace Lord, this junior wouldn't be able to keep his life. Thank you for saving my life." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord chuckled and stroked his long beard. He was like a kind elder. "It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. However, there's one thing that you must understand before you leave." Long Chen had expected this. Even if Long Xing didn't care, it didn't mean that this old fox wouldn't. As expected, the other party said, "Can you tell me what you took from the Primal Chaos Star City?" Hearing this, Long Xing said angrily, "Palace Lord. Shut up." The Demon Dragon Palace Lord snorted and made Long Xing shut his mouth. He then looked at Long Chen and said, "I've always been fair and just. I let you go to my Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom and protected your life because I admire you. I don't have many requests. You took something from me. I just want to know what it is." Speaking of which, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord wasn't going overboard. However, Long Chen couldn't tell him about the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence. "Do you really want to know?" At this time, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up in shock. Above the clouds, there was an illusory, transparent beast lying on the ground and said in a mocking tone. Long Chen's heart shook. That's right, it was Kitten. At this time, he should already know that what he took wasn't the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence. He knew that he was tricked and wanted revenge. Long Chen panicked. If Kitten told him about the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence, he would be finished. He, Long Chen, would definitely die without a burial place. There would be no place for him to hide in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. The Demon Dragon Palace Master was astonished in his heart. That was because he did not know exactly what was above the clouds. The reincarnation divine beast was an ancient divine beast. Basically, no one knew about it. May I ask what it is? The Demon Dragon Palace Lord calmed himself down and said coldly. Long Chen was extremely nervous. He stared at Kitten. At this time, Kitten looked at him. Unable to meet Long Chen's sharp gaze, he hurriedly looked away. He was like a child who had made a mistake and didn't dare to look at Long Chen. Just as Long Chen was at his most nervous, Kitten laughed loudly. His laughter shook the heavens and earth. Everyone felt their souls tremble. Then, Kitten said without hesitation, he didn't get anything. He just fell into my trap. I let him out. After saying that, his figure gradually disappeared into the clouds. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord soared into the sky. However, he was shocked to find that the strange beast had disappeared. For a moment, it was incomparably quiet. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Kitten didn't want millions of people to chase after Long Chen. Instead, he cleverly helped Long Chen out of trouble. This explanation was completely reasonable because of Kitten's mysteriousness. Long Chen, what's going on? The Demon Dragon Palace Lord asked in shock. Long Chen shook his head and said, I don't know either. I thought it was a treasure map. I didn't expect it to be released. Long Xing also remembered that when he was guarding outside, he had indeed seen a transparent gigantic beast coming out from inside. He believed it in his heart and immediately said, I also seem to have seen this gigantic beast coming out from that cave. I didn't expect it to be released by you. Realization dawned on him. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord pondered for a while. His gaze swept across Long Chen and Long Xing a few times. Because of the mysteriousness of the reincarnation divine beast, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord chose to believe it in the end. Long Chen couldn't stay in the Demon Dragon Palace any longer. Chapter 1450. On this day, the sky above the evil dragon palace in the Emperor's Star, the Martial Emperor Palace, and the sky was bright again. The declining evil dragon palace rose with the new star, Long Chen. After he obtained first place in the hidden dragon ranking, his position rose to the peak. He became famous in the 3,000 palaces. Everyone was proud to be a disciple of the evil dragon palace. They took Long Chen, the young evil dragon palace master, as their idol. However, after Long Chen left the evil dragon palace, the popularity of the hidden dragon ranking slowly died down. Aside from Long Chen, the evil dragon palace did not have any other outstanding talents. Therefore, there were many restrictions. Although there were many people who tried to curry favor with Long Chen, there were also many people who opposed him, led by the Heavenly God Palace and the Punishment Hall. Originally, Long Chen did not plan to stay long in 9-star Primal Chaos City. However, he did not expect that he would be gone for a year. A lot could change in a year. For example, after the evil dragon palace rose to the peak in the hidden dragon ranking, because of Long Chen's disappearance and the restrictions of giants like the Heavenly God Palace and the Mad Demon Hall, their position gradually fell until today. Long Chen's name shook the 3 regions and 9 realms in 9-star Primal Chaos City. However, the Martial Emperor Palace was a strange place. The most important information usually went to the Martial God Palace. On the contrary, the lower levels of the 3,000 palaces did not know much about this. The strongest of the 3,000 palaces were only 2 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. One of them was even the first Supreme Elder of the Martial God Palace. Therefore, the information did not need to be sent here. Unless the various palace masters took the initiative to obtain this information, they would not be qualified. The huge storm that Long Chen caused had already surpassed the limits of their knowledge. They did not know that the martial emperor had summoned Long Chen. To the people of the martial god palace, the strongest person in the evil dragon palace that Long Chen had been in was only at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm. There was no need to pay attention to him. Today, something big happened in the evil dragon palace. At this moment, almost all the upper echelons of the evil dragon palace were gathered on the cloud ascension platform, looking nervously at the group of people. Among them, Shen Tuhong, Wu Yang, Wu Yu, Qin Feng, and the others were there. There were also other vice palace masters, elders, and so on. Many people from the evil dragon palace gathered below. Bastards of the evil dragon palace, I will say it again. Quickly hand over Yizheng. Otherwise, we will not be polite anymore. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a stern appearance and a tall figure. He wore yellow clothes and had a valiant aura. Although he didn't look barbaric, there was a domineering aura emanating from his bones. His cold eyes caused others' hearts to palpitate. Beside him, there were a few people of similar cultivation. There were even people from the punishment hall who were there to support them. Shen Tuhong gulped nervously. His fat jiggled as he said, "Everyone from the heavenly god hall, my disciple has gone to the supreme trial tower to cultivate, cut the crap. My people have already guarded the supreme trial tower. I haven't seen him enter." The yellow-clothed cultivator was furious. The yellow-clothed middle-aged martial artist was enraged. His blood-red eyes coldly stared at Shen Tuhong and said, "Old Shintu, my son isn't someone who can die so casually. To dare kill my son, that Yizheng really has eaten the guts of a leopard." There's also the punishment hall's brother Yan here to testify that Yizheng has already committed a grave mistake. Even if the heavenly emperor himself were to come, he wouldn't be able to save him today. The people on the side smiled. "Brother Jiang, why waste your breath on the people of a small hall? They even dared to kill Jiang Ye. In my opinion, we should just wipe out the evil dragon palace. They even dare to touch the people of our heavenly god hall. Hee, you have no idea. They rely on the fact that their leader is the first on the hidden dragon ranking, Long Chen. However, that Long Chen died in some corner a long time ago, yet they still treat it like it's nothing." With that, the people of the heavenly god hall and punishment hall laughed aloud. Shen Tuhong and the others were nervous. Suddenly, he said with some anger, "Jiang Ye is scum. Senior Yi is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by killing him. He deserves to die. Jiang Ye massacred over a dozen disciples of our evil dragon palace first, and Senior Yi killed him afterwards. That's not a crime. Do you punishment hall only know how to bend the law for personal gain? How dare you?" The yellow-clothed cultivator shouted angrily. His voice swept out, causing the people of the evil dragon palace to shut their mouths. However, their faces were still filled with anger. That Jiang Ye was extremely arrogant in the territory of the evil dragon palace. His methods were extremely cruel. He killed over a dozen disciples of the evil dragon palace. Yizheng just happened to pass by and killed him in anger. According to the laws of the 3,000 halls, Yizheng's actions were not a big crime. Instead, it was the fault of the yellow-clothed cultivator's upbringing. However, in this day and age, who still cared about the laws? Today, the yellow-clothed cultivator brought the people of Punishment Hall to take revenge. He did not care about anything else. He took a step forward and said, "I will say one more time. Hand over Yizheng. Otherwise, each of you on the Cloud Ascension platform will cut off an arm. If you don't do it, I will." After saying that, he scanned the crowd. Yizheng did not come out, and the people did not cut off their arms. The yellow-clothed, middle-aged cultivator was furious. He charged into the crowd without saying anything. With his cultivation of the 8th level of the divine martial realm, no one could stop him. In a moment, dozens of arms soared into the sky. The people of the evil dragon palace screamed. "Retreat!" Shen Tuhong was greatly shocked. His body trembled as he looked at the bloody scene. Just at this moment, the yellow-clothed martial artist saw him and laughed loudly. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, he grabbed Shin Tu-hong and lifted him up. With a paw sound, Shin Tu-hong's entire body was covered in blood, and he rolled towards the other companions of the yellow-clothed martial artist like a ball. "Yi Zheng, if you don't come out, I'll treat this fat pig like a ball and kick him until he deflates." The yellow-clothed cultivator laughed loudly. Opposite him, one of the Heavenly God Hall's cultivators rushed out. He laughed loudly and kicked Shin Tu-hong again. Shin Tu-hong screamed miserably and flew towards the yellow-clothed cultivator. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing this bloody scene, the crowd was furious. Many young people wanted to rush up, but they were all stopped by the older generation. They knew that no matter who went up, they would only be sending themselves to death when facing the powerful cultivators of the Heavenly God Hall. "Stop!" Yi Zheng rushed over from afar, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The yellow-clothed cultivators squinted their eyes. Yi Zheng had already entered the 7th level of the divine martial realm, but it was still not enough for them. When Yi Zheng rushed to Shin Tu-hong's side, his eyes turned red when he saw that he had been tortured to a bloody pulp. He was furious, but what could he do? He was still no match for them. "Why did you come out?" Shin Tu-hong cried. In his eyes, Yi Zheng was the same as Long Chen. They were both the hope of the evil dragon palace. "Master, I'm sorry. When Long Chen returns, he will support the evil dragon palace. I know he will take revenge for me." He clenched his fists and pushed Shin Tu-hong towards the evil dragon palace's group. Then, he stood proudly in the encirclement of the Heavenly God Hall and Punishment Hall's cultivators. He said proudly, "That's right. I killed your son because he was scum and had no choice but to die. I don't regret it at all. My only regret is that I didn't work harder and get stronger to kill you bastards." He was proud. But this pride made the Heavenly God Hall's cultivators laugh loudly. "You think you're acting, you little bastard?" The yellow-clothed martial artist's world strength radiated outwards, suppressing Yi Zheng's will of the heavens and earth, making it nearly impossible for him to move. World strength gathered in his hand, and without a word, he pounced towards Yi Zheng, punching Yi Zheng's body. Pa, pa, pa. There were several loud sounds as Yi Zheng's body exploded with several large bloody holes. His internal organs were shattered, and his entire body was almost blown apart. At that moment, Yi Zheng's gaze wavered. He almost lost his luster. But in the end, he persevered. He fell to the ground weakly, with only a sliver of consciousness remaining. "Bring him back and let me use medicinal pills to revive him. Then, throw him into the extreme violet heavenly fire formation and burn him for the rest of his life. I never thought that he would come out. You dared to kill my son. I'll make you regret being born." It was difficult for the extreme violet heavenly fire formation to burn people to death, but it would torture them. Endless torture. This was the cruelest form of torture. "Child, kill yourself." Shin Tu-hong's tears flowed down his face. They were a weak group. Before the heavenly deity palace, they did not have any power to resist. Today, they were already in despair. Not only was Shin Tu-hong in despair, but the evil dragon palace's disciples were also in despair. This was a cruel world that did not care about right or wrong. Only strength determined everything. Long Chen had told them this long ago. But now, they understood it even more deeply. Just as the Heavenly God Hall's people were leaving proudly, two light spots were rapidly approaching from the horizon. What shocked everyone the most was that in the blink of an eye, two figures stopped between them and the Heavenly God Hall's people, facing them. One of them was a youth with a peaceful expression. He had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were as deep as the sea. Seeing this youth, everyone thought they were dreaming. Long Chen. Palace Master. Everyone's throats were parched. They said these words in a daze. Some even wiped their eyes. When everyone discovered that everyone else was shocked, they finally confirmed that the undefeatable youth that they revered had finally returned at this crucial moment. Long Chen did not expect such a huge formation. He smiled and said, "Why? You all know that I'm coming back, so are you prepared to welcome me?" Speaking until here, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Because he saw that many people's arms were torn off. That old fatty, Shen Tuhong, was covered in blood. He was barely breathing. Long Chen could not bear to see his own people being bullied, especially at his doorstep. It was fine if he was bullied by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace outside, but when he returned home, his family members were still being bullied. Long Chen could not deal with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, but Chapter 1451. As his consciousness grew blurry, he saw the young man who had been such an eyesore in the world. He turned his head to look at his bound self. Yi Zheng suddenly felt very embarrassed. He did not have the face to face Long Chen. Back then, Yi Zheng was still Long Chen's opponent. Now, Long Chen was an existence that he looked up to. When he saw Long Chen again, he knew that Long Chen was definitely an expert that he could look up to. His expression and tone did not reveal this. However, Yi Zheng knew that he was saved. Yi Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and almost fainted. However, he could not faint. He knew that he had to see how strong Long Chen was. He could already feel Long Chen's killing intent. Palace Master. The tens of thousands of disciples seemed to have found their pillar of support. They cheered and knelt on the ground. The Heavenly God Hall cultivators had also heard of Long Chen's name. Some of them had even seen Long Chen defeat Feng Jilin and become the champion of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Given Long Chen's battle prowess at that time, he should be in the early stage of the 8th Divine Martial Realm. Now, there were 2 late-stage 8th Divine Martial Realm cultivators present. After careful consideration, they knew that Long Chen was no threat to them. The yellow-clothed cultivator pinched Yi Zheng and said loudly, "So, it is Palace Master Long Chen. Your evil dragon palace's Yi Zheng killed my son. Now, the Punishment Hall's enforcers have already decided that he will be thrown into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation. Palace Master has just returned, so you must be busy. We will visit another day." After saying that, they actually turned around and left with Yi Zheng. "Wait," Long Chen stretched out his left hand and called out softly. The yellow-clothed cultivator and the others were somewhat impatient. He turned his head and shouted, "Is there anything else?" "Leave your lives behind," Long Chen said. The other party was startled at first, but soon after, they all started laughing. However, they did not expect that in the process of laughing, a terrifying figure would pass by them. For a moment, besides the yellow-clothed cultivator in the middle who was still laughing, everyone's expressions stiffened. This was because a bloody hole had appeared between their eyebrows. In the next second, all the corpses fell from the sky with a loud bang. All of them were above the 8th LV Divine Martial Arts realm. At this instant, the sky above the evil dragon palace fell silent. Long Chen gently wiped away the blood on the scarlet blood desolation and put it away unhurriedly. He raised his head and looked at the only surviving yellow-clothed cultivator who was holding on to Yi Zheng. He was also the one who had shouted the loudest. The yellow-clothed cultivator finally saw the situation clearly. At that moment, he felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. How could he not understand that in the 1 year outside, not only had Yi Chen's strength reached a terrifying level, even his courage had exceeded his imagination. The people Long Chen had killed were elders of the Punishment Hall, who were even more precious than him, and he had killed more than one of them. Therefore, killing him would be a piece of cake. As for the consequences, Long Chen had dared to fight against the leader of the Divine God Palace even before the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Why would he be afraid of the consequences brought by a warrior at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm? The other party was someone who had killed Lu Junyue and his mother. The yellow-clothed cultivator finally realized this. His body trembled as he looked at the man in front of him. Long Chen flew over and took Yi Zheng from the other party's hands. During the entire process, the yellow-clothed cultivator was covered in sweat, not daring to move at all. Below, it was completely silent. Long Chen was such a person. Every time he did something, it would exceed the limits of their imagination. You are the main culprit, but I will not kill you for now. Go back and report the news. Call the strongest person you can call over. Tell them that whoever wants to kill me, Long Chen, don't hold back and come quickly. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. I want to see who you can call over. Long Chen's words echoed in the yellow-clothed cultivator's ears. I'm saved. The yellow-clothed cultivator finally understood. Since Long Chen did not kill him for now, he did not even dare to say anything vicious. He fled in a sorry state. After the yellow-clothed cultivator left, Long Chen brought Yizheng back to the Cloud Ascension platform. The evil Dragon Palace disciples below were all worshipping him. You seem to have something to deal with. I'll return to the Martial God Palace first. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow. How about that? A tall and stout man stood beside Long Chen. This was Wenren Jingtao, who had returned from 9-star Primal Chaos City with Long Chen and held a high position in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Wenren Jingtao's status was even higher than the first Supreme Elders. If everyone knew, they would be frightened to death. Many thanks, Senior, Long Chen said with a cupped fist salute. It's fine. Wenren Jingtao laughed heartily and vanished in the blink of an eye. After leaving the Demon Dragon Palace, Long Chen returned to Polaris City and told Wenren Jingtao his intentions. Wenren Jingtao did not hesitate. He admired this youth. He immediately returned with Long Chen and finally returned to the true Martial Emperor Palace today. Originally, Long Chen wanted to go to the Martial God Palace, but he wanted to make a trip back first. He did not expect such a thing to happen in the Evil Dragon Palace. Fortunately, he returned in time. After Wenren Jingtao left, Long Chen looked at the familiar scenery and revealed a smile. He had quite a few healing medicinal pills on him. First, he gave them to Yizheng, Shen Tuhong, and the others to slightly heal their injuries. Long Chen simply took out an immortal essence. Hesitating about the limits of their endurance, Long Chen divided the immortal essence into several portions. Every martial artist with a severed arm would have a portion. The medicinal strength of an immortal essence was extremely terrifying. After refining it for a bit, everyone was actually full of vigor and vitality, and their injuries were completely healed. The immortal spirit's medicinal energy was also very beneficial to their cultivation. Especially Yizheng, who had great potential. The appearance of this youth gave everyone hope. In their eyes, there was nothing Long Chen couldn't do. Greetings, Palace Master. Countless people rushed out of the Evil Dragon Palace. Tens of thousands of people shouted together. Their voices shook the sky. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. Seeing how much they respected and loved him, Long Chen was also very happy. He opened his arms and laughed loudly in the sky. Everyone, it's my fault that I came back late this time. I never thought that so many idiots would climb over our heads. He smiled as he looked down and said angrily, I can guarantee you that from today onwards, as long as I, Long Chen, am still alive, no one will be able to touch a single hair on your heads, and no one will dare to show off in front of my Evil Dragon Palace. From today onwards, my Evil Dragon Palace will be the leader of the 3,000 palaces. Not for anything else, but because I, Long Chen, am the Evil Dragon Palace's Palace Master. Although these words were very unrealistic, it still made everyone's blood boil. Of course, if anyone uses my prestige to do evil, then I, Long Chen, will be the first to not let them off. After speaking, Long Chen laughed loudly. He was finally back. This time, he wanted to rise up in the most domineering manner. He wanted to become a character that stood above everyone in the true Martial Emperor Palace. He wanted to make the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace speechless. And this war would start from the Heavenly God Palace and the Punishment Hall. There was no need for Long Chen to make a move. They would come looking for a beating themselves. Evil Dragon Palace, a familiar feeling. After Long Chen returned, the entire Evil Dragon Palace was in an uproar. The 10 palace masters and the others had many things to report. However, Long Chen delayed them. The first thing he did after returning was to save Jiang Cha. This was his promise to Qin Feng. He had over 100 kinds of immortal spirits, and most of them had divine effects. Saving Jiang Cha was a simple matter. In the River Heart Pavilion, Jiang Qing's former disciples, as well as Shen Tuhong, Yi Zheng, the Wu siblings, and others, were standing guard outside, waiting for Long Chen's result. Qin Feng was especially excited. Jiang Cha had already been asleep for a year. During this year, he had always been guarding by her side, praying for her to come back to life. Originally, he did not hold much hope. He himself was also working hard to improve himself. He thought that if Long Chen could not do it, there would be a day when he would go out and search for her. Who would have thought that after a year, Long Chen would return? Night fell. Around midnight, everyone could feel Jiang Cha's God martial spirit awakening. They were extremely excited. When Long Chen walked out with the dazed Jiang Cha, everyone's eyes were brimming with tears. You guys tell her what exactly is going on. Long Chen smiled faintly and walked out. He looked at the sky alone. The sky was about to brighten. After a period of time, it would be time for him to enter the martial god palace. Shen Tuhong walked out and stood beside Long Chen. You're leaving? Yes, I'm going to the martial god palace. Long Chen nodded. Oh. Shen Tuhong was somewhat disappointed. Perhaps after Long Chen entered, it would not be so easy to come out. Furthermore, he had offended the heavenly deity hall today. Long Chen knew what he meant. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, they'll be here soon. No matter who comes to cause trouble for me, I'll definitely make them suffer. I'll make them fear me. I'll make them tuck their tails between their legs when they see the evil dragon palace." Yes. Shen Tuhong did not understand where Long Chen got his courage from. Could he defeat the heavenly deity hall's hall master and the others in a year's time? Long Chen did not have much time left. He said, "Pass down the order. All disciples are to move out and gather below the cloud ascension platform. Today, I want to kill." Shen Tuhong was startled. His spiritual sense had already sensed a large number of strong cultivators attacking from afar. Indeed, the yellow-clothed cultivator had gone back to report. However, Shen Tuhong did not expect so many people to move out. It was not just the heavenly deity hall. Perhaps even the people of the Mad Demon Hall and Mysterious Underworld Hall were mobilized. If all the experts of the three great halls were mobilized, then, Shen Tuhong's body trembled. He did not even dare to think about it. However, Long Chen acted like nothing had happened. He had a relaxed expression. Seeing Shen Tuhong still hesitating, he said with a straight face, "Pass down the order." Chapter 1452. Long Chen made such a big move the moment he returned. At this moment, 30,000 evil dragon palace disciples gathered below the cloud ascension platform. Just like now, Long Chen replaced Shen Tuhong as the evil dragon palace master. Then, Long Chen led the evil dragon palace to its most glorious moment. But this time, most people thought of what happened during the day. Judging from the tense atmosphere, it was most likely the experts of the heavenly god palace had arrived. Originally, Long Chen had killed the heavenly god palace's Lu Junhua and Lu Chuanxiu's wife in the hidden dragon ranking battle. Aside from the Snow Lotus Palace and the Scarlet Cloud Palace, all the other palaces of the Evil Dragon Palace and the Super Palaces had become enemies. In their anxiety, the Evil Dragon Palace disciples had been very careful. The moment Long Chen returned, he caused a huge commotion. Judging from the current situation, the experts of the Mysterious Underworld Palace, the Mad Demon Palace, and the Heavenly God Palace would probably come. Long Chen had also killed the Punishment Hall's people during the day. The Punishment Hall's enforcement elders, and even the Supreme Elders, would probably come one after another. Will our Evil Dragon Palace still be able to survive this time? I don't know. I can only believe in the Palace Master. Who knows how strong he has become in the 1 year since he left? No matter how strong he is, he can't fight against the 3 super palaces and the punishment hall. We're dead for sure this time. Voices of unease started to spread out. More and more people became nervous, until they saw countless experts from the 3,000 palaces heading in their direction. The Heavenly God Palace, the Mysterious Underworld Palace, the Mad Demon Palace, and so on. So many experts had arrived. Warriors above the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm were everywhere. The Lord of the Divine Palace, Lu Chuanxiu, the new Lord of the Mysterious Nether Palace, the Mad Demon Palace and so on were all present. What made the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace even more desperate was that there were 5 super experts in the middle of all the teams. They were the Supreme Elders of the Punishment Palace. Except for the first Supreme Elder, the others were all present. The leader was the second Supreme Elder who had a fierce conflict with Long Chen. It could be said that all the people who had been enemies with Long Chen were now present. From this, it could be seen how much face Long Chen had. Under the combined might of so many experts, the Evil Dragon Palace disciples retreated in fear. It was like a huge rock was pressing down on their heads. They even nearly knelt down. The disciplinary hall represented judgment. With so many elders of the disciplinary hall here today, wouldn't it mean that they were going to put Long Chen on trial? Today, Long Chen did not care about anything at all. He killed several experts in public. Such a public massacre, especially when he killed the enforcement elders of the Punishment Palace, was not allowed. It's over. Even 5 Supreme Elders are here. This time, the first Supreme Elder is in closed-door cultivation, and the 2 from the Martial God Palace are not here. The Hall Master is finished. Our Evil Dragon Palace is finished. The Hall Master is still too young and too impulsive. It's like this every time. However, his status is different now. Why doesn't he think about us weaklings when he does things? Yeah, I think he's just trying to show off. Many people did not understand why Long Chen was so high profile. They only saw the reality. The reality was that not only Long Chen but also the Evil Dragon Palace were in danger. The Hall Masters, Elders, and Vice Hall Masters who were qualified to stand on the cloud ascending platform experienced this deeply. The other side's 3 outer palaces were very powerful. Furthermore, the Punishment Palace was presiding. If they really wanted to put Long Chen on trial, given their hatred for Long Chen, it would not be too much for them to give the order to kill Long Chen. This would also be acceptable before the Martial God Palace. Perhaps even the first Supreme Elder would not be able to say anything about Long Chen's crimes during the day. Long Chen was different from them. The rules of the 3,000 outer palaces gave way to the strong and factions. However, Long Chen and the Evil Dragon Palace were at a disadvantage. If they killed someone, they would be like Yi Zheng, they would have to be put on trial. Where's the Hall Master? Where did the Hall Master go? The other side's experts stood high above, looking down on the weak. When they saw their flustered appearances, they mocked them. However, at this moment, no one knew where Long Chen had gone. The person who hated Long Chen the most was undoubtedly the Heavenly God Palace Master, Lu Chuanxiu. His wife and son had died at Long Chen's hands. With such a deep hatred, when he heard that Long Chen had killed the Enforcement Elder and the Heavenly God Palace Master as soon as he returned, he could no longer sit still. Lu Chuanxiu gathered the Mad Demon Hall and Profound Underworld Hall. Then, through Lu Jihuan's connections, he pulled the second Supreme Elder over. Originally, Lu Jihuan's son, Lu Jin, knew about Long Chen's deeds. Unfortunately, Lu Jin and the others were still in 9-star Primal Chaos City and could not return. Lu Chuanxiu could not hold it in any longer. He looked around and said coldly, "Where did Long Chen go?" He killed the Heavenly God Palace's Hall Master and even the Punishment Hall's Enforcement Elder. He committed a heaven-defying crime. Today, the Punishment Hall is going to judge him. Did he escape? The people of the Evil Dragon Palace were in an uproar. Long Chen had killed people and committed a grave crime. He gathered everyone here and ran away. Was he trying to get everyone killed? At this moment, the evil Dragon Palace disciples discussed among themselves. Their expressions were very unsightly. Some even wanted to escape. The experts of the three palaces and the punishment palace silently parted and covered the sky above the evil Dragon Palace, blocking all the escape routes of the evil Dragon Palace disciples. Long Chen, come out. I know you won't leave. You have the guts to call us over, but don't be so cowardly to come out. If you don't come out, the 30,000 evil Dragon Palace disciples will take the blame for you. You don't want to become a sinner of the evil Dragon Palace, right? Lu Chuanxiu showed a ferocious expression. He desired to kill Long Chen so much. It had been a year. He had endured it for a year, trying to find out news of Long Chen countless times. The people of the Profound Underworld Hall and the Mad Demon Hall were here to help. Of course, they hated Long Chen to the bone back then as well. As for the Punishment Hall, they were led by the Second Supreme Elder. Today, they finally had something to use against Long Chen. Previously, the Second Supreme Elder let Long Chen escape. This time, they had something to use against Long Chen. No matter what, they had to throw Long Chen into the extreme purple heavenly fire formation. Only then would they be satisfied. Otherwise, if this brat entered the Martial God Palace and made an enemy of them, Long Chen might really be able to trip them one day. Long Chen had been waiting for them for a long time. However, they were in too much of a hurry and could not discover him among the thousands of disciples. Hence, Long Chen had no choice but to float up and face the 1,000-odd experts of the three great halls alone. The man standing majestically in the strong wind immediately attracted everyone's attention. It turned out that Long Chen did not escape. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, they would have to wait for Long Chen to pass judgment next. When Long Chen appeared, Lu Chuanxiu and the others finally smiled. The sixth Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan, stood beside Long Chen and revealed a smile as well. Long time no see, everyone. Unexpectedly, Long Chen was not afraid at all. He was alone, facing thousands of opponents, but his expression did not change at all. Lu Chuanxiu coldly snorted and sneered in his heart. He reminded Lu Jihuan. As the sixth Supreme Elder, Lu Jihuan was the judge. He understood and took a few steps forward. He faced Long Chen and said in a clear voice, "The evil Dragon Palace's palace master, Long Chen, killed 5 of our true martial Emperor Palace's compatriots for no reason in front of everyone. His actions were ruthless, and the evidence is conclusive. Long Chen's crimes are grave." After a vote by the 5 Supreme Elders of the Punishment Hall, they unanimously approved that Long Chen will be executed on the spot. The executors will be the Heavenly God Palace Master, Lu Chuanxiu, the Mysterious Nether Palace Master, Meng Jiming, and the Mad Devil Palace Master, Fan Senior. The moment this was said, thousands of people went into an uproar. The people of the 3 great halls already knew about this, so they were very excited. They were filled with hatred for Long Chen. The 30,000 disciples of the evil Dragon Palace were incomparably terrified. The Punishment Hall's authority was deeply rooted in their hearts. If the Supreme Elders of the Punishment Hall were to pass judgment together, Long Chen would definitely die. Otherwise, he would be going against the entire 3,000 great halls, the entire true martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen alone wouldn't be able to do this. With the addition of the evil Dragon Palace, all the disciples of the evil Dragon Palace would die. Everyone panicked and started to make a ruckus. Lu Jihuan continued, "All the disciples of the evil Dragon Palace, stay where you are. Those who leave without permission will be sentenced to death. Furthermore, from today onwards, the evil Dragon Palace will be disbanded. The 30,000 disciples will be expelled from the true martial Emperor Palace. Those who haven't left within a day will be executed. If the other great halls want to take in disciples of the evil Dragon Palace, they will be executed." This sentence made all the disciples despair. Most of them sat on the ground and started crying. Some of them had worked hard for over 1,000 years just to enter the sacred martial hall. Their families were proud of them, even their entire hometown was proud of them. They didn't expect that because of Long Chen, all of them would be expelled from the evil dragon palace. In an instant, cries of despair and curses could be heard. It wasn't that they were ungrateful. They blamed everything on Long Chen. Therefore, the target of their dissatisfaction was also Long Chen. Who asked him to be so young? He did bring about the rise of the evil dragon palace, but today, he caused the entire evil dragon palace to perish. Looking at the tragic scene below, only the elders and hall masters on the cloud ascension platform could barely maintain their composure. However, many of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. It could be said that they were also filled with feelings for the evil dragon palace. The disciplinary hall's bravado was getting better and better. Long Chen didn't mind it. Even if no one in the world understood him, it didn't matter. He only wanted to be himself. He was a rebellious person. This was his true nature. While the entire evil dragon palace was panicking, the 3 hall masters at the peak of the 9th layer of the divine martial realm followed their orders and surrounded Long Chen. They surrounded Long Chen in a triangular formation. Lu Chuanxiu said ferociously, "Long Chen, you'd better not resist. Otherwise, I'll make sure you don't even have a corpse left. I'll let you live to see the entire evil dragon palace collapse." Chapter 1453. In the midst of despair, there was still a glimmer of hope, and that was Long Chen's strength. What the disciples of the evil dragon palace were most curious about was how strong Long Chen was at the moment. This was also the key reason why Shintu Hong and the rest were standing there with tears in their eyes. Of course, this was just a fantasy in their despair. All their hopes were placed on Long Chen. If Long Chen could not make it, the evil dragon palace, which had been passed down for so many years, would really be finished. Lu Chuanxiu and the other two's attacks instantly ignited the night sky that was about to welcome the arrival of dawn. The 3 warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm charged towards Long Chen immediately. They used all their strength and did not hold back at all. It could be said that they thought highly of Long Chen. Humph. After being flaunted by the other party for so long, it was time to show the other party what was the deciding factor. Under the gaze of 30,000 people, Long Chen slowly took out the god-slaying sword. At this moment, the 3 experts had already surrounded him. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen's speed was so slow, yet he could still block the attacks of the other party. In the next instant, a few rays of gray sword light flew past. The god-slaying swords flew wildly and instantly turned into shadows. When everyone came back to their senses, they actually saw this scene. There were actually 2 martial artists who had lost their lives in an instant and turned into 2 corpses. They fell from a height of 100 meters, and when they landed on the ground, they exploded and turned into a bloody mess. This was a dazzling and suffocating moment. Long Chen chuckled. With a casual move of the god-slaying sword, he severed the meridians in Lu Chuanxiu's limbs, causing him to lose his ability to move in an instant. Then, his sword hung on Lu Chuanxiu's neck in an instant before he could even react. All of this happened in an instant, but it set off a terrifying uproar. Countless warriors could not believe what they were seeing. Even the warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm, who held high positions in the 3,000 palaces, were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene. Long Chen grabbed Lu Chuanxiu by the collar and faced the experts from the 3 great halls alone. His god-slaying sword was placed on Lu Chuanxiu's neck. At this moment, facing the 3 great halls and punishment hall, Long Chen's expression was completely different. Don't wipe your eyes. What they saw was reality. Didn't you want to put me on trial? The word trial is a joke. Only the strong can put the weak on trial, but you send out a few weak insects. Isn't this a joke? Since that's the case, I'd better put this guy on trial first. Lu Chuanxiu's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Long Chen. The arrogance in Lu Chuanxiu's words caused the faces of the 3 great halls and the punishment palace's cultivators to all turn deathly pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. Everyone looked at Lu Chuanxiu, who was under the dragon star sword. Lu Chuanxiu, who had been dazzling with light before, now had a miserable expression on his face. His entire body was trembling, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. His mind was blank. Go and die. Lu Chuanxiu turned around and punched Long Chen's chest, trying to break free. However, such a horrifying punch, which could shatter mountains and rivers, was like a tickle to Long Chen. This was like a fight between a rabbit and a tiger. There was no suspense at all. Lu Chuanxiu was like a trembling rabbit under Long Chen's claws. The 30,000 evil dragon palace disciples all opened their mouths wide, crying tears of joy. Amidst their shock, they finally reacted and saw the light of hope. This moment had come too suddenly. Long Chen had always surpassed their imaginations. Palace Master, Palace Master. Countless people shouted his name and knelt on the ground. They were reflecting on their earlier nonsense. They were also shocked by Long Chen's current strength and were filled with anticipation. They finally understood Long Chen's true intention today. He wanted to enter the martial god palace, so he wanted to establish his might. His goal was to make sure that after he entered the martial god palace, no one would dare to touch a single hair of the evil dragon palace that he once stayed in. The eyes of Shintu Hong and the others were filled with even more tears. He actually knelt on the ground like the others, cheering for Long Chen. More and more people from the other 3,000 palaces came over and watched from afar. Among them were the people from the Scarlet Firmament Palace and the Snow Lotus Palace. If Long Chen was weak, they would not be able to help. However, at this moment, everyone saw hope. They saw that Long Chen had the strength to break the situation of the 3,000 palaces. Heavens, it has only been a year. Is this evil dragon palace master really going to defy the heavens? Long Chen held Lu Chuanxiu's neck with one hand. Lu Chuanxiu punched and kicked him, looking extremely miserable, like a child. However, even so, his punches and kicks that could shatter space only caused his own fist to become a bloody mess when they landed on Long Chen's body. Even the 5 supreme elders were all at least at martial perfection. When they saw this scene, all of their expressions turned sluggish. Lu Jihuan was incomparably anxious. He quickly threatened, Long Chen, quickly let go of him and we can still let you live. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, all the supreme elders of the Punishment Palace will take action and even report this to the Martial God Palace. At that time, when the experts of the Martial God Palace come, you will definitely die a tragic death. That's right. Long Chen, repent and be saved. We will not disband your evil dragon palace. Quickly let go of the Heavenly God Palace Master. As for the dead mysterious Underworld Palace Master and the Mad Demon Palace Master, no one cared about them anymore. The eyes of the people from the mysterious Underworld Palace and the Mad Demon Palace were filled with horror. Under the pressure of the Punishment Palace, Long Chen smiled. He had seen such a horrifying scene in the 9-star Primal Chaos City. How could he be frightened by these fellows? Establishing his might was far from over. Before countless gazes, Long Chen said coldly, "All right, I'll let Lu Chuanxiu off. However, he has punched me so many times. I'll just return one punch." The first half of Xiao Chen's words made Lu Jihuan happy, but the second half stunned him. Just at this moment, Long Chen tossed Lu Chuanxiu high into the air and punched him. When Lu Chuanxiu cried out miserably, Long Chen punched him in the chest. Everyone could clearly hear Lu Chuanxiu's body shattering. There was an explosion, and Lu Chuanxiu soared into the boundless void, never to return. How heavy was Long Chen's punch to beat Lu Chuanxiu until nothing remained. The difference in strength between the two could be said to be worlds apart. When Lu Chuanxiu disappeared from Long Chen's hand, everyone's expressions became even more stunned. Only Long Chen acted like nothing had happened. He pointed at the only Nirvana Tribulation Realm's second Supreme Elder and said loudly, "Don't talk about judgment and rules. During the time I spent in the 3,000 palaces, you told me that strength is the rule. I, Long Chen, am the rule of the 3,000 palaces. If you are dissatisfied, bring your lackeys. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. Until you remember that the 3,000 palaces are not ruled by any rules. They are ruled by me, Long Chen. After Long Chen said this, not only the people outside the evil dragon palace but also the disciples of the evil dragon palace were filled with reverence for Long Chen. Long Chen was definitely a mythical figure who dared to say such words to the punishment hall. He alone could bring about a revolution in the entire 3,000 halls. Today was a historical moment, the most important moment in the history of the 3,000 halls. Long Chen alone challenged 3 of the strongest halls, as well as the punishment hall, which had the power to decide everything. His god-slaying sword pointed directly at the core of the core, the second supreme elder, and said in a loud voice, "You, come out and die." Only strength was authority. The 3,000 palaces had enough of the pressure from the punishment hall. More and more people gathered to witness the major event of the 3,000 palaces. Under such circumstances, no one could endure it. This was especially so for Lu Jihuan, who personally saw his younger brother easily killed by Long Chen with one punch. The second supreme elder showed a frosty expression. He raised his hand, and his expression finally changed. He roared furiously, "This insolent Long Chen dares to challenge the might of the punishment hall." The punishment hall was established by the martial god palace. He killed his compatriots and showed off his might, making an enemy of my martial god palace. He deceived his master and killed his ancestors. He is no longer a disciple of my true martial emperor palace. All disciples of the true martial emperor palace have the duty to kill him on sight. Today, we punishment hall elders will carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and kill this brat. Everyone, back off. The second supreme elder's roar was very loud. Everyone retreated with nervous expressions. 5 supreme elders, take out your sage tools and lay down the heavenly punishment formation. Kill this brat and prevent him from ever being reincarnated. The second supreme elder roared furiously again. The so-called divine artifacts were just 5 middle-aged Dao artifacts with one Dao pattern. They were nothing in front of Long Chen. When the second supreme elder led the other 4 supreme elders and descended with their Dao artifacts, they set up a large array formation and were about to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen was among them, laughing heartily. He held the god-slaying sword in one hand and instantly charged into the array formation of the supreme elders. Activate the sage tools and kill him. The second supreme elder shouted furiously. In the next moment, sword shadows raged and countless gray sword cheese swept past. When these sword cheese dissipated in the air, 4 corpses fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Each of them was unharmed except for a red dot between their eyebrows. Long Chen slowly descended from the sky. The so-called 4 sage tools were all in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen tossed all these sage tools into the air in front of the second supreme elder. The god-killing sword swept by, and all the sage tools shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Long Chen pointed the god-slaying sword at the second supreme elder and asked with a smile, "May I ask, second supreme elder, are the other supreme elders and the sacred weapons in their hands made of paper? Why are they so weak?" That's right. All of this became even more silent. Long Chen even killed the supreme elders. In that case, was there anything he did not dare to do? He was really not afraid of the martial god palace's judgment. Ah! The second supreme elder was furious. He roared loudly and looked at Long Chen ferociously. He snarled, "Brat, you are so insolent just because you have some strength. You are not far from death. The problem is, you will definitely die before me. You will not be lucky enough to see me die." Long Chen walked towards the second supreme elder step by step. Chapter 1454. Back then, during the Hidden Dragon List battle, Long Chen had used the Soul Saint Jade, causing the second Supreme Elder to be unable to do anything to him. For Supreme Elders had died together, and the matter had blown up. Even the second Supreme Elder's heart could not take it. Since the establishment of the punishment hall, it had never encountered such a huge change. As for Long Chen's strength, this was what terrified the second Supreme Elder the most. He had already sensed that Long Chen's nirvana energy was not inferior to his own. Could it be that this young man had always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? His true strength was in the nirvana tribulation realm. Long Chen's cultivation realm was what confused others the most. Right now, Long Chen's strength was like the power of the world, and also like the power of nirvana. Even a true nirvana tribulation realm cultivator like the second Supreme Elder was confused. Based on Long Chen's combat prowess, he should be in the nirvana tribulation realm. This was the first time the second Supreme Elder faced an opponent of the same level since he reached the nirvana tribulation realm. Furthermore, this was a young genius with unknown potential. The second Supreme Elder gradually became ruthless. He looked at the frightened crowd and then at the relaxed Long Chen. He smiled coldly and said, "You can be proud now, but you do not know that you have already caused a great disaster. My punishment hall is under the command of the highest punishment organization in the Martial God Palace, the Cold Martial Hall. You killed a Supreme Elder of my punishment hall, which is a challenge to the might of the Cold Martial Hall. In less than 3 days, I will report this matter. No matter how talented you are, no matter what backing you have in the Martial God Palace, you will not be able to escape death. Every disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace will be expelled from the true Martial Emperor Palace." When the people below heard this, they all panicked. No matter how strong Long Chen was, he had offended the authority of the Martial God Palace. Clearly, Long Chen could not deal with a giant like the Martial God Palace. If the people of the Cold Martial Hall descended, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shintohong and the others had already made up their minds to let Long Chen lead them out of the true Martial Emperor Palace. After all, after this matter, the Evil Dragon Palace's cohesiveness was still unprecedentedly strong. Everyone felt like they had suffered a loss. Hearing the other party spout nonsense, Long Chen could not be bothered to argue with him. He quickly rushed towards the other party and narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. He smiled and said, "The Martial God Palace, huh? Do you think that the Martial God Palace's people can suppress me? Brat, what big words you have there." The second Supreme Elder laughed heartily. This kid was simply the type of person who would not shed a tear until he saw the coffin. In his mind, this kind of person would not live long. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything more and directly started the battle. This battle was the pinnacle battle in the history of the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen was the first person who dared to challenge the punishment hall. For a moment, everyone was extremely excited. Everyone was guessing if Long Chen could succeed. After all, the other party was a Nirvana Tribulation cultivator. If Long Chen could deal with the other party, just based on his talent alone, he would be able to obtain a high position in the Martial God Palace. At that time, even the Cold Martial Palace would not be able to stop Long Chen. The Martial Emperor Palace had never lacked geniuses. However, if one could reach the Nirvana Tribulation within 1,000 years, the upper echelons would protect such a person even at the cost of their lives. The intense battle started instantly. The second Supreme Elder gathered all the Nirvana energy in his body. He was like a wolf and a tiger. He also had a special bloodline. It was because of this bloodline that he could survive the Nirvana Tribulation. At this moment, a huge golden snake made of Nirvana energy coiled around the second Supreme Elder. As he punched, the power of the Nirvana Tribulation attacked Long Chen with a divine might. Insignificant tricks. Long Chen sneered. Not to mention the 9 dragons devouring the heavens, even the god-slaying art could easily break through an attack of this level. He stood on the spot and slashed down with the god-slaying sword. The power of the Nirvana realm swept out, and in the midst of an extremely intense confrontation, he directly cut through the other party's attack. The gray sword chi rushed toward the other party's head. The second Supreme Elder was shocked and quickly retreated. A commotion could be heard from below. Long Chen was able to force the second Supreme Elder to retreat with a single sword strike. This kind of strength was really exciting. The second Supreme Elder was simply a legend in front of everyone. However, today, the legend was easily defeated by Long Chen. "You're courting death." The second Supreme Elder was terrified. He glared at Long Chen and roared, "Thief, so what if you're powerful? My true martial emperor palace will not tolerate the existence of a traitor like you. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will uphold justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you on the spot. Sun Concealing Seal, activate." As he roared, a small, fiery red seal rose from his chest and rushed into the clouds. It instantly enlarged and turned into a huge burning mountain that covered the sky. In an instant, the temperature of the entire evil dragon palace soared to an unbearable level. If the concealing sun seal fell from the sky, it would be enough to destroy the entire building of the evil dragon palace. To the disciples who saw the doctrine artifact for the first time, such a terrifying concealing sun seal could only be described as a god. In their eyes, a warrior like the second Supreme Elder who could control a divine artifact and crush a piece of heaven and earth casually was already a god. "All of you, die." The second Supreme Elder's expression was ferocious as he roared. The concealing sun seal that was burning with raging flames fell from the sky and smashed towards Long Chen. For a moment, the sky and earth shook. Long Chen's gaze was awe-inspiring. He didn't panic like the crowd had imagined. He pointed his long sword at the sky and activated the God Slayer art, which he had only comprehended one word. In an instant, sword chi that represented 4 negative auras shot towards the sky. The God Slayer art was the most mysterious. This simple attack split the shrouding sun imprint into 4 pieces in front of countless stunned gazes. Then, it swallowed the shrouding sun imprint. The shrouding sun imprint, which had infinite power, turned into 4 small wooden blocks that fell from the sky. At that moment, the second Supreme Elder's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. He stared at Long Chen in a daze without saying a word. His chin trembled as if he had seen a ghost. If he knew that Long Chen had once defeated Wang Chen, whose combat prowess was equivalent to a late-stage Nirvana Tribulation cultivator, in the 9-star Primal Chaos City, who knew what expression he would have? To Long Chen, today's second Supreme Elder was just child's play. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, the 4-sword chi of the god-slaying art changed directions and flew towards the second Supreme Elder from 4 different angles. With a few pu chi sounds, both his arms and legs were severed. Blood spurted out and the second Supreme Elder let out a few miserable cries. His complexion was already as pale as paper. Watching the 4 limbs fall, everyone felt like they were dreaming. That indifferent man in the sky, as if he had done something insignificant, was he really so terrifying that he did not even place the martial god palace in his eyes? In everyone's hearts, the martial god palace was above the punishment hall. Long Chen's god-slaying sword pierced the second Supreme Elder's glabella, but he did not manage to stab it in. A gray aura emanated from the lacerations on the second Supreme Elder's limbs, corroding his flesh and causing him to sweat profusely. If not for Long Chen restraining him and being able to take his life easily, he would definitely be screaming in pain. This inhumane torture made him extremely regretful. However, things had already reached the point where they would not rest until one side was dead. The second Supreme Elder suddenly laughed loudly. He glared angrily at Long Chen and said, "Just kill me. The more people you kill, the more miserable your fate will be. The seniors of the Martial God Palace will not let you off. You will definitely not be able to escape the Emperor Star. You will definitely die a tragic death. You are the enemy of my true Martial Emperor Palace." The other people from the Evil Dragon Palace were indeed somewhat worried, but Long Chen would not be fooled. He smiled and said, "Not everything is as you imagine. Old man, the punishment hall has not been in charge of punishment for a long time. Corruption prevails. This is all your responsibility. The first Supreme Elder did not deal with you. Today, I will deal with you on his behalf. As for the martial god palace, there is no need for you to worry about it. Seeing that Long Chen was about to kill the second supreme elder, the people from the three great halls and the punishment hall were scared out of their wits. They did not dare to step forward and could only curse from the side. The gist of it was that when the seniors of the martial god palace found out about the crimes Long Chen had committed today, he would definitely die a tragic death. They advised him to repent and quickly release the second supreme elder. Before they came, none of them would have thought that something like this would happen. Just at this moment, the sky brightened. Long Chen suddenly smiled and raised his head. In the distance, 3 figures were heading in his direction. The 3 of them quickly arrived before Long Chen. The one in the middle was naturally Wenren Jingtao, who had the highest status. On the left was the punishment hall's first supreme elder, and on the right was the martial fanatic, Nangong Lai. When Wenren Jingtao and the others arrived, they were about to say something when the second supreme elder roared, "Senior Wenren, save me. My master is your subordinate. Save me. This brat has no respect for the law and offended his superiors. He killed 4 of our punishment hall's first supreme elders and 3 hall masters. He is despicable and should be executed. Senior Wenren, my master is Jiang Jingluan." The evil dragon palace disciples panicked even more. The people from the martial god palace had arrived so quickly. Even the first supreme elder was here. This time, Long Chen was finished. Furthermore, it seemed like the second supreme elder was related to the people from the martial god palace. The second supreme elder's master was actually that person's subordinate. This time, Long Chen was truly finished. The people from the 3 great halls and the punishment hall finally heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Long Chen with schadenfreude. They were waiting for Wenren Jingtao to judge Long Chen. However, to their surprise, Wenren Jingtao frowned and did not even look at the second supreme elder. Instead, he said to Long Chen, "Finish what you're doing. The emperor is waiting for you." The emperor. Chapter 1455. The Zhenwu Emperor. The first to react was the second supreme elder. He held a high position and knew who the name, Sovereign Emperor, referred to. At first, his mind was in a mess. He did not know what was going on. However, when he saw the first supreme elder's stern gaze, he finally understood. The Zhenwu Emperor summoned Long Chen. Indeed, he managed to reach the Nirvana Tribulation realm at such a young age. There might not even be a genius of this level in the entire martial god palace. This Long Chen had already soared to the sky. To think that the second supreme elder had gone against Long Chen. The martial god palace could not wait to nurture such a genius. Why would they kill such a genius for him? Sovereign Emperor. The second supreme elder's eyes filled with despair. Do you understand now? Seeing the second supreme elder's despair, Long Chen understood what was going on. If he did not act decisively and let some people live, they would bring trouble to himself or the people around him. The second supreme elder was the instigator of the punishment hall's unhealthy atmosphere. Sparing him would only cause more people to suffer. Just kill me. Tears of despair flowed down the second supreme elder's cheeks. Amid the despair, Long Chen killed the second supreme elder with the god-killing sword without saying anything. Long Chen tossed the second supreme elder's corpse to the side of the punishment hall. Then, he looked at the countless cultivators who were retreating in horror. Today, Long Chen had already become their nightmare. Long Chen sheathed the sword in his hand and said in a clear voice, "From today onwards, I will enter the martial god palace. However, I do not wish for my evil dragon palace's disciples to suffer any harm. If anyone comes looking for trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Of course, my evil dragon palace is not a tyrant. If anyone dares to use my name to commit crimes, you can report it to Shintuhong." He finished speaking. In fact, he did not need to say anything else. Today's actions and the Zhenwu Emperor summoning him had already frightened everyone. The Jinwu Heavenly Emperor was the god of the Jinwu Emperor Palace. To be summoned by the Jinwu Heavenly Emperor, Long Chen was destined to achieve meteoric success. Everyone would be envious of him. For Long Chen to have such a fortuitous encounter, it could only be said that he had already become a super expert of the new generation. To a divine dragon like him, the 3,000 palaces were too small a lake. The first Supreme Elder stood up at this time and said, "I've seen the gist of the matter. I've been focusing on cultivation for the past few years, and I've handed over the responsibility to the other Supreme Elders. As a result, the punishment hall has lost its impartiality. I apologize for my negligence. From now on, I'll make the punishment hall a truly just organization that handles matters according to the rules. Today's matter is a lesson. Long Chen is a peerless genius of our true martial emperor palace. He has already been summoned by the true martial emperor." Hearing these words, the strong were flustered, while the weak were filled with hope. The 3,000 great palaces were finally going to be reformed, becoming a just and fair place. This was an extremely good thing, and the person who was going to change this was Long Chen. Everyone looked at this youth with envy and awe. "We can set off now," Wenren Jingtao said with a ferocious smile. "Senior, goodbye," Long Chen said respectfully to the first Supreme Elder. He believed that this elder would manage the 3,000 halls well. The first Supreme Elder said guiltily, "Come back to the 3,000 halls when you have time. I still need you to supervise me. I have been too lazy these years." After bidding farewell to the first Supreme Elder and the evil Dragon Palace disciples who were looking at him with admiration, Long Chen set off for the martial god palace. Accompanying him was the martial fanatic Nangong Lai. Long Chen had not seen him for a long time. After he set off, he had been with Nangong Lai. Although he had become stronger after going to 9-star Primal Chaos City, Nangong Lai and Han Yinxing would always be his seniors. If not for them, Long Chen would not have reached this step. "I really didn't expect that in just 1 year, you've already reached this level. You've already surpassed us. This speed of improvement is truly unparalleled." However, Long Chen still felt that it was slow, but he did not say it out loud. Wenren Jingtao led the way. He had chatted a lot with Long Chen along the way, so he gave the opportunity to Nangong Lai today. As he chatted with Nangong Lai, Long Chen mentioned Han Yinxing. He asked, "Why is Uncle Han not here today?" Nangong Lai's expression changed at the mention of Han Yinxing. Long Chen sensed that something was wrong. He quickly asked in a deep voice, "Uncle Nangong, what happened to Uncle Han?" Nangong Lai had a conflicted and angry expression as he said, "Old Han is missing. I have been looking for him for 2 months, but I could not find him. When I heard that you were coming back, I rushed over to tell you about this. It is not convenient today. I will tell you in detail when the time comes. Go and see the Emperor first. When you come back, I will tell you the whole story." Long Chen was startled, and his anger burned. Someone actually touched Han Yinxing. With Han Yinxing's current realm, of course, he would not leave without saying goodbye. Nangong Lai was his old brother for many years. Nangong Lai would definitely know what happened between the two of them. Now that Han Yinxing was missing, the so-called disappearance was most likely due to an accident. However, he was not sure yet. Long Chen quickly calmed himself down. He did not dare to jump to a conclusion too quickly. There might be other reasons, but it was not optimistic. The Jinwu Great Emperor was waiting for him. Han Yinxing had been missing for 2 months. After seeing the Jinwu Great Emperor, Long Chen had to immediately ask him what was going on. "If someone else did something, I will make sure they die without a complete corpse," Long Chen said to Nangong Lai with a cold gaze. Nangong Lai nodded. He was originally hot-tempered, but he could hold it in this time. It seemed like his position in the martial god palace was not high. That made sense. Most of the people in the martial god palace were Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. The two of them at the martial path Great Perfection could only be considered to be in the middle. They were only stronger than some genius youths. The martial god palace was on the other side of the imperial star. However, the three of them were very fast. Soon, they passed by the divine palace, punishment hall, and other buildings. As Long Chen was talking to Nangong Lai, he looked up. The martial god palace, which was surrounded by the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, was very close. Each of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns was incomparably huge, soaring into the sky. They formed a circle, completely surrounding the martial god palace. On each of these 99 golden demon suppressing pillars, there were 9 5-clawed golden dragons carved on them. They coiled around the demon suppressing pillars, looking mighty and domineering. Between the golden demon suppressing pillars, there were 5 different colors of lightning connected. They were gold, green, red, blue, and black. These 5 colors of lightning formed a huge net, completely surrounding the martial god palace. Standing in front of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns, Long Chen felt the power of heaven and earth. His legs trembled uncontrollably. It seemed like the golden demon imprisonment columns were more complicated than he had imagined. They were arranged in a mysterious formation. Each golden demon imprisonment column contained a majestic power. As the name suggested, it seemed like they were suppressing some kind of demon. These 99 golden demon imprisonment columns have existed for a very long time. They are the symbol of my true martial emperor palace. When I was young, the golden demon imprisonment columns were no different than they are now. It is rumored that there is a secret in these golden demon imprisonment columns. This secret is only known to the emperor and the 3 martial saints, Wenren Jingtao said ruefully. Then, he looked at Long Chen and said, "It seems like this is your first time coming to the martial god palace." Long Chen nodded and said, "This junior knows nothing about the martial god palace. In that case, let me introduce you. However, you have to follow me into the martial god palace first." Wenren Jingtao laughed heartily. In front of them, between the 2 golden demon imprisonment columns, there was a 5-colored gate. The gate was strictly guarded. Normally, no one from the 3,000 palaces could enter the martial god palace without permission. Wenren Jingtao was a famous person in the martial god palace. Today, he had brought Long Chen to meet the true martial emperor. This had caused a huge commotion in the martial god palace. Now, the martial god palace was bustling with activity, waiting for Long Chen's arrival. As Wenren Jingtao walked, he introduced, "The martial god palace is actually a pagoda with 99 floors. The area of each floor decreases with the increase in level. The first floor is very large, about 150 kilometers in diameter. Everyone in the martial god palace lives in this pagoda. This pagoda is called the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. According to legend, it is the best medieval era Dao tool of my true martial emperor palace. It is even close to the ancient era. It is a medieval era Dao tool with 9 perfect Dao patterns. It is only 1 step away from an ancient era Dao tool. However, this is only a rumor. I have lived in this 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda for tens of thousands of years, but I have never seen any Dao tool in it." Long Chen had not seen the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda yet, but he was very curious. A medieval era Dao tool turned into a building. If it was real, it must be extraordinary. A Dao tool with 9 Dao patterns was the most precious treasure in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Long Chen's god-slaying sword had killed so many experts in Dao tools, but it only had 2 Dao patterns. The strongest Dao tool he had ever seen was the Lingwu Sword Master's twin swords. They had 8 Dao patterns and were known as divine swords that could split the heavens and earth. Wenren Jingtao saw that he was curious, so he continued, "The emperor lives on the top floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Only the emperor and the 3 martial venerables can go there. No one else has the right to go there. Today, you have the right. When you enter the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, my ancestor, Wenren Shi, will bring you to see the true martial emperor." The 3 martial venerables. Long Chen was confused. Wenren Jingtao smiled and said, "The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has 4 sword masters, and the true Martial Emperor Palace has 3 Martial Venerables. The 3 Martial Venerables lead the 3 factions of the Martial God Palace. The ancestor of the Wenren family, Wenren Shi, is one of the 3 Martial Venerables. Your uncle Nangong, Huang Yu, and the others are all martial artists of Wenren Shi's faction. After this chapter, I have paid back the 33 chapters one owed last time. During the explosive update week, I have received 1 chapter. I will pay it back tomorrow. This month, I've updated 380,000 words, of which 100,000 words were written in bursts. Some readers might think that a dozen or so days are considered bursts of chapters, but let me tell you, before I started writing, 3 chapters were considered bursts of chapters. There's a limit to how much a person can do in a day, unless they have a stockpile of manuscripts. However, I don't have a single chapter. Under normal circumstances, if I write for 10 hours a day, I can at most write 4 chapters. The 4 chapters one write every day are not automatically generated by the computer, but I work hard from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Chapter 1456. 3 Martial Saints. They were the same level as the 4 great sword masters and were probably very close to the level of the 9 realms lord. They were the strongest in the Martial Emperor Palace, just below the Martial Emperor. Every martial saint is a character who has been famous for 10,000 years. In the past, they were the absolute geniuses of the true Martial Emperor Palace. They made great contributions to the true Martial Emperor Palace. They are the people that hundreds of millions of cultivators in the true Martial Emperor Palace respect and fear. Every one of them is the pillar of the true Martial Emperor Palace. For example, my clan's ancestor, Wenren Shi, is the legend of my Wenren clan. His cultivation was heaven-defying since he was young. Speaking of the 3 martial saints, even Wenren Jingtao, who was of the older generation, was full of awe and admiration. Long Chen silently remembered these things. It seemed that Wenren Jingtao's position in the Martial God Palace was not bad. At least, he was stronger than Nangong Lai and the others. After all, there were not many late-stage Nirvana tribulation cultivators like Wenren Jingtao in the Martial Emperor Palace. Every one of them was very precious. Otherwise, the Martial Emperor Palace wouldn't have sent Wenren Jingtao to guard the 9-star Chaos City. Following Wenren Jingtao, Long Chen walked through the gate formed by the gold demon suppressing column. In front of him was a vast plain. In the depths of that endless plain, a 5-colored pagoda shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds and into the unreachable void. That was the 5 elements clear sky pagoda that Wenren Jingtao had mentioned, with a total of 99 levels. The entire 5 elements clear sky pagoda was enveloped in the 5-colored clouds of gold, cyan, red, blue, and yellow. Nothing could be seen clearly, but that kind of awe-inspiring aura still made Long Chen feel shocked in his heart. It was as if this 5 elements clear sky pagoda was endless, and there was no top level at all. The top floor was a forbidden area for almost all the Martial God Palace disciples. All the Martial God Palace disciples lived in the 5 elements clear sky pagoda according to their level and strength. The 5 elements clear sky pagoda had the best cultivation conditions in the entire Martial Emperor Palace. As long as one had a place to live, they would surpass their peers by a lot. One could say that every 3,000 Great Hall's martial artists' lifelong wish was to be able to enter the 5 elements vast heaven pagoda to cultivate. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the towering pagoda that pierced through the colorful clouds. He clicked his tongue inwardly. If this heavy pagoda was a Tao artifact, the controller could easily smash tens of thousands of living beings into meat paste. Moreover, although he was still very far away, Long Chen could feel the toughness of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. He did not even know if the god-slaying sword could cut through it. What you did in 9-star Primal Chaos City shook the entire Martial God Palace. If not for the Emperor summoning you, the experts of the 3 factions would have fought to be your master. After all, everyone knows that you were qualified to enter the Martial God Palace a year ago. You just came back today. Wenren Jingtao sighed. They all know me? Long Chen was a little surprised. It seemed like he was already very famous in the martial god palace. Lingxi's wish was for him to obtain a high position here. Although there were some things that he was willing to do, Long Chen did not want to give up halfway. Perhaps he could really obtain a position that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could not underestimate. Of course they know you. I guess there are already many people gathered on the first floor of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, waiting for the arrival of a legendary figure like you. Are you afraid? Wenren Jingtao mocked. What a joke. Long Chen laughed. He had seen all kinds of fights before, let alone today. He believed that the true experts of the Martial Emperor Palace would not be like the others, watching the show. The most important thing in their hearts was the disappearance of Han Yinxing. Long Chen turned his head and glanced at Nangong Lai. Both of them knew what was going on and quickened their pace. Very soon, they arrived in front of the Five Elements Haotian Pagoda. Only after arriving here did Long Chen realize how huge the Five Elements Haotian Pagoda was. It was indeed worthy of being a huge pagoda that could accommodate so many people. The diameter of the first floor was already 300 miles. One could imagine how huge it was inside. At this moment, in front of Long Chen was a boundless wall. The first floor of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda was 50 meters tall. The entire interior was shrouded in gold and jade. The walls of the pagoda were carved with countless lifelike carvings of humans, demons, and other strange species. A large number of disciples of the martial god palace had gathered here. The entire Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda had 99 floors in total. In the center of the pagoda, there was a passageway that ran from the bottom of the pagoda to the top floor. This passageway was 1 mile in diameter. It was the only passageway for the various floors of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. It was called the True Martial Emperor's Way. The True Martial Emperor's Way was vertical. Due to the uniqueness of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda, the higher one went, the greater the suppressive force. Only the 3 martial saints and the True Martial Emperor could go up to the top floor. As for the other disciples, the weaker ones could only stay in the first 10 floors. The stronger one was, the higher one could go in the True Martial Emperor's Way. The higher one went, the better the cultivation resources. The disciples of the Martial God Palace lived in the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda according to their ranks. It was quite interesting. At this moment, from the gate of the first floor of the Five Elements Clear Sky Pagoda all the way to the True Martial Emperor's Road, a large number of Martial God Palace disciples surrounded this place. Most of them had not reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, but they were talented enough to enter the Martial God Palace, such as Lu Jin and the others. There were even some cultivators in the 5th or 6th layer of the Divine Martial Realm, but they were generally very young. The Martial God Palace was a place that only geniuses and experts could enter. As for Long Chen, the name of this genius, he had already spread like wildfire in the Martial God Palace. Everyone was chattering and discussing among themselves. A year ago, he ranked first in the Hidden Dragon ranking and entered the Martial God Palace. After spending a year in the 9-star Primal Chaos City, he has already reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Maybe he hid his strength back then. No one has ever heard of him undergoing a tribulation before. That is to say, he has probably reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm long ago. He has been an absolute genius since a long time ago. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel envious. Such a heaven-defying existence would definitely soar after entering the Martial God Palace. His entry would definitely cause a huge shock to the new generation of the Martial God Palace. I heard that he defeated Senior Brother Huang Yu in the 9-star Primal Chaos City. Senior Brother Huang Yu has already admitted this. In addition, he also defeated the number 1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Wang Chen, before he passed the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Wang Chen is a dragon martial artist. With such strength, he must be in the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. I heard that he is also a dragon martial artist. Moreover, he is not a weak scarlet-horned demonic dragon. He is stronger than Senior Brother Huang Yu, who has the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Jade Qilin. His potential is limitless. Among the new generation, he has become one of the best. I think only those two can compete with him. But even those two have not had the opportunity to be summoned by the Emperor Lord. Summoned by the Emperor Lord. Just these 4 words were enough to make countless people envious. Of course, although they were envious, they still felt at ease in their hearts. After all, the other party had the strength to back it up. From today onwards, the true Martial Emperor Palace would also have a dragon martial expert. This was something they should be proud of. When a genius had already surpassed all of them, they could only revere him. The true martial emperor would not be blind to summon Long Chen for no reason. There must be something special about Long Chen. Of course, regarding Long Chen, they were most interested in the matter between him and Lingxi. This Long Chen isn't a bad guy. He's made our true martial palace proud. I heard that the daughter of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Lingwu Sword Master is dead set on him. She abandoned her fiancé and wanted to be with him. Unfortunately, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Lingwu Sword Master and the others objected and took Lady Lingxi away. However, I believe that with Long Chen's character, he won't let it go. How do you know his character? Someone asked. That slightly older martial artist said, after listening to his deeds and speculating, we will know. What I am looking forward to is what Long Chen will do next. I heard that they are truly in love with each other. It is truly a spectacular love story. I will support him on this point. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace are not easy to deal with. However, with his addition and the sudden rise of those two, the new generation of the true Martial Emperor Palace has completely suppressed the new generation of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. They can even compete with the strange fiend race of the Desolate Emperor Palace. A large number of Martial God Palace disciples were waiting for the arrival of the legendary figure in the first floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Those two are from the Slaughter Martial revered Yi Futu and the Silver Moon Martial revered Lin Juanya's faction. And this Long Chen followed Senior Wenren Shi in the 9-star Chaos City. I think he will join Senior Wenren Shi's faction. Of course. I heard that he has a good relationship with Senior Huang Yu in the 9-star Chaos City. Also, he seems to have a good relationship with the 2 Martial Path Perfection Realm cultivators under Senior Wenren Shi. This time, Senior Wenren Shi brought him to the top floor of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. The Emperor summoned him. This glory, Tsk Tisk, finally, under everyone's envious gazes, Long Chen followed Wenren Jingtao into the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Walking into this magnificent world, Long Chen was shocked. In that instant, tens of thousands of eyes were on him. There were many Nirvana realm experts among them. The divine might created by tens of thousands of gazes was something that ordinary cultivators would find hard to resist. Chapter 1457. Indeed, the appearance and strength of the Martial God Palace's disciples were not on the same level as the 3,000 great palaces. This was where the elites of the true Martial Emperor Palace gathered. Only Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts and geniuses were qualified to stay here. In fact, very few of the geniuses were directly selected from the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Most of them were the descendants of powerhouses, and some were brought back from the true Martial Emperor domain by the various powerhouses of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Those who were selected were all outstanding geniuses. There was little jealousy in their eyes, but more respect and admiration. They envied Long Chen for being summoned by Martial Emperor Palace. These experts didn't want to spectate like the youngsters, but they were also observing from afar. Long Chen discovered that there were many Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts on the first floor. The true Martial Emperor Palace was ranked 3rd among the 12 major powers. Including the Devil Dragon Hall, the number of Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts should be far more than 100. There should be at least 500 of them. Martial Emperor Palace was stronger than 2 forces of the 9 realms combined. For example, the Supreme Een Devil world only had 100 to 200 Nirvana realm experts. Along the way, no one made any noise. They just looked at Longchen enviously and whispered to each other. The 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda was huge. It was 150 miles from the entrance to Martial Emperor Road. Longchen followed Wenren Jingtao and quickened his pace. It didn't take long for them to reach the center of the pagoda. In the vicinity, there were basically warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. Many of them looked very young. It seemed that they were not very old. Not far in front of him, there was a huge hole in the ceiling, with a diameter of 1 mile. This was the true Martial Emperor's road that led to the other levels. Long Chen looked from afar and saw a plainly dressed young man standing in the middle of the true Martial Emperor's road, bathed in golden light. This youth looked indifferent as if he was in a trance. He looked much younger than Long Chen. He was only about 1.5 meters tall. Compared to Wenren Jingtao's figure, he could only be described as weak. He was wearing plain clothes with his hands behind his back. He looked at Long Chen silently. His expression didn't change much. However, no one dared to get close to this young man. Occasionally, they would look at him with a face full of reverence. There were even many young people who were quietly sizing up this young man with eyes full of reverence and respect. Nangong Lai had disappeared into the crowd, and Long Chen remembered Han Yinxing. He and Wenren Jingtao came to the plain young man. Wenren Jingtao's face was full of respect, and he quickly knelt in front of the young man and said, reporting to Martial Sovereign, Long Chen is here. Long Chen was suddenly enlightened. So this ordinary-looking youth was actually an ancestor of the Wenren clan, one of the 3 great martial saints, Wenren Shi. Long Chen also hurriedly bowed and said politely, Junior Long Chen greets Senior Wenren Shi. Even though Wenren Shi looked young, he was actually extremely old. However, his appearance coupled with his slightly serious expression caused him to give off a strange feeling of maturity from a young man. He walked barefoot towards Long Chen and looked Long Chen up and down. There was a look of approval in his eyes. He held Long Chen's hands and helped Long Chen up. He said, the Emperor has been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you up now. Wenren Shi did things in a clean and direct manner. Before the crowd could see enough of Long Chen, Wenren Shi took him up the true Martial Emperor's road and flew up. In the process of ascending, Long Chen looked around and saw that he had gradually passed the 2nd level of the 5 Elements Haotian Pagoda, the 3rd level, all the way to the 10th level. The height of each level was about 50 meters. The higher he went, the more pressure he felt. This kind of pressure was not only present in the true Martial Emperor's road, but also in every level. In reality, if a disciple could reach the 20th floor in the true Martial Emperor's road, he could cultivate and live in the 10th floor at most. The 20th floor was his limit. In the entire Martial God Palace, only the 3 martial sovereigns could reach the top. However, this did not mean that the 3 martial sovereigns could live and cultivate at the top. With Wenren Shi holding onto his arm and bearing the pressure for him, Long Chen basically didn't feel any pressure at all. Seeing that he was climbing higher and higher, Long Chen counted in his heart. He was already close to the 50th floor. After the 50th floor, Long Chen could see that there were not many cultivators left. Raging waves, you can only cultivate in the 50th floor at most, Wenren Shi suddenly said as they advanced. Oh. Long Chen nodded. This was also to say that with his situation, being able to persist around level 30 or so was already considered pretty good. Even if he mustered up all his strength, he could only rush up to level 50 or so. The ranks of experts were arranged very clearly in the 5 Elements Vast Heaven Pagoda. I usually stay near the 80th floor. In the entire true Martial Emperor Palace, only the 3 of us martial sovereigns can cultivate there, Wenren Shi continued. As for the 99th floor, he would need to expend some energy to rush up. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 80th floor. If Wenren Shi had not used his immense energy to surround him, he would have been crushed by the pressure. However, Wenren Shi was still very relaxed. He continued to lead Long Chen up. After that, he did not say anything else. When they reached the 90th floor, he said, "In a while, Lin Juniao will bring you to see the Emperor Lord. She is someone who accompanies the Emperor Lord all year round." Lin Juniao was another one of the three martial sovereigns. From this name, Lin Juniao should be a woman. Wenren she had just finished speaking when a woman appeared above the true martial emperor path. This woman descended from the sky. She did not look very old, and her clothes were not extravagant. They were very plain. This seemingly simple young lady should be one of the three martial sovereigns, Lin Juniao. Long Chen did not know how to describe this woman. She looked very ordinary at first glance. She was very simple and gentle, but she had a magical charm that made people feel close to her. Every frown and smile of hers was eye-catching. She had a pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in people's hearts. However, they would not reject her. She was like a big sister next door that made people's hearts filled with respect. "Leave it to me," Lin Juniao said to Wenren Shi. She extended her lily-white hand and grabbed Long Chen's wrist. She gently pulled Long Chen to her side. Wenren Shi's palm was warm, but Lin Juniao's was as cold as snow. He did not feel any warmth at all. Long Chen sobered up a little and said, "Greetings, Senior Martial Sovereign." Lin Juniao had a smile on her lips the entire time. At this moment, Wenren Shi did not say much and went down directly. "I will bring you to see the Emperor Lord now." Lin Juniao extended her hand and pulled Long Chen up. Long Chen looked up and saw that the top of the true martial emperor path was above the 98th floor. There was a 5-colored whirlpool above it. Lin Juniao stopped at the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda on the 98th floor and said to Long Chen, "The Emperor Lord is in the middle of that 5-colored whirlpool. Remember, after you enter, do not move. Just listen to the Emperor Lord's words." Her voice was quiet and gentle, making it impossible to resist. Long Chen nodded subconsciously. An expert of Lin Juniao's level was probably stronger than Wenren Shi since she could stay by the true martial emperor's side. She was probably very close to the demonic dragon palace master's level. Long Chen had been very lucky recently. The warriors he had seen were basically all at the peak of the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. For example, the demonic dragon palace master, the 4 major sword masters, the 3 major martial sovereigns, and now he was even going to see the true martial emperor. After Lin Juniao finished explaining, she held Long Chen's hand and asked Long Chen to close his eyes. Then, she gently threw Long Chen into the 5-colored whirlpool. Long Chen's body quickly disappeared into the 5-colored whirlpool. Lin Juniao looked at the 5-colored whirlpool and murmured, "What a magical child." He actually alarmed him. If Lin Juniao and the other 3 major martial sovereigns were legends, then the true martial emperor was a legend among legends. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen entered the 99th level of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. There were only a few people in the entire true martial emperor palace who could set foot here. This was the place where the true martial emperor of the past generations had stayed. Before he entered, Long Chen felt an enormous pressure that almost crushed his body. He was about to vomit blood. Fortunately, the pressure disappeared and he entered a new world. The Emperor Star was already in a small universe realm. The highest level of the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda should be another small universe realm. It could be considered a world within a world. Long Chen obeyed Lin Juniao's instructions and only opened his eyes after entering. Before him was a world of primal chaos. Mist rose up, making it seem as if he was in a fairyland. There was white mist everywhere. When Long Chen's eyes widened and he saw his surroundings clearly, a look of shock and surprise appeared on his face. This seemed to be a huge world. Long Chen was floating in the center, and below him was a sea of lava. The lava was fiery red, and raging flames were burning on it, stretching as far as the eye could see, and there was no end to it. He looked up and found that there was an ocean above his head. The seawater did not fall down. Instead, it gathered in the sky as though it was gravity itself. The waves surged and countless seawater rolled, making rumbling sounds. At the place where the ocean and lava converged, there was actually a vast yellow land. The yellow soil was thick, and it was hard to see how vast it was. Above the yellow soil, there was an indescribably huge ancient tree that soared into the sky. The huge crown of the tree covered half of the sky, and it directly pierced into the ocean in the sky. At the end of the ocean, there was a golden mountain peak that emitted a dazzling light. Its size was even larger than the ancient tree that soared into the sky. This world, I would like to recommend a new work, Beheading the Emperor. It needs to be put on the shelves in November. I'm still lacking some collections. I hope my brothers can help add it to the shelves. Chapter 1458. Before entering, Lin Juniao had told him not to move around. Flames, oceans, ancient trees, yellow soil, and golden mountains. This was a world of the 5 elements. One look at those flames and oceans and one could tell that they had immense destructive power. Long Chen guessed that this 5 elements clear sky pagoda was definitely a Dao artifact. Furthermore, it should undoubtedly possess 9 Dao patterns. This world should be the core of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. The power of the 5 elements was concentrated here. If Long Chen moved, he might be attacked. Therefore, he simply stood where he was and waited for the arrival of the legendary Zhenwu Great Emperor. Child. Shortly after Long Chen entered, an empty, old, lifeless voice came from all directions. This voice made one's hair stand on end, but it was not malicious. It was just unpleasant to the ears, as if it had come from an old corpse. Long Chen found that he could not find the source of the voice. This should be Zhenwu Great Emperor, but where was he? Long Chen put aside other thoughts and hurriedly said respectfully, Junior Long Chen greets the Emperor. Zhenwu Great Emperor's voice came again. He seemed to be laughing with satisfaction, but it still made one's hair stand on end. It was as if a corpse was laughing. Long Chen looked around and was sure that the voice came from all directions. Zhenwu Great Emperor was hiding in this world, but he did not seem ready to show himself. Perhaps there was some inexplicable reason. Long Chen did not press the issue. He quietly waited for Zhenwu Great Emperor to speak. I know many things about you. The voice came again. Please speak, Emperor. Long Chen had many doubts about Zhenwu Great Emperor's summons, but he had a keen feeling that this was not a bad thing. Zhenwu Great Emperor's voice came again. His tone was very calm, or perhaps it did not exist at all. He said, You have met the city lord of the wronged, right? Sure enough, it was about the city of the wronged. Long Chen remembered that Zhenwu Great Emperor's rise had something to do with the city of the wronged. Yes, I walked out of the Black Castle alive. Long Chen didn't hide anything and said directly. Oh. Great Emperor Zhenwu let out a long sigh. He suddenly said, I know that you took the Emperor's soul of Zhenwu. It was something I lost years ago, but I didn't expect it to fall into your hands by chance. In fact, after I lost it, I regretted it. If someone else had found it, his plot could have continued to be realized. But now that I've seen you, I'm relieved because the mark and plot that belonged to him have been removed from the Emperor's soul of Zhenwu. Long Chen was shocked. As expected of Zhenwu the Great. Even the mark of the city lord of the wronged had been removed from the Zhenwu Emperor soul. At the same time, Long Chen also knew about the Zhenwu Emperor soul. This was the process. No wonder Zhenwu the Great was looking for it. So, was he going to take back the true martial emperor spirit now? Just as this question appeared in Long Chen's mind, Zhenwu Great Emperor suddenly said, The person who helped you remove the puppet mark must be your father. Sovereign Emperor also knows my father? Long Chen was taken aback. Great Emperor Zhenwu laughed bitterly. I've only heard of him, but I've never seen him in person. From this, it seemed that Zhenwu Great Emperor was still in awe of Long Qinglan. Long Chen thought to himself, since he knows how powerful my father is, he won't harm me. He might even treat me very well. I don't have to worry about the Emperor's soul and the god-slaying sword being taken away by him. Longchen felt a lot more relaxed when he thought of this. He's an extraordinary man of his generation. Unfortunately, his temper is strange and his strength is unknown. He rarely shows himself. You're his son. It's reasonable that you've achieved so much at such a young age. You've joined my true martial emperor palace and obtained the emperor's soul. You and I are fated to meet. May I ask where your father is now? Long Chen's mind raced. Jinwu Great Emperor's motives were unclear. His father was something he was afraid of. If he told him that Long Qinglan might really be dead, he wouldn't know how Jinwu Great Emperor would react. So he thought for a moment and said, "My father's whereabouts are strange. He's only appeared in front of me once in the past 10 years. I don't know where he's gone and I can't contact him." This answer was very clever. It made Long Qinglan a person whom Jinwu Great Emperor feared. In this way, this strange Jinwu Great Emperor would probably have some misgivings about Long Chen. Of course, perhaps Jinwu Great Emperor didn't have such intentions at all. He was just here to admire a junior. At this time, Jinwu Great Emperor sighed. A great disaster has befallen us. I summoned you here today because I wanted you to discard the Emperor's soul, but I didn't expect your father to have erased the puppet imprint. I was overthinking things. However, you're related to the city lord of the wronged. I'm afraid you'll become his primary target when the disaster comes. Great disaster. Longchen suddenly remembered that the 10 ghost kings had taken away the human head statue in the chaotic kingdom. He told Jinwu Great Emperor about this and then asked, Emperor, what does the city lord of the wronged have to do with the great disaster you mentioned?" Jinwu Great Emperor sighed. "It's a part of the city lord of the wronged's corpse. He already has enough power to reconstruct his body. In a few days, he'll be able to return to his former glory. Come to my true martial emperor palace. Who exactly is this city lord of the wronged?" Long Chen was alarmed and asked hurriedly. He must be a city lord of a city in the eternal sacred realm. He committed a great crime and the entire city was slaughtered. The city lord of the wronged was dismembered and imprisoned in the eternal hell of the lower world. The others in the city were also sealed with a strange secret art and turned into ghosts. They'll be chained for life until they die. The city lord of the wronged is a prisoner of the eternal sacred realm. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. So that was how it was. No wonder he could sense the aura of humans from those ghosts. The changes in the dynasty also proved this point. Those strange ghosts, and even the 10 great ghost kings, must have been humans in the past. It was only because they had been sealed that they had turned into these ghostly things. If the city lord of the wronged recovers, given his hatred for the eternal sacred realm and the world, he will bring a catastrophe to the 3 regions and 9 realms. I, Jinwu Great Emperor, will bear the brunt of it. Do you know why? Jinwu Great Emperor asked helplessly. Long Chen quickly asked, I'd like to hear the details. Jinwu Great Emperor's voice came from afar. That's because the people who sent him to the lower world and sealed him in the eternal hell are the factions that the ancestors of the 3 regions and 9 realms established in the eternal sacred realm. You should have seen the 99 golden demons suppressing columns of our martial god palace. They suppress the heart of the city lord of the wronged, which is also the most important part of his body. If he regenerates his body, he'll come to our Jinwu Great Emperor palace immediately to take his heart back. Long Chen was shocked. He could not remain calm. If that was the case, the Jinwu Great Emperor Palace and even the 3 regions and 9 realms would face a great disaster if they could not stop the city lord of the wronged's rebirth. Given the city lord of the wronged's character, he might even cause a great disaster. Long Chen remembered how many people had died to the mouths of those ghosts in the city of the wronged. Is there no way to stop that guy's rebirth? Long Chen asked after some thought. At the same time, he understood that Jinwu Great Emperor must have a reason for telling him all this. Perhaps he wanted Long Qinglan's help, but Long Chen knew that Long Qinglan would not appear this time. There is no other way. He has prepared for more than 100,000 years just for this moment. There is no way to stop it, Jinwu Great Emperor said in a hoarse voice. Long Chen fell silent. To be honest, the city lord of the wronged was so strong. He did not know how many ghosts he had under his command. If those ghosts entered the world, the people of the 3 regions and 9 realms were not all strong. Given the characteristics of those ghosts that ate people to become stronger, it might really become a great catastrophe for the 3 regions and 9 realms. If that happened, the people would be in a terrible situation. The city lord of the wronged had been sealed by the ancestors of the 3 regions and 9 realms. If the people of the city lord of the wronged died, the resentment in his heart would be enormous. At that time, his desire for revenge, it was unimaginable. As a member of the 3 regions and 9 realms, Long Chen also felt the heavy pressure. Jinwu Great Emperor was the leader of the 3 regions and 9 realms. Perhaps his heart was even heavier. I am telling you all this mainly to let your father know. If you have the means, pass the message to him. At this point, I have no choice but to think of other ways. But if you cannot contact your father, then there is no other way. Child, you were born in the 3 regions and 9 realms. If there is a catastrophe, you will also have to bear a part of the responsibility. In the face of disaster, everyone has a responsibility. Long Chen knew that Jinwu Great Emperor had painstaking efforts, but he really could not do anything about Long Qinglan. Of course, he also had some connections with the city lord of the wronged. If the city lord of the wronged really made things difficult for him, Long Chen said in a clear voice, Emperor, I will try my best to help my father, but don't hold too much hope. The last time he told me that he was going to leave, but if it was me, I would definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Very good. Jinwu Great Emperor had received a satisfactory answer. He said, You are from the eternal sacred realm and grow at an astonishing speed. I hope that you can make great progress in the next few years. With your talent, you might be able to turn the tide in a few years. As for the situation of our 3 great imperial palaces, I was already a dead man. I only held on until now because of the matter of the city lord of the wronged. That person from the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace chose to reincarnate and lost everything. As for that giant beast from the desolate Imperial Palace, he has never cared about anything. I guess when the time comes, he will be the one we can rely on the most. These words were more like Jinwu Great Emperor muttering to himself. Chapter 1459. Rebirth wasn't a simple matter. Even the city lord of the wronged would need a few years to complete it. The exact time was uncertain, but it was certain that he would arrive at the true Martial Emperor Palace first. It will be a battle to the death, so from today onwards, the true Martial Emperor Palace will prepare for that battle, Emperor Jinwu said in a hoarse voice. He gave Long Chen the impression that he was on the brink of death. He didn't know how much combat power he could display in the future. Emperor Jinwu had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his lifespan had long since come to an end. He would definitely find a way to delay the arrival of the 1,000-year time limit, but at the same time, he would be greatly restricted. After all, the 1,000-year time limit was set by the heavens. After that, the two of them remained silent. Long Chen thought that he had finished and was about to leave. However, at this moment, the other party suddenly said, I wonder if you're interested in the position of Sacred Martial Emperor. Long Chen had only heard of Emperor Jinwu, but not Sacred Martial Emperor. He asked, Sacred Martial Emperor? What is that? From the name, it should be a high position in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Jinwu Great Emperor didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, the previous generation's Sacred Martial Emperor died during the Nirvana Tribulation 1,000 years ago. The Jinwu Emperor Palace hasn't had a Sacred Martial Emperor for 1,000 years. In the past few years, I've discussed with the 3 martial honors and decided to select a Sacred Martial Emperor. If you turn back at this juncture and ask Wenren Shi to recommend you, fight for it yourself. If even Emperor Jinwu thought so highly of him, Long Chen guessed that Sacred Martial Emperor's position was even higher than the 3 martial sovereigns. Seeing Long Chen's confusion, Emperor Zhenwu said, "Sacred Martial Emperor is my successor. If I die, you will be the new Emperor Zhenwu." Long Chen held his breath when he heard this. Emperor Zhenwu, to the people of the 3 regions and 9 realms, this was an incredibly high position. It represented boundless glory and godly might. Long Chen had learned about the eternal God domain, and his horizons were very high. But in his heart, he was still filled with reverence for the position of Great Emperor Zhenwu. He had never imagined that Great Emperor Zhenwu would trust him so much that he would let him take on the position of super godhood, which would inform the billions and billions of citizens of the Zhenwu imperial domain. Therefore, for a moment, he was stunned. The Sacred Martial Emperor was a unique tradition of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Even the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the Desolation Emperor Palace didn't have such a system. Mo Xiaolang was the son of the Desolation Emperor and was respectfully addressed as the Imperial Prince. However, there was no system that stipulated that the Imperial Prince would be the new Desolation Emperor after the death of the Desolation Emperor. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't even have the tradition of the Imperial Prince. However, the true Martial Emperor Palace was different. Every generation of the Sacred Martial Emperor was actually the Crown Prince. It all depends on you. If you are willing to serve the millions of people of my true martial imperial domain and dare to take on this great responsibility, I will give you a chance to compete. Every generation of Sacred Martial Emperor is a glory, and my time is coming to an end. If you have the determination and perseverance to take on this great responsibility, and this sense of responsibility, then tell Wenren Shi. Long Chen calmly pondered for a while. He understood that the position of Sacred Martial Emperor, although it meant that he would soon control the entire true Martial Emperor Palace, his name would soon spread throughout the ages, and no one would dare to underestimate him. It also meant a heavy responsibility. Especially with the imminent catastrophe of City Lord of the Wronged, it meant that he would soon rush to the forefront of the battle. For the sake of the true martial imperial domain, he would go through fire and water without hesitation. This was a major decision. He had just arrived and his foundation was not stable. He didn't feel a sense of belonging to the true martial emperor palace as he did to the myriad kingdoms domain. Therefore, he was very hesitant. On one hand, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to take on such a great responsibility. On the other hand, he felt that it was his duty to do so. Go back and think about it. However, if you really are the sacred martial emperor of the true martial emperor palace, I think the 4 great sword masters won't dare to underestimate you anymore. You and the reincarnated sword soul old ghost should have more hope. The old ghost's reincarnation this time involves many secrets that I don't know about. Long Chen was a little surprised. Even the true martial emperor didn't know about the secrets involved. Could it be that the matter of Lingxi's reincarnation wasn't as simple as he thought? He's right. If I can become someone like the sacred martial emperor, I'll be second only to one and above tens of thousands. I'll be able to command the entire true martial emperor palace and possess great strength. When I arrive at the sword soul emperor palace, no one will dare to underestimate me anymore. The matter of Lingxi and the great responsibility that he needed to shoulder made Long Chen have some thoughts about the sacred martial emperor. Of course, he still needed to think about it. Go, I have to sleep. The true martial emperor sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, a force appeared out of thin air and brought Long Chen out of the 5-colored vortex. This short journey was like a dream. Long Chen was a little dazed. It took him a long time to recover and process the information he had received. At the same time, he felt a smooth hand grab his wrist and pull him down into the huge true martial emperor road. Long Chen didn't need to look to know that Lin Juniao was protecting him. Otherwise, the pressure here would have been enough to make his body collapse. Indeed, experts couldn't be looked down upon. Lin Juniao didn't ask anything, but Long Chen saw Wenren Shi. Lin Juniao smiled sweetly and said to Wenren Shi, "Don't be nervous. You can have your man back." Wenren Shi smiled awkwardly and continued to lead Long Chen down. After taking 2 steps, Wenren Shi asked, "Long Chen, did the Emperor Lord tell you about the sacred martial emperor, also known as the young emperor?" Although the sacred martial emperor wasn't necessarily stronger than the three martial venerables, his status was indeed second only to the emperor and above billions of people. Also known as the young emperor, it was the dream of countless experts of the new generation. At the very least, any martial artist under the age of 5,000 could become a young emperor. Of course, those with great potential and strength had priority. The greater the potential, the greater the chance. The Emperor Lord said that I can fight for it if I want to. Long Chen understood that he was following Wenren Shi. It seemed like there was competition between the three martial venerables. It wasn't as harmonious as he had imagined. Wenren Shi naturally took Long Chen in. Having someone to protect him in the martial god palace was a good thing. Wenren Shi was a good person, so Long Chen simply went with the flow. In any case, his goal was to cultivate and become stronger. The sacred martial emperor is the dream of all martial god palace disciples. You don't have to think too much about becoming the next emperor. After all, it's everyone's dream. The competition is very fierce. If you want to, there are two opponents that you have to pay attention to. They are the experts of the new generation of the true martial emperor palace. They are even stronger than Huang Yu. And Long Chen was very curious about whether there were geniuses like Wang Chen in the true martial emperor palace. Wenren Shi chuckled and said, actually, a few months ago, the situation of our martial emperor palace was similar to that of the sword spirit emperor palace. There was a young martial artist from Yi Futu's faction who was known as the little martial god. He was recognized as the strongest expert of the new generation of the true martial emperor palace. He was as famous as Wang Chen of the sword spirit emperor palace. Below the little martial god, there were people who were at the martial Dao perfection realm. They were extremely talented and had various bloodlines. There were a few who were at the same level as Huang Yu. However, because of the emperor's spiritual qi tide, the situation of the new generation of geniuses has changed. Yi Futu was one of the three martial venerables. He was known as the Slaughter Martial Venerable. Just by hearing this name, Long Chen could tell that he was a peerless god of slaughter. Before the emperor's spiritual qi tide, the true martial emperor palace was the same as the sword spirit emperor palace. There were many experts. The little martial god from Yi Futu's faction was a super genius. The emperor's spiritual qi tide. Did someone pass the Nirvana tribulation? Long Chen guessed. This was because Wang Chen and Mo Shaolang had both entered the Nirvana tribulation on that day. As one of the three great emperor palaces, the true martial emperor palace probably had some geniuses who were stuck there. Wenren Shi nodded and said, that is indeed the case. As expected, the little martial god passed the Nirvana tribulation and stepped into the Nirvana tribulation realm, causing his strength to skyrocket. However, what is surprising is that there is an unknown little girl from Lin Juanyao's lineage who also passed the Nirvana tribulation and became a Nirvana tribulation realm cultivator. You are very familiar with this little girl, she is your old rival, and her name is Feng Jilin. Because of her appearance, the little martial god also has an opponent, Hehe. Wenren Shi looked like a teenager, but he spoke very maturely. Her. Long Chen was startled. When they separated, he killed the one in Feng Jilin's body. He didn't expect that Feng Jilin and Yang Lingqing would both benefit from a disaster. Now that he thought about it, he should go to Yang Lingqing's place. Wenren Shi said, yes, I know that she was once fused with a divine martial soul. Later, she benefited from a disaster and obtained his Dao seal. That's why she could enter the Nirvana tribulation realm so easily. Of course, it's very difficult for a martial artist like her to pass the Nirvana tribulation, but she had the willpower to endure it. She's a good child. She has a strong heart and is even stronger than some men. Nowadays, the children call her the Witch of Wind, Hehe. This was the extent of the great Tao of Soul Fusion's help to Feng Jilin. She still had to rely on herself for the rest of her cultivation. You can defeat an ordinary Nirvana tribulation martial artist, so this little girl shouldn't be difficult to deal with. However, the child Yi Futu adopted has a special constitution and a strange undying body. I've seen him before. He's practically unkillable. Even if his head is crushed, he can still come back to life. His body's recovery ability far surpasses that of an unparalleled golden body, and his fighting will is extraordinary. Although this little martial god is a little brawny and simple-minded, he won't be easy to deal with. And this time, Yi Futu clearly wants him to become the holy martial emperor. Oh. Long Chen nodded. Actually, he was still hesitant. Was he able to take on such a great responsibility? The city lord of the wronged had brought about a catastrophe. This chapter was about the explosive week. Currently, it had 5,900 votes. 2 chapters had been uploaded, and there were almost 3. Brothers, make up for it. Of course, it's fine as long as everyone is happy. Votes are a form of enthusiasm. We authors don't rely on this to earn money. Chapter 1460. In fact, Long Chen wasn't very interested in the so-called Little Martial God and the Wind Witch. Although others coveted the position of Sacred Martial Emperor, he was more concerned about Han Yunxing. After meeting True Martial Great Emperor, it was time to deal with this matter immediately. Speaking of which, some things are very interesting. The number 1 of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's new generation is called Wang Chen, and the little martial god of our True Martial Emperor Palace is called Yang Chen. You have great potential, and your name is Long Chen. Could it be that your talent is outstanding because your name is Chen? This was just a coincidence, and there were so many people in the world. The word Chen had been used too much, so Long Chen didn't care much about it. However, this little martial god Yang Chen had the same name as him, which was also a kind of fate. Long Chen realized that he was going against a guy with a similar name to him in this life. While talking, Wenren she had already brought Long Chen down to the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda's 30th floor. From here on, he didn't need to help Long Chen anymore. He said, Jingtao is waiting for you on the 3rd floor. Go over there and he will introduce you to your future cultivation and life in Martial God Palace. Thank you, Martial Sovereign. This kind of person who was rarely seen by ordinary people had served Long Chen for so long today. Long Chen was quite grateful. The 3 martial sovereigns were the top figures in the entire True Martial Emperor Palace. When Long Chen first joined True Martial Emperor Palace, he could only look up to such people. Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators were also legends. After speaking, Wenren she put down Long Chen and disappeared. Long Chen descended from True Martial Emperor Road alone. At this time, there were many people on True Martial Emperor Road, but when Long Chen moved alone, not many people noticed him. Each floor was about 50 meters wide. Because of the huge pressure, he couldn't move too fast. It took Long Chen some time to return to the 3rd floor. The 5 Elements Vast Heaven Pagoda had a total of 99 levels. The higher one went, the smaller the space. The first level's diameter was a full 300 miles, and the 3rd level was only a little less. Sure enough, Wenren Jingtao was waiting for him. As soon as he saw him, he welcomed him with a forthright smile. Little fellow, greet the emperor, right? Long Chen nodded and said, yes, where is my uncle Nangong? I want to see him. Wenren Jingtao was surprised. This Long Chen was really impatient, looking for Nangong Lai as soon as he came back. He smiled and said, you're so close to Nangong Lai, of course I thought about it. The 3rd floor is our base, and Nangong Lai lives here too. I arranged for you to stay next to him. Come with me. Wenren Jingtao looked rough, but he was quite meticulous in his work. Long Chen followed his footsteps and flew forward. The first level of the 5 Elements Vast Heaven Pagoda was empty, but from the 2nd level onwards, it was filled with buildings of all sizes. The area within 150 miles was where the Martial God Palace disciples lived. There weren't many Martial God Palace disciples, so there wasn't a shortage of space. Wenren Jingtao introduced, although the 5 Element Clear Sky Pagoda has 99 floors, only the largest first 10 floors are where the cultivators settle down. After all, everyone has old people and children in their family. Not all of them can withstand the upper floors. Starting from the 10th floor, the martial god palace stores Dao tools, immortal spirits, and innate Daoist techniques. More importantly, it is a place to cultivate. The higher you go, the better the effects of cultivation. My Wenrenshi's bloodline usually resides in the 3rd floor. So that's how it is. Long Chen had thought about this before. Perhaps only when they were cultivating would they be able to ascend to a higher level of space. After walking around the vast 3rd level for a while, Wenren Jingtao suddenly said, "May I ask if the Emperor has any intentions of making you the Holy Martial Emperor?" Wenrenshi had also asked about this. Perhaps it was very important to him. Long Chen nodded and said, "The Emperor has indeed said so, but I need to think about it." Wenren Jingtao said, "Then think about it carefully. However, I think a man should take on this great responsibility. Along with the responsibility, you will also have great power and benefits. You will have more room for improvement and enviable cultivation resources. At the same time, I remember that every generation of sacred martial emperors can have a supreme treasure. It seems to be a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns. It's a super supreme treasure. In the entire imperial palace, there are no more than 4 such treasures. I only know that the 3 martial venerables each have one. A medieval Dao tool with 8 Dao patterns. To be honest, this was indeed something to think about. Among Long Chen's current Dao tools, the Lingxi sword had no grade, but it was the most lethal. The god-slaying sword was very strong, but it was a little slower in leveling up. It only had 2 Dao patterns. As for the other things, they were nothing. The 9-pattern parchment had already entered his body, and he didn't know where it went. Therefore, if he could obtain a Dao artifact with 8 Dao patterns, it would be a life-saving item for him. Wenren Jingtao said, "I don't know what the 4th Dao tool with 8 Dao patterns is, but I've heard that the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns are actually a set of Dao tools." Long Chen could only sigh at the wonders of the martial god palace. The 5 elements clear sky pagoda was rumored to be a Dao tool, and the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns were also Dao tools. As they spoke, they had already returned to their residence. Wenren Jingtao arranged a courtyard for Long Chen. It was very quiet and should be at the periphery of the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. "Go in, Nangong is waiting for you inside. From today onwards, you are a disciple of the martial god palace. I have already instructed Nangong to tell you all the basic knowledge and things to take note of. You are new here, so settle down first and familiarize yourself with the environment. If there is any news, I will look for you." Long Chen nodded. After thanking Wenren Jingtao, he left first. Long Chen walked in eagerly and found Nangong Lai sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, drinking wine. When he saw Long Chen, he revealed a helpless smile. It seemed that Han Yunxing's accident was a huge blow to him. "Greetings, Zhenwu Great Emperor. How do you feel?" Nangong Lai smiled, but his smile was somewhat bitter. It was different from his usual carefree manner. Long Chen sat down beside him and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Tell me, what happened to Uncle Han? He has been missing for so long, and he might have met with some mishap. We have to discuss a way to save him as soon as possible." Seeing Long Chen so enthusiastic, Nangong Lai was very gratified. He started to calm down and recalled what had happened. He went straight to the point and said to Long Chen, "Speaking of which, there is only one clue left." "What is it?" Long Chen looked calm, but his heart was burning with anger. Han Yunxing was an elder he respected. If someone had caused any mishap to happen to him, no matter who that person was, Long Chen would definitely make that person die a horrible death. Based on old Han's character, he has always been a sentimental person, unlike me, who doesn't take women seriously. Because of his previous relationship, he has lost interest in relationships. However, some time ago, I suddenly found that he was quite close to a little girl, who is also a member of Wuxian Palace. She is very young, lively, and cute, which is very different from old Han's age. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything between the two of them. They once went out to perform a mission and came back about a month ago. Old Han was a little strange. I had already fallen in love with him, but it didn't seem to be as simple as I thought. He seemed to be a little emotional during those days. I asked him a few times, but he didn't answer me. Then one day, he disappeared. I don't know if he left Wuxia Palace without saying goodbye or met with a mishap. Therefore, I think that girl called Fu Ling, is the only clue. Long Chen sorted out his thoughts. If Han Yunxing wanted to leave the Wuxia Palace, he would definitely tell Nangong Lai so that Nangong Lai would not be so worried. Given Uncle Han's character, he would not leave without saying goodbye. So something must have happened. He asked, what has this girl called Fu Ling been doing recently? Nangong Lai knew that Long Chen was smarter than him, so he got to the point immediately. He said, I didn't pay much attention to it at first, but I heard that this Fu Ling seems to be under house arrest by her father. She can't go out all day. I can't see her even if I want to, is that so? Long Chen thought for a while and asked, who is this Fu Ling's father? Nangong Lai replied, he is a Cambrian king of the Cambrian Palace. Tell me more about the Cambrian Palace. Long Chen had heard of the Cambrian Palace when he was in the 3,000 Palaces. It was a big law enforcement organization of the Wuxia Palace. The first Supreme Elder actually came from the Cambrian Palace. Nangong Lai said, the Hall of Cold Martial is the law enforcement organization of the Martial God Palace, and they are in charge of the punishment of the Martial God Palace. They have always been impartial. The Hall of Cold Martial has a Hall Master, who is at the late stage of the third layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. There are 3 Vice Hall Masters, who are all at the early stage of the third layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. Below the Hall Master are 10 Kings of Cold Martial, who are all at the early stage of the second layer of the Nirvana Tribulation. Some are at the early stage, and some are at the late stage. Below the kings are 50 Generals of Cold Martial, who are all at the Hall of Cold Martial. Although there are not many of them, they are all at the Nirvana Tribulation realm and have great power. Fu Ling's father is also one of the Cambrian kings. He is in the second stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Long Chen frowned slightly. The current him was still not a match for a second stage Nirvana Tribulation expert. The gap between each stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm was very big, even between the early and late stages of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Chapter 1461. Long Chen stood up and said, all right, then, let's go visit the King of Cambrian. However, Nangong Lai felt that it was inappropriate. Long Chen was too anxious to save someone, so he said, I've been asking around for many days. You just arrived at the Martial God Palace today, and it's not appropriate for you to visit that guy. Furthermore, I heard that this Fu Hai has a bad temper, and he doesn't give you any face. He's a troublemaker, and just because he's strong and powerful, he considers everyone beneath him. If you visit him in such a hurry, he will not let you off easily. Also, there's another matter. Long Chen also felt that what Nangong Lai said made sense. It had already been a month, and the more anxious he was, the worse it would get. Long Chen had just arrived here, so he didn't understand anything. He had to calm down first. What is it? Long Chen asked. Nangong Lai said, 3 martial saints, 3 big factions. Lin Junyao doesn't really care much, and her faction usually supports the emperor and rarely interacts with outsiders. We all follow Martial Saint Wenren Shi, so we can be considered a low-profile group. However, the other Martial Saint, Yi Futu, who is also known as the Massacre Martial Saint, is a very aggressive person. He always takes the initiative in everything, and he always goes against us. The Hall Master of the Cambrian Hall is one of Yi Futu's disciples, so the Hall Master of the Cambrian Hall is basically loyal to Yi Futu. Therefore, if we visit him, that Fu Hai will definitely treat us as an enemy. It's precisely because he's from Yi Futa's faction that we can't act rashly. Long Chen had thought that the Martial God Palace's law enforcement organization would be fair, but he didn't expect it to be for one person. It seemed like the Martial God Palace was not united against outsiders, but there were many hidden forces. Long Chen had just arrived, so there were too many things he didn't know. He lowered his head and pondered, trying to figure out the situation. In other words, this Fu Hai has a bad temper, and he may not look up to us. It is impossible for us to get any information from him, and if we fight him head-on, it will definitely cause a conflict between the two factions. The other party is from the Hall of Cambrian, and if we fight with the King of Cambrian of the Hall of Cambrian, we will be at a disadvantage. Long Chen finally understood what was at stake here. This matter was much more difficult than he had imagined. Of course, this did not scare him. Nangong Lai made up his mind and said, I heard that you just came back from 9-star Chaos City and haven't had a good rest. You should stabilize yourself for the next few days. I will go out and inquire about the situation first. We must succeed as soon as possible. I hope that old Han can survive this time. Otherwise, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will kill the people who harmed him. Nangong Lai's eyes were filled with hostility. They had been brothers for many years. He didn't want Han Yinxing to die this time. Be careful, Long Chen said. In fact, the anger in his heart was no less than Nangong Lai's, but at this moment, if he lost his mind, not only would he fail, he might even harm others. Don't worry, I'll go gather some information. I won't die until I'm sure old Han is dead. Nangong Lai clenched his thick fists, turned around, and left, leaving Long Chen alone. Long Chen stood up and walked into the room prepared for him. Looking out of the window, Long Chen's eyes flashed with anger. Uncle Han, if anything happens to you, I will make everyone involved die with you, no matter who they are. Even if they died, it was not enough to quell the hatred in Long Chen's heart. He respected these two elders from the bottom of his heart, but he did not expect, since it had already happened, the only way was to solve it. There was no use blaming himself. Nangong Lai went out to gather information. Long Chen seized the time and sat down to organize his cultivation. Nearly 1/3 of the 100 million apertures have been transformed. According to this progress, it will take me another 2 months to completely reach the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm and build the divine nation. This speed is a little slow. Before building the divine nation, my fighting capacity can at most kill a warrior at the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. If I face a warrior at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm alone, I have little chance of winning. Long Chen was very clear about his own situation. Ancient Blood Hell Formation, Extreme Universe Finger, 9 Dragons Devouring Sky, and God Slaying Art. The power of these moves surpassed that of a warrior at the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Especially the 9 Dragons Devouring Sky, the final form of the 9 Dragon Scripture, its power was even greater than that of the incomplete God-slaying art. The God-slaying art could be said to be a real God-slaying art. As for the Extreme Universe Finger, it was on another level. If it was used well, it would be enough to determine the victory. In addition to these killer moves, Long Chen also relied on the dual sword technique and the 2 divine swords. The powerful and mysterious Lingxi sword, which directly attacked the god martial soul. Holding it, Long Chen always had a feeling that he was fighting side by side with Lingxi. As for the god-slaying sword, it was the sword of slaughter and the sword of devouring. As long as its level was high enough, it was enough to tear everything apart and strengthen itself. It was about to condense the 3rd Tao pattern. When all the apertures had been transformed, the power of the Nirvana world in Long Chen's body was only equivalent to the 1st level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. There was still a long way to go. However, he could fight against a warrior at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, all because of these powerful killer moves and Tao weapons, as well as his strong body. As for the inherited essence blood of the Void Dragon, vaguely, Long Chen already knew that the essence blood of the Void Dragon would be used there. Now, all the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon has entered my body. Just a little bit more and my body will be able to absorb all the blood essence and become a young dragon. The blood essence of the void infinity dragon can no longer interfere with my body. Otherwise, the two ancestral dragons will fight for territory, and I will explode and die. Long Chen was very grateful to Long Qinglan, because when he gave Long Chen 2 kinds of essence blood, he had already thought of a way out for Long Chen. He wanted to create a heaven-defying ancestral dragon warrior with 2 kinds of essence blood, which was unprecedented. The void astral dragon was different from the primordial blood spiritual dragon. The primordial blood spiritual dragon had a physical body, and he was the embodiment of a powerful physical body. Back then, his body could cover the heavens and earth, and he was the ancestor of slaughter. A sweep of his tail and a thrust of his dragon claws could shake the entire world. However, the void astral dragon was different. He was transparent, illusory, and did not even have a physical body. He wandered the long river of time, and was difficult to fathom. He did not even have a fixed physical body. When Long Qinglan absorbed the void astral dragon's essence blood, the place where the essence blood was inherited was not Long Qinglan's physical body, but his Yuan spirit. Therefore, there was no conflict between the essence blood of the void dragon and the ancient blood spirit dragon, under the suppression and mediation of the mysterious dragon Jade. The so-called spirit, a few days ago, Long Chen had some understanding of the cultivation of the Nirvana tribulation realm. The God martial soul only belongs to the God martial arts realm. After reaching the 9th level of the God martial arts realm, the Nirvana golden wheel will be produced in the body. The Nirvana golden wheel is something that transforms the power of the world into the power of Nirvana. When a warrior reaches the Nirvana tribulation realm, the Nirvana golden wheel will be completed and integrated into the God martial soul. The God martial soul will expand, occupy the entire sea of consciousness, and transform into the real form, forming an indestructible spirit. There is a big difference between the primordial spirit dragon and the God martial soul. The primordial spirit dragon contains the essence of the soul and is the amalgamation of a person's thoughts, and comprehension. The body and the primordial spirit together form a person. The body and the primordial spirit are important parts of a person, and neither of them can be missing. The body nourishes the primordial spirit, while the primordial spirit is the brain and comprehension, and the body is the foundation. The primordial spirit controls the body, but it is not a superior and subordinate relationship, but an equal relationship. The inherited essence blood of the primordial spirit dragon occupied my body and transformed it into the body of the ancestral dragon. According to my father's plan, the inherited essence blood of the void astral dragon would eventually enter my primordial spirit, allowing the void astral dragon to hide in the body of the primordial spirit dragon. That way, I would have double the power of the ancestral dragon. Of course, the void astral dragon can only be used after I pass the first nirvana tribulation and form a real primordial spirit. The God martial soul is just a simple soul power, while the primordial spirit is the ultimate path to becoming a god. Long Chen's situation was special. He had not formed the nirvana golden wheel, but his body had already produced the power of nirvana. When he formed the nirvana golden wheel and the nirvana tribulation descended, he did not know what effect his nirvana tribulation would have. Long Chen was looking forward to that moment. Although his nirvana tribulation would definitely be extremely terrifying and difficult to pass, it would be a huge leap if he passed it. Not only would he be able to completely absorb the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon and transform into a dragon, he would also be able to form his spirit and use it to accept the essence blood of the void dragon. In this world, could there be someone who was more talented than him? Of course, this was all in the future. Long Chen still had to silently transform the Nirvana world energy in his body for the challenge at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. A day passed quietly. Long Chen found that he could not sit still at all. He was too worried about Han Yunxing and did not have the mood to cultivate at all. Therefore, even though he had just arrived, he had to go out and gather information with Nangong Lai. Otherwise, his heart would only become more and more chaotic. Not long after he left the door, he met Nangong Lai, who was walking back with a pale face. At that moment, Long Chen's face turned extremely ugly. He supported Nangong Lai and walked back. After a quick check, he knew that Nangong Lai had been punched in the chest. His internal organs, meridians, and bones were shattered and his body was severely injured. He had to persevere to walk back, and when he returned, he almost collapsed. Chapter 1462. Without a doubt, Nangong Lai had gone to Fu Hai's place to gather information and got beaten up. I was too careless and got caught by Fu Hai. That guy caught me and beat me up. Nangong Lai gritted his teeth. Long Chen had many immortal essences in the Great Void Realm. Nangong Lai's injuries were too severe today, so he had to use immortal essences. Long Chen took out a kind of immortal essence with one immortal mark called the 10,000-year nascent grass. It had powerful recovery abilities and was specifically targeted at the internal organs. It could transform a person's body into a baby's life force. It would be very beneficial for Nangong Lai's future cultivation. Seeing that it was actually a celestial essence, Nangong Lai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Chen, there's no need. How can this rotten life of mine compare to this celestial essence? You keep it first, it will probably be of great use in the future, so don't waste it on me. Refine it. I have a lot of this stuff. I got a lot in 9-star Chaos City." Long Chen said in a deep voice. His beloved uncle had been beaten up. This time, Long Chen could not hold it in any longer. This Fu Hai was so arrogant. Long Chen had to go and take a look. Nangong Lai couldn't argue with him. He gratefully accepted it and sat down to refine it. Long Chen waited patiently. Half a day later, Nangong Lai had completely refined the 10,000-year nascent grass. His body was almost fully recovered. He stood up and said, "I didn't think my rotten life would have a chance to use immortal essences. Little Chen, you're growing too fast." Long Chen didn't listen to him. He said, "Since he beat you, I have to go see no matter what. Of course, I won't be impulsive. Just trust me. I think Uncle Han's disappearance has something to do with him. Go now." Nangong Lai was still hesitant. He felt that Long Chen had a bright future ahead of him. It wasn't worth it to offend someone so soon after coming to True Martial Emperor Palace. "I'll go find Wenren Jingtao and ask him to help." Long Chen wasn't an idiot. He had just arrived here and didn't have much experience. He had to find someone with enough status to hold the fort. "Yes, that's the only thing we can do. I've already alerted them, so I won't be able to find out anything if I stay outside. You have Senior Wenren Shi's support, so they won't dare to do anything to you. I just hope that old Han is lucky enough not to die before he sees you rise." These words made Long Chen's heart ache. He respected Han Yunxing even more. From the moment he entered True Martial Emperor Palace, the other party had treated him very well, but this time, Nangong Lai led the way, and Long Chen resolutely headed for Wenren Jingtao's residence. Wenren Jingtao had just retreated from 9-star Chaos City and happened to be recuperating. He had some free time, so when Long Chen saw him, he got straight to the point and explained his intentions. After listening, Wenren Jingtao was silent for a while, then said, "I was just wondering why Nangong Lai wasn't with Han Yunxing. So that guy was tricked. Han Yunxing is also on my side, but with Fu Hai's temper, he will attack at the slightest disagreement. It will be very difficult to get anything out of him, so I can only bring you there to try." Long Chen sneered, "I think it's most likely his doing." Long Chen's status in Martial God Palace wasn't high yet. If it was, he wouldn't care so much and would just kill his way over. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly thought of the Sacred Martial Emperor position. If he became the Sacred Martial Emperor, not to mention Fu Hai, even Yi Futu, one of the 3 martial saints, wouldn't be able to touch him. Cold Martial Hall occupies a total of 2 floors of the Clear Sky Pagoda, the 7th and the 8th. As one of the 10 great cold kings, Fu Hai's talisman residence should be on the 8th floor. I'll bring you there now. He dared to beat up our people. I can't let him be arrogant just because of this, Wenren Jingtao said. He was a hot-tempered person, and after being in 9-star Chaos City for so long, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of a cold king. With Wenren Jingtao leading the way, the three passed through True Martial Emperor Road and went up to the 8th floor. This was Cold Martial Hall's territory. Of course, there were other martial artists wandering around here. Nangong Lai couldn't be more familiar with the location of the Talisman residence. Under his lead, the three soon appeared in front of the Talisman residence. Long Chen's heart surged with murderous intent. What he needed now was the truth. If the truth was that Han Yinxing's death was caused by Fu Hai, then he couldn't care less about anything else. In his chest, a vicious aura grew crazily. All of Long Chen's blood was boiling, and his hatred was burning. He thought of everything that Han Yinxing had done for him. Long Chen had sincerely called him Uncle Han, no matter how strong he was. The golden door of the Talisman residence was tall and majestic. Coincidentally, when Long Chen's group of three had just arrived, the gates of the Talisman estate opened, and two people walked out amidst a crowd of tens of thousands of people. One was a beautiful and icy young girl in a dark green dress, and the other was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a dense beard on his face. The middle-aged man was full of smiles and made an inviting gesture. He was probably sending the girl out of the residence and coincidentally bumping into Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. The beautiful girl, who was talking to the bearded middle-aged man, suddenly felt a burning gaze on her. Her body trembled, and her heart raced. She turned around and indeed, that familiar legendary youth was standing between the two experts, looking at her. That pair of cold but penetrating eyes made her feel like she was defenseless. She was not even wearing any clothes. She had no secrets in front of the other party. Even though the people of the Martial God Palace thought she was very noble, in front of the other party, she felt ashamed of her inferiority. However, when they met again, why was he looking at her with a hateful gaze? In fact, Feng Jilin had misunderstood. All of Long Chen's hatred was directed at Fu Hai, who was standing next to her. The middle-aged man, who was tall and had a rough face, was wearing a rich blue robe. He was laughing heartily and hadn't noticed Long Chen and the others. Senior Fu, I will take my leave first. Feng Jilin ignored the other party's smile. Her figure moved, and her dress fluttered in the wind. She was still cold and beautiful. She stopped in front of Long Chen before standing still and looking at the youth in front of her. She thought that Long Chen had come for her. Long Chen had not expected to meet her here. She had saved him from the hands of the mysterious Nether Hall Master and the Mad Demon Hall Master, and he had helped her survive. There should not be any conflict between the two of them. Long Chen's mind was filled with Han Yinxing. When he saw her, he did not think much of it. He said, "Move aside first, I have something to do." Hearing this, Feng Jilin's gaze turned cold. He wanted her to move aside. They had not seen each other for a year. They had met again, but he wanted her to move aside. Long Chen would never know how important he was to Feng Jilin. She seemed to have lived for him. Maybe it was because of competition, she wanted to prove that she was not weak, but there were other complicated emotions. She had achieved what she had today, and what she wanted the most was for Long Chen to see her. She did not expect that after not seeing each other for a year, the first thing he said was for her to move aside. "Are you still so arrogant?" Feng Jilin's enthusiasm seemed to have been poured a bucket of cold water by Long Chen's attitude. Her face and tone became very cold. Long Chen did not know what she was thinking. Fu Hai was right in front of him. Long Chen rolled his eyes at Feng Jilin and walked towards Fu Hai with the other two. "Stop." Feng Jilin's graceful body blocked his way. She stared into his eyes and said, "Long Chen, we haven't seen each other for a year, and this is how you treat me. Am I still so worthless in your eyes? Is there something wrong with your brain?" "I have something wrong." Long Chen had already treated her as a friend. He was not in a good mood, and she came out to cause trouble. He really did not know how she had survived if she was so stupid. This made Miss Feng even angrier. She had painstakingly endured the Nirvana tribulation. If she did not have that belief in her heart, she would not have survived. That belief was to prove to Long Chen that she was tough and strong. She wanted him to see her, to praise her, but what she got in return was disregard. Just as Long Chen was about to talk to Fu Hai, Feng Jilin dashed in front of him. A gust of wind rushed towards Long Chen. She danced in the wind, her clothes fluttering. Her cold eyes stared at Long Chen and said, "I heard about your rise in 9-star Chaos City. Your talent is so admirable, but I, Feng Jilin, am not weak either. I have fought with you for so long, but you have never respected me. Long Chen, after a year, do you have the guts to fight me again? I have passed the Nirvana tribulation, I am qualified to be your opponent." Long Chen didn't expect that his words would touch this woman's fragile nerves. He didn't have any ill intentions, but because of Han Yunxing's matter, his killing intent was very strong. Now was not the time to make trouble. He said, "All right, wait for me to settle my business. Don't waste time, now is the time." Feng Jilin hated Long Chen for pushing her matters to the back. He clearly didn't value her. She had done so much just to let this man see her and value her. She was impatient. She looked strong on the outside, but her heart was like glass. Once touched, it would shatter. When she was hot-headed, she loved to mess around. The other party's incessant provocation made Long Chen really angry. He really didn't understand what was in this woman's head. Maybe it was soy milk. He stopped in his tracks. Feng Jilin had already attacked him without saying a word. This change made Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai feel helpless. Long Chen was immediately entangled by this angry woman. Feng Jilin would not give up until she won. Wenren Jingtao and Nangong Lai could only wait. After all, Fu Hai was watching coldly, and did not leave. This girl is so arrogant. I am standing here, and she does not care. Wenren Jingtao sighed. Nangong Lai said, "Can't you see? As long as Long Chen comes out, he is the only person in her world. This is love and hate. You uncouth will not understand." Chapter 1463. Feng Jilin's attitude was tough. Long Chen was speechless. The conflict between the two also attracted a large number of onlookers. "Let me see how strong you are now." Feng Jilin was eager to know the result, so she attacked right away. She was in the Nirvana realm and she condensed the Tao of Wind. After forming the Tao seal and transforming the power of Nirvana, the current her was fundamentally different from before. Nirvana force had its own attributes. Feng Lin's Nirvana force not only had the attributes of destruction and rebirth, but it also had the elegance and violence of the wind. Compared to normal Nirvana forces, its attack power was much stronger. Plus, because of the soul fusion Tao, Feng Jilin's understanding of the Tao of Wind surpassed the warriors in the first Nirvana realm. She was ahead of the Nirvana power. The cultivation of the Nirvana realm was divided into two parts. Firstly, it was to increase one's Nirvana force. This could be achieved through many methods. Cultivating was one method, obtaining Nirvana force from celestial essences or other treasures was another method. There were also many other mysterious methods. The increase of Nirvana force had a lot to do with one's innate talent. Most people could only increase their Nirvana force gradually. It was impossible for them to reach the sky in a single step. The other part was the understanding of the Tao of Heaven. The increase of the Nirvana power could allow a warrior to advance from the early stage to the late stage. But it didn't necessarily determine combat power. Sometimes, combat power and resistance to the Nirvana realm were related to the understanding of the Tao of Heaven. Some people could even create their own Tao of Heaven and display terrifying combat power that surpassed their own level. Without understanding, it was useless no matter how much Nirvana power you had. You might be killed by the Nirvana realm. The best state for a Nirvana Tribulation realm martial artist was to comprehend first, followed by the power of Nirvana. However, the majority of martial artists were lacking in their comprehension of the heavenly Tao, which was also the reason why many people died during the Nirvana Tribulation. Feng Jilin got everything from the dead man. Her understanding of the Tao of Wind was more advanced. Although the Nirvana Storm Nirvana power wasn't much, it could surpass the fighting power of the first Nirvana realm. That was why she could reach the sky in one step and become a master like the young martial god. She casually waved her hand and a jade-green wind blade rushed towards Long Chen. This seemingly simple wind blade was not simple at all because it was different from martial arts. This was the heavenly Tao. The third level of the divine martial realm was the celestial being realm. At that time, warriors would learn the unity of man and nature, and the comprehension of the Nirvana Tribulation realm would amplify this unity of man and nature. Feng Jilin only used a portion of her Nirvana force, but she could attract at least 10% of the Emperor's spiritual chi, which was condensed on the wind blade, emitting a terrifying aura. This strange wind blade contained the way of the wild wind of nature, and it flew towards Long Chen in a floating trajectory. Its trajectory was erratic, changing so fast that no one could predict it. In Long Chen's world, everything disappeared. The only scene in the world was the endless roaring of the wind. The wind formed a giant beast that covered the sky. The whole world was under its control. Its claws clawed at Long Chen. Before it reached him, the sharp feeling made Long Chen's skin start to be cut. "Can you take the attack of the Tao of Heaven?" Feng Jilin's cold voice echoed in his ears. Long Chen had seen it. The warriors in the Nirvana realm that he had fought before had just entered the Nirvana realm. They didn't have a deep understanding of the Tao of Heaven. They couldn't display the terrifying power of Feng Jilin. The only strong one was the leader of the god-defying cult, Lin Mo. His Tao of Chaos was also terrifying, but in the end, he was killed by the magical power of the bloodline. Feng Jilin's understanding of the Tao of Wind was probably no less than a warrior in the second tier of the Nirvana realm. Such a terrifying attack instantly attracted the attention of many. Wenren Jingtao hesitated for a while. He wanted to help Long Chen, but he saw that Long Chen didn't panic. He also wanted to know if Long Chen was a match for the other. Seeing that the giant storm beast was about to grind him to pieces, Long Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. The god-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword appeared in his hands. The dual sword technique danced quickly. His eyes were cold. Instead of advancing, he retreated. He used the god-slaying sword first and used the god-slaying art, which was also a Khanate Daoist technique. The trajectory of the word, heaven. For deadly sword chi intersected and formed a creepy ancient word, heaven, blocking the wind blade. Long Chen's dual sword technique was getting better and better. In the next moment, the power of the Nirvana realm exploded in his body. He waved his right hand and used the Lingxi sword to perform the 9 dragons devours the sky. After the heaven sword chi, the divine dragon danced and formed a wave of super strong attack that completely surpassed the power of the god martial arts realm. Long Chen also used the power of Nirvana and was no weaker than his opponent. In terms of quantity and understanding, he wasn't as good as his opponent. However, the power of the dual swords, especially the sharp attack of the god-slaying sword, still allowed him to break Feng Jilin's wind blade. Boom! The dual sword chi broke Feng Jilin's attack in an instant, causing the wild wind to sweep towards Long Chen's side. Long Chen split the opponent's attack with 2 swords, but he was unharmed. The confrontation ended as quickly as it came. After it ended, Feng Jilin and Long Chen didn't move, they just looked at each other in silence. Long Chen was surprised because of her understanding of the way of wind. The way of heaven indeed had infinite power. Long Chen yearned for it very much, but it was a pity that he hadn't reached the 8th level of the god martial arts realm yet. The power of the god-slaying art and the 9 dragons devours the sky was so strong, but when Long Chen used them, he could only break one of Feng Jilin's attacks. Feng Jilin was naturally even more shocked. Long Chen used the power of Nirvana just now. Although it didn't seem to be much, his sword technique and other powers made up for it, allowing him to block her attack. The most shocking thing was that under the Long Chen's 9 dragons devours the sky, her primordial spirit actually felt a piercing pain. She knew that it was caused by the pitch-black divine sword in Long Chen's hand. So, she stopped. Because she roughly knew that Long Chen was still qualified to fight with her. No matter when, he would never disappoint. This made Feng Jilin suddenly smile. She also felt that she was too impulsive today. Obviously, Long Chen came for something. She was just stubbornly wanting him to take her seriously. That move just now should be enough to make him take her seriously. Thinking about this, she looked at Long Chen deeply and said, "Get ready. I will find time to have a good fight with you. I don't want to lose to you all the time." Ever since she met Long Chen, she hadn't won even once. This time, she was fully prepared. She just wanted to win once. This was her personality. She was a person who didn't like to lose. After she finished speaking, she was like a graceful fairy. With a gentle breeze, she quickly left the place. This fella. Long Chen was speechless. He finally understood what she was thinking. Feng Jilin's capability surprised him. He did take her seriously. Long Chen even knew that if he fought with all he had, he might not be able to defeat her. However, even so, Long Chen didn't think she was hard to deal with. Business was more important. He tidied himself up, winked at Wenren Jingtao, and walked towards Fu Hai. Fu Hai was not stupid. He knew that they had come for him. He first greeted Wenren Jingtao, who had the same status as him. Then, he stared at Long Chen with an angry expression. With a mocking tone, he said, "Is this Long Chen, the one who has caused such a ruckus recently? Not bad. To be able to take one move from Miss Feng, your Wenren branch has finally found a decent young warrior. Unfortunately, he was not raised by you." He was talking to Wenren Jingtao. The atmosphere was tense. Wenren Jingtao was a hot-tempered man. He couldn't stand being mocked. He coldly said, "It's none of your business, unless you are afraid." Fu Hai sneered. He stared at Wenren Jingtao and said, "Stop bullshitting. Just tell me why you are here." His gaze shifted to Nangong Lai and he suddenly came to a realization. He sneered, "So it's because of this trash." "That's right, I injured him. This guy has been running around outside my talisman mansion for the past few days. Does he think I don't know that he's asking about my talisman mansion? He's lucky that I didn't kill him." "What? Do you dare to fight me over this?" As expected, he was as hot-tempered as the rumors said. He didn't give Long Chen any chance to find out about Han Yunxing. Long Chen was burning with anger, but for the sake of Han Yunxing, he could only swallow the anger in his heart. This was not the time to let the two factions fall out. He still lacked strength. Wenren Jingtao raged, "Old geezer Fu, don't go too far. My men aren't people you can beat up just because you want to. What can you do? We are all people of status. Are you going to fight me for this piece of trash?" Fu Hai said disdainfully. Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be good for Han Yunxing if they continued to argue. He was here to find out whether Han Yunxing's disappearance had anything to do with Fu Hai. While the two sides were quarreling, Long Chen suddenly interrupted them and said, "Senior Fu, we didn't come here today to challenge you. You beat up my uncle Nangong, this is a fact. However, you have your reasons, so we won't bicker over this matter for now. However, I have another question to ask you." Fu Hai flew into a rage and said, "You dare to be rude to me? Brat, do you really think you're someone important? Is it because Wenren Jingtao and the others want you to be the sacred martial emperor? Are you trying to drag me along?" Long Chen didn't let this old man scare him. He looked at Wenren Jingtao with his sharp eyes and interrupted him. "Senior Fu, do you think we don't know something? You were unhappy that Han Yunxing was too close to your daughter Fu Ling, so you secretly killed him. Do you think you did it secretly?" Long Chen roared this out. He believed that if one's secret was suddenly exposed, there would be a change in one's mentality for a while. There would also be some subtle changes, such as the change in the pupils. Chapter 1464. As expected, his words caused the other party to take a step back in fear. His eyes flickered as he stared at Long Chen. In that instant, Long Chen felt an incomparably intense killing intent coming from this fellow. In fact, it was very easy to understand. If Fu Hai had nothing to do with this matter, then he would only be stunned for a moment. It was impossible for such a strong killing intent to appear. In that instant, Long Chen felt as if he was about to be killed. He reacted faster than Fu Hai. He quickly retreated to Wenren Jingtao's side and said with a smile, "Senior Fu, don't be nervous. I was just joking. See you another day." Long Chen had only come to confirm the news. He wasn't ready for a conflict. But words couldn't describe the anger in his heart. What he lacked was a way to kill Fu Hai. Fu Hai's strength was at the early stage of the second Nirvana tribulation, which was almost the same as Lin Mo's. In a head-on battle, Long Chen was far from being a match for Fu Hai. Therefore, he had to be patient for the time being. When his strength completely entered the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm and he built his divine kingdom, he might have a chance to kill Fu Hai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed Wenren Jingtao's help to kill Fu Hai. Fu Hai was a senior figure on Yi Futu's side, and he also had the identity of the Cambrian king. Even Wenren Shi couldn't do anything to Fu Hai. The only person who could do it was Long Chen himself. At the moment, he could only rely on himself. He knew very well that even though he was angry and helpless, and he was not sure how Han Yunxing was doing, he had to endure it until he could rely on his own strength to defeat Fu Hai, or even kill him. He wanted to kill this guy immediately, but he was not that immature. If he acted rashly today, it would not do him any good, and he might even do something bad with good intentions. He couldn't destroy the punishment hall like he did in the 3,000 palaces. He had to endure until he could kill him in one blow. In short, whether it was in terms of strength or status, he was still lacking in the true martial emperor palace. He couldn't even suppress the Cambrian monarch of the true martial emperor palace, so how could he go to the sword spirit emperor palace and take Lingxi away? In Long Chen's heart, he was in a state of hatred, but he was forcefully suppressing it, which made him very uncomfortable. From Fu Hai's reaction, he knew that Han Yunxing's disappearance had something to do with him. He wasn't sure what he could endure, but he was sure that he had to leave now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold it in. At the very least, he couldn't make a move before he constructed his divine kingdom. He had achieved his goal today. He was sure that Fu Hai was related to Han Yunxing. With Wenren Jingtao's protection, he had nothing to fear. At this moment, Fu Hai finally reacted. His killing intent was revealed as he roared angrily, "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is Han Yunxing? Which nameless nobody? What do you mean by this? Are you trying to slander me?" Long Chen sneered and said, "It's just a joke. Do you need to be so excited? However, the heavens are watching what people do. Some people shouldn't think that they can be so secretive. Some things have to be done with their lives. Let's go, Senior Wenren." Long Chen forcefully restrained himself and pulled Wenren Jingtao along. Wenren Jingtao glared at Fu Hai and said, "Goodbye, old Fu." The three of them didn't stay any longer and quickly left Fu Hai. This brat. Fu Hai gritted his teeth and his expression changed. Terrifying killing intent was revealed until he slammed the door of the Fu mansion. After returning to the 3rd floor, Long Chen took a deep breath. "Chen, what do you mean?" Nangong Lai couldn't react in time. Long Chen said, "I trust my intuition. Uncle Han must have been imprisoned or killed by him." Nangong Lai roared, "I'm going to kill him." "Wait." Long Chen pulled him back, and the three of them sat in a pavilion in the courtyard. Long Chen analyzed. According to the rules of the martial god palace, it is a grave crime for him to use his strength to harm his compatriots. However, since the Hall of Glacial Arts belongs to Marshal Venerable Yi Futu, it is impossible to deal with him through the Hall of Glacial Arts. Furthermore, my guess is that our faction and the other faction are like fire and water. If Senior Wenren and the others were to forcefully make a move, it would definitely cause chaos in the martial god palace. Wenren Jingtao's expression was also very unsightly. This old Fu is so brazen. I think he must have done it. However, Long Chen's analysis is right. The martial cold hall is indeed unreliable. If we make a move, their people will also retaliate. At that time, there will be chaos. So, Long Chen, what do you think we can do? Long Chen's eyes turned cold. I have a way. He pointed at himself. My identity is special. The Emperor summoned me before. As long as I am in the Martial Emperor Palace, no one can punish me or kill me. Moreover, I only represent myself, unlike Senior Wenren who represents the entire Wenren clan. Therefore, I am the most suitable person to make a move. Wenren Jingtao was startled. Long Chen, what are you going to do? Long Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. His eyes were bloodshot. I will kill him with my own hands. If something happens to Uncle Han, I will let him die in front of everyone. If it is just imprisonment, I will at least rescue Uncle Han. Hearing Long Chen's words, Nangong Lai and Wenren Jingtao were shocked. They didn't expect Long Chen to be so daring. Nangong Lai said, "No, you are still young. I heard from your battle record in the 9-star Chaos City that you can at most deal with a late Nirvana Tribulation warrior. You are still lacking compared to someone who has gone through the second Nirvana Tribulation. He is stronger than Feng Jilin." Wenren Jingtao also said, Nangong Lai is right. This method is too risky. It might even harm Han Yunxing. Besides being hot-blooded, Long Chen was also calm. Of course, he knew about these problems. He said, I do know that I'm not strong enough. What I need to do now is to kill them quickly. I can't let reinforcements arrive. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Give me 2 months, and I'll be able to reach the level I want. But 2 months is too long. This was what Long Chen was most conflicted about. Damn. He had too many acupuncture points in his body. It would take at least a month to transform them to 3 times the Nirvana realm's power. However, he couldn't wait that long. If Han Yunxing was still alive, he wouldn't be able to wait that long either. Did he have to take the risk of fighting or even blood sacrifice? Long Chen knew that he had just arrived at the Martial God Palace and had no foundation. If he wanted to survive in this place, he had to have a position. This was because of his heaven-defying cultivation. Originally, during the Hidden Dragon ranking battle, he had obtained a place for the Martial God Palace to be his master. But now, basically no one dared to accept him as a disciple. After all, Long Chen had been summoned by the Zhenwu Great Emperor. This led to his current identity as an ordinary disciple, unless the Zhenwu Great Emperor was willing to accept him as a disciple. But Long Chen knew that the Zhenwu Great Emperor wanted him to bear the heavy responsibility of becoming the Saint Martial Emperor. In fact, the Zhenwu Great Emperor knew about Long Chen's father and respected this man. That was why Long Chen was sure that no matter what he did in the Martial Emperor Palace, he wouldn't die. Even Yi Futu wouldn't dare to kill him. After listening to Long Chen, Wenren Jingtao also felt that 2 months was too long. He was very confused about Long Chen's realm and asked, Long Chen, can you answer a question? What is your realm now? I can feel the Nirvana realm's power in your body, but your God martial soul hasn't grown into a primordial spirit. I haven't seen you go through the Nirvana tribulation either. People who haven't gone through the Nirvana tribulation can't have such a large amount of Nirvana realm's power. Long Chen's eyes lit up. The Martial Emperor Palace was so big that there might be many things that could speed up the transformation. For example, the Nirvana flame that Long Chen had once obtained. Long Chen had a large amount of immortal essences. Even if the Martial Emperor Palace didn't give it to him, Long Chen could use his own immortal essences to exchange for it. Wenren Jingtao, Wenren Shi, and the others were all trustworthy people. The Jinwu Great Emperor was an old man that Long Chen respected. It was just that the problem of Nirvana Realm's power had appeared earlier than expected. Long Chen hurriedly told Wenren Jingtao that he was only at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm, but he had the Nirvana Realm's power. He explained it very clearly, but even so, Wenren Jingtao was still shocked when he heard that Long Chen had such terrifying combat power at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm. He looked at Long Chen with a frightened expression and couldn't speak for a long time. "Senior Wenren?" Long Chen asked tentatively. Wenren Jingtao almost suffocated. He shook his head to regain his composure. He still looked at Long Chen in astonishment and said, "You really have a heaven-defying talent. It is rare in the world. No one has been able to compare to you since ancient times. Long Chen, I believe that you will soon surpass the 3 great emperors and become the strongest person in the 3 realms and 9 realms." That was what he firmly believed. No one knows for sure what will happen in the future. I also don't know how long I can live. However, I would like to ask Senior. I once obtained a Nirvana flame with 2 immortal marks. It can increase the speed at which I convert Nirvana energy. May I ask if Senior has something similar that can increase Nirvana energy in the Martial God Palace's inventory? Long Chen had heard that things like the Nirvana flame were actually quite common. This was because all the Nirvana tribulation cultivators would compete for all the divine items that could increase their Nirvana transformation. This kind of divine item was more valuable. After all, as long as one had a large number of divine items, one could reach the late stage of the Nirvana tribulation even without comprehending them. Hearing this, Wenren Jingtao said, "I don't have it. The Martial God Palace's inventory requires strict procedures to obtain it. However, my ancestor probably has a lot, but he definitely can't give you too much." Long Chen said, "You know that I can't obtain it in the tragic death city. As long as I have it, I am willing to exchange my collection for it." For the sake of Han Yunxing, Long Chen couldn't care less. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.